The story begins in an icy environment where a huge blizzard was going on, and a large group of people was on a place named the Place of Extinction, which was actually the 8th floor of a tower. All the soldiers were moving in unison, maybe going to conquer this 8th floor of the tower, along with a man wearing a brown, furry long coat and having a muscular build. He stopped all the other soldiers before entering and told them that, as they have gathered today to take down the 8th floor guardian, they should be careful. We come to know that this was a rank 6 Blue Zone Guild Master named Kazuki Kyojo. Kazuki told everyone that just because it is a joint raid, it does not mean that anyone can slack off, because if they cannot clear this, the 9th floor is nothing but a pipe dream. The soldiers were calmly listening while maintaining formation. But suddenly they cleared the path for someone, and Kazuki was shocked by who had decided to show up. It was a whole team of adventurers who called Kazuki. The team name was Blue Eyes, full of mysterious men and women, and the one leading them was actually wearing a mask that covered his whole face tightly. We come to know that the masked person was the guild master of Blue Eyes named Subaru Narukami. Kazuki was really happy after looking at Subaru, who apologized to his friend for being late. But Kazuki knew that Subaru was actually the first one there, and that his alliance was showing up this time. Kazuki told everyone that Subaru was going to be leading the charge, and everyone else from the Murray Alliance must be looking to pick up the scraps. Hearing of scraps, Subaru took out something from his cloak and gave it to Kazuki. It was a glowing red pendant type of thing. As Kazuki read the description, we come to know that this was a legendary artifact called the Archangel's Blessing, and the system told him that it has a requirement of level 50+, and it instantly recovers 50% of fatigue when fatigue hits 100%, but has one-time use only. Kazuki was shocked by getting such an item, but Subaru told him that he intended for the raid to succeed no matter what. But just in case of something mishappening, he should have a backup plan. Kazuki told Subaru that he was going to need it too, but Subaru changed the topic, asking his friend about whether he wanted to come back to Earth when the battle was over, telling him that he could return the pendant to him back then. Kazuki was almost crying, and Subaru teased him that if he didn't want to come back, he could just keep it. Just then, something towering started to cause a ruckus, and both friends were shocked, turning towards the direction of the sound. Finally, it was the coming of the 8th floor guardian, as Kazuki told everyone to prepare for combat. We come to know that the 8th floor guardian was actually named the Seal Dragon Hydra, which had multiple heads that can tear apart any human being without much effort. Subaru called this monster an ugly bastard, and started using his abilities as he started charging for an attack. The system told him that lightning energy was coursing through his body. We come to know that Subaru was a lightning-type individual, and he was so angry that he was sure that it was the Hydra's day of death. The monster realized the incoming attack and immediately became enraged, opening its mouth and forming a giant energy ball of water energy. Kazuki told everyone to take cover, but Subaru told them that there was no need. He got ready with his sword to intercept this creature of multiple heads. As the attack started coming towards the whole team, Subaru charged and took out his lightning sword. The attack was so powerful that it cut the beam straight from the middle, even surprising the monstrous Hydra that was multiple times bigger than the tiny humans he was facing. This attack surprised even Kazuki, who knew that Subaru always goes overboard. But the whole team was happy that all the training the boy tried paid off. One of the team members also wanted to get the first hit, but he was too late. But a female from the team wondered about what he had handed Kazuki earlier. Subaru just answered that she would find out later, asking the whole team if they were ready because they had to kill that damn sea monster Hydra as the whole team got ready with their powers surging. They knew that they would have to break through this hellish 8th floor. Kazuki watched the scene from behind in silence. Then a sarcastic smile appeared on his face as he muttered about their appearance playing the role of close friends. Meanwhile, the captain of the soldiers confirmed to Kazuki that the troops were positioned as planned. So Kazuki praised his work, suggesting that they start moving as well. His masked assistant responded immediately, wishing him luck and success in the battle. Kazuki's followers moved with suspicious speed, while the healer holding the staff stood in front of him. Chaos erupted, and everyone clashed with the massive dragon that filled the arena with its roars and attacks. The agile female fighter rushed in, scolding her comrades not to spare any energy and to attack with all their might. Then she sliced through the beast's body lightly, describing it as a simple stroll. Meanwhile, the ice mage grumbled about the intensity of the pressure and tension they were experiencing in this battle. Amidst the battle, a warrior surrounded by red energy rushed forward, betting his comrades on who would inflict the most damage on the beast, delivering a powerful and direct blow. Tasha accepted the bet immediately, stipulating that the loser would pay for dinner, and pounced with his sword, slashing the dragon's body at tremendous speed. He cut off one of the dragon's heads with that blow while calling out to Shino, warning her of the dragon's head falling towards her. Shino reassured him as she prepared her spell, asking him not to worry and to continue the attack. Then, she formed a massive pink magical shield to block the dragon's head, saying confidently that defense was her job. At that decisive moment, Kazuki suddenly appeared behind Shino, whispering her name and asking coldly if she could block this too, which struck her with astonishment and shock. Without hesitation, Kazuki plunged his sword into her back, piercing through her chest, commenting with boredom on their overconfidence, which he considered their main problem. Subaru turned in shock to call her name in a trembling voice, unable to believe what he was seeing. Shino fell as a lifeless corpse drenched in her own blood at the feet of Kazuki, who stood with a terrifying smile. The blood-stained Kazuki looked towards Subaru with a crazed smile, calling out to him and telling him that this wasn't the time to look away. Subaru stood stunned, wondering about the reason for Kazuki's betrayal, while the dragon was attacking Subaru, and it ended with an agonizing scream. Subaru thought back to the day strange system messages appeared out of nowhere. They had announced that the tower had chosen them, ordering everyone to climb it and get ready for a new beginning. That was the very first message from the tower, which stood like a giant in the middle of space. No one knew whether this message meant disaster or a hidden opportunity. Even now, people still do not fully understand what it truly meant. But the tower's commands allowed no resistance, so everyone continued climbing, hopping to reach the top, a place no one had ever seen before. People from many different worlds, such as Earth and Murim, all entered the tower with their own goals and burdens. Each of them pushed forward day after day, hopping to survive and complete their missions. But the truth was harsh. Subaru now stood alone in a bloody field, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen companions. The scene looked like a nightmare. Breathing heavily, Subaru stared at the aftermath of the battle. They had just defeated Hydra, the red dragon, a creature once believed impossible to kill. He scolded his comrades inside his mind, angry and heartbroken because they ignored his orders to retreat. If they had listened, perhaps they would still be alive. Exhausted, he dropped to the ground in front of the dragon's corpse. Their victory felt empty. He whispered to the lifeless bodies that they were fools for dying without his permission. System alerts suddenly appeared in front of him, warning him that he had been poisoned and could no longer recover naturally. His fatigue level had also risen dangerously close to the limits. Subaru wondered what would happen if he somehow managed to return, especially since the system clearly stated that reaching 100 fatigue meant certain death. Rage and determination lit up in his eyes. At that moment, Kazuki approached him with a cold expression. He mockingly called Subaru Light Lightning Lord. Subaru stared at him in shock, asking why he had chosen to betray him. He demanded a real explanation, shouting in anger. Kazuki stepped closer and said he had been waiting 10 years for this moment. He claimed Subaru, of all people, should understand. With a wicked smile, he admitted that he tricked Subaru on purpose, using the Blue Eyes Guild members as distractions so that they wouldn't interfere. He confessed loudly that everything Subaru had ever done for him had become a source of emotional pain, and that he had finally chosen the world over their friendship. Kazuki then stepped back and pretended to show regret as he declared that this was the end. He pulled out the Archangel's pool and mocked Subaru by saying he no longer needed to return it like they had agreed. He confirmed with Shad and Freuda that the Blue Eyes Guild would completely vanish with Subaru's death. Before leaving, Kazuki coldly told Subaru not to feel sad. History would still remember him as a hero, even though he wouldn't be around to see it. Subaru gave a bloody, sarcastic smile and told Kazuki that he only ever hears what he wants to hear. Subaru knew that surviving was impossible now, but he still refused to die on his knees. He activated the little strength he had left. Kazuki froze in disbelief, screaming at the sight. Subaru slowly stood up again, gripping the legendary LS fan, which could create fierce storms. Subaru swung the fan and refused to explain anything to Kazuki. His shining eyes revealed that he planned to use the fan's remaining 4 charges to change everything. He thought of the 4 surviving guild members behind him. With one powerful strike of the fan, he generated a massive blast of wind that sent them flying far away from the battlefield. He yelled at them to run and survive. Kazuki finally understood Subaru's plan and shouted at his soldiers to chase the survivors immediately. The Murim warriors rushed forward to obey, but Subaru stepped in front of them like an unbreakable wall. He formed a crackling ball of lightning in his hand, forcing them to stop and face him. His fatigue had already reached 95%. Thunder rumbled across the sky, signaling that Subaru's lightning skill was nearing its time limit. A massive pillar of golden lightning struck down, turning the entire battlefield into an electrified storm. Kazuki watched with a nervous smile, calling Subaru stubborn for not giving up. With fatigue hitting 96%, Subaru dashed forward, glowing with a deadly aura. He wondered what reward Kazuki had promised these soldiers to make them fight someone as dangerous as him. Standing before the swarm of enemies, Subaru warned them that the cost of attacking him would be their lives. His eyes glowed, and even though his body was covered in wounds, he declared that no one was allowed to leave without his permission. The soldiers realized there was no escape. Screaming, they charged at him with their weapons. Subaru blocked and countered their attacks skillfully, even though he knew these fighters would normally be too strong to fall easily. His greatest fear was Kazuki interfering, which would end the fight instantly. Still, he felt a bit relieved knowing his comrades had gained enough distance. But the fatigue bar had now reached 97%. He knew he couldn't drag this fight out any longer. With another block, he kept fighting through the pain. The fatigue rose to 98%. A sudden heavy blow knocked him off balance. The soldiers immediately took advantage, surrounding him as their swords struck from every direction. Blood splattered, and their screams filled the air. They soon began celebrating, certain that they had finally killed Subaru Narukami. But then, a voice echoed from within the cloud of dust and blood. Subaru's voice. He asked them calmly who they thought they had just killed. His eyes appeared again, glowing with golden power. Lightning burst out from his body in a violent explosion, electrocuting every soldier around him and flinging them into the air like helpless dolls. The bodies of the fallen attackers collapsed around Subaru, and he finally dropped to his knees, completely drained of strength. The remaining soldiers stepped back in fear, whispering to each other that he was a true monster, someone who fell again and again but simply refused to die. Watching from a distance, Kazuki wore a cold smile and mocked the idea that Subaru's story would end in such an easy way. At that moment, Subaru's fatigue level climbed to 99%, and a bright red warning flashed before him, stating that hitting 100 would mean instant death. Gathering the last traces of his energy, Subaru glared at Kazuki and reminded him that if anyone should know the truth, it was him. Subaru always wins in the end. With a loud shout declaring victory, Subaru hurled his final spear. The weapon, wrapped in fierce lightning, shot forward faster than the eye could follow. Kazuki held the Archangel's blessing artifact in his hand, certain it guaranteed his safety. He even began offering fake condolences to Subaru. But his words died the moment the spear struck the jewel directly, shattering it and destroying his only protection. Subaru's vision dimmed, but he felt satisfied. He didn't need to watch Kazuki die, he already knew he had hit his mark. As darkness swallowed him, Subaru wondered in confusion what awaited him now. Would he be trapped in this empty void forever? A horrible smell suddenly broke through the silence, followed by strange noises. Subaru forced his eyes open and was shocked to find himself stuffed inside a metal garbage bin in a dirty alleyway. He couldn't help but question whether this disgusting place was supposed to be hell. A blue status screen appeared in front of him, displaying a name he didn't recognize, Subaru Hase, Level 1. He stared at it in disbelief. Immediately afterward, fragments of memory returned. In those memories, a group of young men mocked him for being an earthling with weak stats. They looked down on him and laughed, telling him to at least try to be half as impressive as the legendary Subaru Narukami from 20 years earlier. Subaru froze. A voice in his mind told him he had died 2 decades ago. When he looked at a piece of broken glass nearby, he realized with shock that the face staring back at him wasn't his own. Overwhelmed by confusion, he wondered if this entire experience was just a nightmare. He stumbled out of the trash bin in panic, fell to the ground breathing heavily, and spotted a tablet device beside him. It was a player kit. Thinking it might help him understand what had happened, he quickly searched for information about the Blue Eyes Guild. The results said that a group called Blue Zone was now considered its successor, though people questioned why it was so weak despite claiming to follow Subaru Narukami's legacy. While browsing the news, he suddenly froze. He saw a statement issued by Guildmaster Kazuki, who was preparing for the upcoming tournament. Subaru muttered in disbelief. When he looked at the picture attached to the article, he saw Kazuki with an older face and an eye patch. The traitor had survived their final battle. A wave of memories washed over Subaru. He recalled a night long ago when he and Kazuki sat together on the roof of a building. Kazuki had confessed that he wanted to leave the Blue Eyes Guild, saying they had never truly been enemies. Subaru had been shocked by his sudden decision, especially when Kazuki asked him to inform the others on his behalf. Although Subaru had considered him a close friend, Kazuki simply said Subaru would understand the reason someday. He had even promised to remain Subaru's shadow no matter what happened. Yet the irony was bitter. Years later, Kazuki created his own guild, using a name they once joked about together. Returning to the present, Subaru laughed bitterly. This so-called shadow had named his guild Blue Zone, yet after 20 long years, Kazuki was still stuck on the 9th floor. In other words, Kazuki had accomplished nothing. As Subaru walked along the street, still scrolling through the news, he suddenly stopped. A picture of a huge building appeared on the screen, the Subaru Narukami Memorial Hall. The sight stunned him. He immediately headed there to confirm with his own eyes. The building was far grander than anything he had imagined, massive, luxurious, and built with obvious pride. Inside, he found an enormous portrait of himself at the center of the hall. He looked at it with a mix of disbelief and bitterness, confused about why his memory was being displayed in this way. Statues and photos of him lined the hall. Flowery messages spoke of him as a hero, leader of the Blue Eyes Guild, the man who came closest to reaching the top of the tower, an inspiration for future generations. The hall claimed to preserve his legacy and that of his comrades forever. His anger boiled as he watched a recording of Kazuki at the opening ceremony. Wearing a formal suit and a false, respectful smile, Kazuki announced that Subaru and the Blue Eyes Guild were gone, and that only Blue Zone carried forward their noble ideals. Subaru trembled with fury, wanting to shout for Kazuki to stop lying. The hatred burning inside him grew stronger. Kazuki had not been satisfied with killing him. He had used his death, twisted his memory, and turned himself into Subaru's successor. Subaru whispered that he would become the nightmare Kazuki feared most. The video continued. Kazuki claimed Subaru would never return but would always be remembered. Subaru stepped closer to the screen, staring into Kazuki's projected face, and declared firmly that he would rewrite this false history entirely. Subaru stared straight ahead, eyes sharp with determination. He swore that he would never again allow Kazuki to trick him or twist the truth. He would not waste this unexpected second life. While he stood there, lost in thought, a young boy ran into him from behind. The child fell, and Subaru quickly bent down to help him, asking if he was hurt. But the moment the boy lifted his head, Subaru froze, because the child was wearing Subaru's old mask. Before he could say anything, the boy's parents rushed over, calling him Minato and fussing over him. Subaru reassured them that it had only been a light bump, but what really shocked him was what he noticed next. Not just Minato's family, but the entire crowd around him wore the same mask. his mask. Some held it gently in their hands, others wore it with pride, all behaving as though they were part of a sacred ritual. Subaru wiped his face in disbelief. Everywhere he looked, people honored the mask he once used in battle. The memory of Kazuki's mocking words returned, his claim that Subaru would remain an immortal hero even after death. But Subaru now understood the bitter truth. Kazuki had rewritten history. He had turned Subaru's legacy into a twisted legend while hiding the truth of his betrayal. His gaze landed on a massive shrine-like portrait of himself wearing the mask, surrounded by candles and flowers. It looked like a grand funeral offering made for a saint. Subaru clenched his teeth, realizing the entire ceremony was a performance designed by Kazuki to steal Blue Eyes Guild's glory and claim it for himself. Then something unusual caught his eye, a faint blue glow coming from among the flowers. Subaru pushed through the crowd, ignoring the complaints and startled shouts. He shoved forward until he reached the altar. Kneeling down, he picked up a bright blue flower pulsing with weak energy. He recognized it instantly. It belonged to Shiger Asajiri. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby building overlooking the square, two figures watched the event unfold. Shiger sighed with relief, glad another year had passed without trouble. His companion scoffed, pointing out how reckless they were being. If they had been even slightly late, they would have run into Blue Zone members. She questioned why they kept taking this risk every year just to leave flowers. But Shiger insisted it was necessary, just in case. Looking down at the square, he wished softly that Subaru would someday see the flowers he had been leaving. His companion stared at him seriously and asked whether he truly believed Subaru was still alive. Shiger replied that he could never accept Subaru's death because he had never seen the body. She answered harshly that if Subaru were alive, Kazuki would have captured them long ago. And besides, Subaru would never disappear for 20 years without contacting them. Back on the ground, Subaru hurried out of the memorial, clutching the glowing flower. His heart raced. Now he was certain Shiger was alive. The scene shifted to Subaru's small, dim room. He sat on the bed, scrolling through the tablet and muttering at how poor the original owner of this body had been. His searches yielded nothing about the Blue Eyes Guild, but the flower on his table proved more than any archived record could. Shiger had survived and had been hiding for 2 decades. Subaru knew instantly that Kazuki must have forced them into secrecy. Knowing Kazuki's personality, Subaru was sure he wouldn't allow anyone who knew the truth to remain free. Subaru recalled the explosion from their last battle. He wondered whether Shiger alone had survived, or if the fierce winds he created that day had saved all 4 survivors. But contacting them now was impossible. As long as Kazuki controlled everything, reaching out would be suicide. He stared out of the window, admitting to himself how weak he currently was. He couldn't confront Kazuki, couldn't protect anyone, and couldn't even reveal his identity. First, he had to regain his strength. That was the only path forward. With Subaru Hase's memories guiding him, 2 days passed as he prepared. Then the preliminary training for new players began. Subaru stood with a sword in hand, studying the blade with determined eyes. He told himself that survival came first, because if they were all alive, he would meet his comrades again. The scene shifted to the test arena, a grand hall built like a Roman Colosseum. Supervisor Hyuga watched the participants with boredom and annoyance. One trainee had just defeated a monster and was gasping for breath. Hyuga commented coldly that he barely managed it and asked if he wished to try the next level. A system window explained that each stage added 1 more goblin but increased rewards as well. The participants screamed in fear and refused. 3 goblins seemed impossible to him. Hyuga dismissed him with irritation. As he looked over the weak performance of the recruits, Hyuga thought of Isaac von Reinhardt, the only participant who had reached stage 20. At least Isaac showed potential. The rest disappointed him deeply. He muttered to himself that the quality of trainees had never been this low. Then he heard steady footsteps approaching. Subaru walked forward. Hyuga glanced at him and muttered about how heavy the name Subaru Hase felt, considering how unimpressive the young man looked. He questioned Subaru's chances of passing. Subaru simply nodded calmly. As soon as the system generated 2 goblins, Hyuga began to announce the start of the test. But before he could finish, A tremendous gust swept past him. He snapped his head to the side in confusion. Something had moved faster than he could see. Subaru stood in the center of the arena, smiling with confidence as blood dripped around him. He knew that spending 2 days testing this body had been worth it. The body he now lived in possessed incredible hidden abilities. When the system asked if he wanted to proceed, Subaru agreed without hesitation. He wanted to finish quickly. Hyuga stared in disbelief as more goblins died instantly, their heads flying through the air. The arena was quickly filling with monster corpses. Hyuga analyzed Subaru's movements carefully and realized he wasn't just swinging wildly, he was predicting the goblins' attacks several steps ahead. This wasn't normal sword skill. Even Hyuga himself couldn't perform moves so precisely. He stared at Subaru's confident expression and whispered that such talent seemed impossible, unless this boy was the reincarnation of Subaru Narukami himself. Subaru continued slicing through goblins with terrifying speed, blood splashing in every direction. A system message appeared announcing that he had cleared stage 49 and asking if he wanted to face the final boss. Subaru wiped sweat from his forehead, his eyes glowing with excitement, and accepted. The ground cracked apart as a giant hand burst out, smashing the arena floor. Stones flew everywhere as the towering boss emerged. Hyuga screamed in panic, rushing forward to stop Subaru. He called him a fool and reminded him that he was not the real Subaru Narukami. If he continued, he would die. Subaru remained standing firmly at the center of the arena, surrounded by the fallen bodies of goblins, while the enormous Goblin King loomed before him with an aura filled with rage, as if the monster could sense every sacrifice made in the previous 49 stages. From the edge of the arena, Hyuga continued shouting desperately for Subaru to surrender before it was too late, insisting that facing the Goblin King at such a low level was nothing but reckless suicide. He kept reminding himself that no amount of talent or technique could bridge the vast difference in physical ability between a beginner and a creature of this scale. Subaru understood this reality very well. He knew that his current stats were far too low to pierce the monster's thick, hardened skin. Yet despite recognizing this, he refused to take a single step back. Instead, he let his sword slip from his hand and fall to the ground, a move that pushed Hyuga into near hysteria as he wondered if the young man had completely lost his mind by discarding his only weapon. The Goblin King immediately lunged forward with a crushing attack meant to flatten him, but the creature suddenly halted when it realized a thin needle had pierced its leg. Subaru knelt nearby with a calm expression, holding several sharp needles between his fingers, and asked the massive creature if it was surprised, his smile carrying a hint of mockery. He then muttered that they could make a simple bet on who would collapse first, warning the Goblin King that he would fill its entire body with more needles before it ever managed to reach him. With a faint glow of blue energy in his eyes, Subaru prepared to unleash the attack he had planned from the moment he stepped into the arena. The needles shot from his hand with the speed of lightning, striking the monster's eyes and face with precise accuracy, forcing a violent scream of pain from the Goblin King's throat. Blinded and enraged, the monster swung its massive axe wildly, smashing the ground in random patterns, while Subaru moved around it lightly and gracefully, avoiding each blow as if he were simply gliding through the air. When he landed, he took a brief moment to study his opponent and recalled old lessons about rotational force and throwing power. Lessons from Miss Reina, who had once scolded him endlessly for his poor technique, and explained that even a simple fountain pen could become a lethal weapon when thrown from its exact center of gravity. Applying those teachings perfectly, Subaru targeted the monster's weak points with unmatched precision, each needle landing where it mattered most. The Goblin King staggered violently, blood pouring from its neck and body, its form riddled with needles like a collapsing statue. Subaru stood confidently and told himself that strength came from rotational force, and that accuracy had no place for hesitation. He quietly admitted that these techniques were what Ria had taught him long ago, and even he would never have mastered them to this degree without her guidance. Hyuga, watching everything unfold, felt his entire view of the exam collapsing. Only now did he understand that the reason the goblin corpses and leftover weapons had not disappeared was that the stage had not officially ended, something he had always taken for granted. Subaru, however, had noticed this from the start and used the poison needles dropped in earlier battles as hidden weapons. Sweat streamed down Huger's face as he realized Subaru was not relying only on fencing, but on a mix of prediction, technique, and resourcefulness far beyond what he had ever seen. He muttered to himself that calling Subaru a genius did not even begin to describe what he was witnessing. At last, as the Goblin King exhaled its final breath, its enormous body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact that declared the battle over. Subaru walked forward calmly, retrieved his sword, and stood before the monster's lifeless form, telling it that he held no resentment before finishing it off. System messages appeared one after another, announcing the defeat of the boss and clearing of the 50th stage of the tutorial program for the first time in recorded history. Subaru wiped sweat from his forehead and muttered in disbelief about how cruel it was to place a monster of this level in what was supposed to be a beginner tutorial. More notifications followed, showing his level rising, his credits increasing, and a large number of achievement points being added. Then came the message he was most interested in. The tutorial shop had opened. When he checked his points and saw the number 2425, he froze for a moment, stunned by a total larger than anything he had ever seen in his previous life. Browsing through the store, he noticed that most normal tools cost between 5 and 200 points, meaning he had far more than enough to choose from. His eyes first settled on an unfamiliar demon sword priced at 1,000 points, a rare weapon forged by a failed magic blacksmith that boosted cutting power at the cost of consuming the user's health and soul. The idea was tempting, but Subaru reminded himself that his lightning skill already drained his life force, meaning combining the two would be extremely dangerous. He then examined the holy sword Miranda, worth 1,400 points, a weapon designed to reduce fatigue and lengthen combat duration. He considered it safer but not entirely ideal, and he found himself torn between the destructive potential of the demon sword and the dependable stability of the holy sword. As he continued scrolling, he discovered something unexpected further down the list, an F-rank skill called Wedge of Greed, priced at 1,400 points, with an effect that suppressed the side effects of any tool or skill used by the player. Subaru felt sweat forming on his forehead in amazement. He had never encountered a skill like this before. Its potential was enormous. It could cancel the demonic sword's curse and possibly reduce the toll of his own lightning ability. Realizing how valuable it was, he made his decision swiftly, choosing both Wedge of Greed and the unknown demon sword. After spending most of his points, he summoned the demon sword and tested it, finding the synergy between the weapon and the new skill exactly as he hoped. He preferred this flexible combination over depending on a single skill. Huger interrupted him with a mix of praise and confusion, stating that while Subaru's item compatibility seemed impressive, he himself could not understand why Subaru would buy such a strange, seemingly useless skill. Subaru sighed with obvious boredom and asked if Huger truly expected him to explain every tiny detail. Annoyed by the tone, Huger scolded him until Subaru quickly pretended to tremble apologetically, claiming he struggled with formal speech. Huger forced himself to calm down, assuming the boy's rudeness came from fatigue. Subaru glanced at the old supervisor and suddenly remembered the past, realizing that the sniffling young fan who once asked him for an autograph had somehow grown into this strict exam proctor. Back then, the young Huger had approached eagerly and asked if Subaru could write his name. Subaru had done so, unaware that the child would one day lecture him endlessly about morals and complain about how the current generation lacked discipline. Subaru, meanwhile, simply thought that times had changed, just like the amount of hair remaining on Huger's head. The more Huger lectured, the more Subaru ignored him. When asked again why he chose the skill, Subaru avoided the question entirely by claiming that exam confidentiality prevented him from answering. Huger shouted after him angrily, threatening to teach him manners personally. Attempting to regain composure, Huger then tried to recruit Subaru into the Chivalry Guild, only to be stunned when Subaru rejected the offer instantly and without hesitation. A system prompt appeared before Subaru asking whether he wished to move to the second floor. Huger tried to chase after him, shouting for him to stop, but Subaru paid him no attention at all and vanished from sight as soon as he accepted the prompt. Standing alone, Huger muttered his deep disappointment in the young man's behavior. Subaru soon arrived on the second floor, where his feet touched the familiar land of the City of Beginnings. The area was bustling with life, with vendors calling out to sell strange goods ranging from deep-sea rags from Runeterra to dried meats and Murim silk robes. Walking through the lively streets, Subaru felt the certainty of his return growing stronger. He acknowledged that he had been given a rare opportunity, a second chance no one normally received. With memories of his old comrades gathered around their campfires, he made a quiet promise to himself to take revenge for them, and for the horrific fate they had once met together. Subaru walked toward the training building with the intention of testing his new equipment, and he asked the old clerk at the reception for a private room. The man looked at him with dull eyes and lazily asked which floor he had come from. Subaru replied briefly that he had just climbed up, which made the man assume he was another beginner visiting the building for the first time. The employee pointed toward the corridor and suggested room 1, saying it would suit his level since it contained only a straw dummy. Subaru, however, asked for room 5, and the man stared at him as though he had misheard. He warned Subaru sincerely that choosing such a high-level room would be nothing but a waste of money and advised him to stay in the first room instead. Subaru thanked him for the concern, but insisted on booking room 5 for 30 minutes. He paid 50 credits and headed down the hall, and the employee shouted after him that he wouldn't return any money if Subaru gave up halfway, calling him a wannabe hero under his breath. The training rooms increased in difficulty as the number rose. The first contained dummies, the second held denser materials, and the third housed heavy rocks. Naturally, other visitors looked at Subaru with disdain as he passed them on his way to the higher rooms. Subaru closed the iron door behind him and stood in the dim light, preparing to begin. He drew the unknown demon sword, which glowed faintly red the moment its system recognized him. A burst of massive crimson energy exploded outward, greedily draining his health and mana to boost his physical strength in a violent spike. The Wedge of Greed skill activated instantly, trying to resist the backlash and restore some of the lost health. But at level 1, it could not completely block the sword's recoil, and Subaru felt his fatigue rise. He understood immediately that the skill's current level was too weak to endure the weapon's appetite. The sword continued pulling life from his body with hunger, yet with every drop taken from him, his strength doubled in response. Subaru clenched his jaw, realizing he had reached the limit of what he could tolerate for now. But since this result matched his expectations, he did not hesitate to spend 10,000 credits to upgrade the Wedge of Greed. The skill rose to level 2, and the next upgrade demanded 20,000 credits. Even so, the improvement was noticeable. The upgraded skill resisted the backlash more effectively, though the sword still fed on his health. The raw power pulsing through him grew infinitely stronger, and Subaru declared the experiment a success as he leapt into the air with his glowing sword raised, ready to test its destructive force. Outside, the old employee struggled against sleep in the quiet office. Suddenly, the door to room 5 opened, and Subaru stepped out, making the man jump in fear as if he were hallucinating. He looked at the clock and muttered in disbelief that the boy had been inside for barely 10 minutes. He hurried to the room, calling out to check if Subaru was still there, and opened the door slowly. The sight froze him. The entire room was in ruins. The walls were cracked, the floor gouged open, and even the massive training rock had been sliced perfectly in half. He stood trembling, unable to understand what had happened inside. Elsewhere, Subaru woke up in his hotel room, stretching and wondering how long he had slept since his body still felt slightly stiff. Later, he sat in the hotel lobby sipping coffee while thinking back on his experiment with the cursed sword. He realized that if the weapon had not been magical, its consequences would have been far worse, but the burden had dropped significantly thanks to the synergy with Wedge of Greed. He reviewed his status, seeing his modest level 10 and low physical statistics, and admitted that normally he would not even have been able to lift such a sword. Remembering the training, he noted with satisfaction how perfectly the sword and the skill worked together, and he imagined how powerful the combination would be once he mixed lightning into it. His confidence faded when he checked his remaining balance and found barely 50 credits left, far short of the 20,000 he needed to upgrade the skill again. He sighed miserably, wondering whether this body had been poor for its entire life. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud greeting echoing through the lobby. Subaru turned to see a young man wearing cat ears, broadcasting a live stream with excessive enthusiasm as he talked about his adventures on the second floor and his early days in the tower. Moments later, a donation of 1,000 credits flashed across the screen, sending the streamer into dramatic celebration. In his excitement, he spilled hot coffee on himself, but pretended to handle the accident kindly to impress his viewers. Subaru stared at him in disbelief, wondering if people had truly gone mad. Out of curiosity, he searched for information about the live streaming era and learned that 1 out of every 3 players relied on streaming to earn points. Realizing the man was essentially panhandling through performance, Subaru wondered if this was how players survived now. Before he could continue reading, a familiar voice called his name. Subaru turned to see an elegantly dressed young man approaching him, asking whether he had climbed up as well, commenting on the strange coincidence and questioning where he was staying. Subaru felt a strange sensation in his body, not annoyance, but an instinctive reaction, something that suggested the original owner of this body had a troubled relationship with this person. The man spoke with a cold arrogance, warning Subaru not to ignore him as if he were speaking to thin air. Subaru studied him and realized that the discomfort rising in him was not only irritation but something deeper, triggered fully when the man introduced himself as Isaac. Subaru answered stiffly that he had just climbed up, and Isaac laughed sarcastically, saying he never expected a weakling like him to survive the tutorial since he assumed Subaru would die to the first goblin that looked at him. Memories of the original Subaru Haas flooded into Subaru's mind. He saw the old scene clearly, the young Subaru trembling before Isaac, who demanded to know why he acted so timid, scolding him harshly and accusing him of trying to calm him down with a blank face. The memory continued as Isaac insulted him, declaring that even his name annoyed him and accusing him of failing at the simplest tasks while trying to earn sympathy as an orphan. Subaru saw himself crying in the memory, trying desperately to explain that the credit given to him had not been enough, yet Isaac refused to listen. Isaac struck him violently, knocking him to the ground, and ordered him to stay silent, calling him trash. He mocked him further, saying the box Subaru hid in would become his home from now on, and he threatened him with darker consequences if he left it. Subaru now understood clearly why the previous owner of this body had been hiding in a garbage container. Back in the present, Isaac bragged boastfully about clearing 20 stages and breaking his father's record, saying even Supervisor Huger admired him. He bragged about earning a B-rank skill in the tutorial and then demanded a drink. Subaru responded coldly that he was leaving, ignoring Isaac's attempts to boast further. Isaac stopped him in a commanding tone and ordered him to buy a cheap coffee on his way back. Subaru sighed out of boredom, which instantly caught Isaac's attention. Isaac noticed the change in Subaru's behavior and asked sharply what had happened to him, wondering whether his soul had been replaced. Subaru told him with a cool expression that he had no credit to buy anything and advised him to get his own coffee. When Subaru turned to leave, Isaac ordered him to sit down in a threatening, low voice. Subaru refused, thinking silently that he had no time to avenge the old body's suffering now. But he warned Isaac not to obstruct him. Isaac grabbed Subaru's arm tightly and reminded him darkly of the consequences that awaited runaway trash. Subaru looked at him with a sharp expression and advised him to let go for his own good. Subaru understood that picking a fight in such a crowded place would only put him at a disadvantage, so he held himself back. Isaac suddenly burst into exaggerated laughter, claiming that he had only been joking to scare him like he used to in the past, and released Subaru's arm while calling him a cowardly small fry who still hadn't changed. He kept mocking him, saying he could easily guess that Subaru must have passed the tutorial with great difficulty. Subaru watched him silently, aware that the body's reaction wasn't emotional but instinctual. Isaac stepped closer and asked with disdain if Subaru truly intended to fight him, reminding him boldly of his father's power and mentioning that he could make Subaru disappear without anyone knowing. He left with a condescending laugh, calling him friend as if it were a joke. Subaru remained still, anger boiling quietly as he repeated the word friend to himself with deep sarcasm. The scene shifted to explain the tower's growth system, revealing that there were two primary paths. The first was through tower trials inside virtual space, where players gained experience and rewards with relative safety, since losing only meant forfeiting progress and credits without risking their lives. The second path was real-world hunting, where players fought monsters outside safe zones or inside physical dungeons. Growth through hunting was much faster, but the danger was absolute, since death there meant true, permanent death with monsters devouring players without mercy. This was why most people avoided real hunting despite its overwhelming benefits. In the dim entrance of the orc nest, the dark walls seemed to breathe with the cries of unseen creatures. Subaru sat exhausted beside the corpse of a massive beast he had just killed, admitting to himself with a tired smile that safety always came with slowness, while danger offered speed. He pulled out his tablet to check the news and was surprised to find a live stream of someone impersonating him. The streamer wore a mask identical to Subaru's old one and greeted an audience of more than 80,000 people while announcing his challenge of the third floor. Subaru felt disgusted by how many imitators exploited his name and image. Suddenly, a mission appeared on the stream labeled "Narukami Subaru is a fool," offering 20,000 credits. The imposter accepted it with undeserved gratitude and overwhelming excitement. More absurd yet profitable missions followed, such as the Lonely Wallet and Idol of Baldness, all with shocking rewards. Subaru stared at the screen in disbelief. He compared the effortless income the pretender was earning with his own situation, where he had to risk his life against monsters for credits, and he looked again at the miserable balance of 50 credits he had left. He sighed and put the tablet away, accepting that he had no choice but to continue fighting. He wiped the blood off his sword and prepared for another round. As he faced a fresh wave of angry orcs, the area boss, the orc general, appeared with a suffocating aura. Subaru stood confidently before the monster and its guards, remarking that they had no poisonous needles today, but that he had something even better. Activating the Wedge of Greed, he allowed the sword to drain his health and amplify his power, smiling in a wild yet controlled way as he declared he didn't have time to waste. He leapt high and crushed one of the orc's skulls under his foot, recovering some health and mental stamina. Then he launched forward with overwhelming speed, cutting through the enemies before jumping above the general and striking with a single decisive blow that eliminated the boss. A notification appeared confirming the dungeon's completion, and he stood in the ruined nest, victorious. Later, Subaru took out his old mask and looked at it with a serious expression, realizing that he would have to wear it again. Standing before the mirror, he put it on and understood clearly how streamers earned their money. If he was going to try this, he would do it properly and with his full strength. He prepared a stream titled Narukami Subaru, which immediately created a disturbance at the Suiton Entertainment Company headquarters. Inside the building, a female employee was watching the stream with visible irritation, only to suddenly scream in shock. Her colleague rushed to her, asking what had happened, and she pointed at the screen with disbelief. She cursed and ranted, unable to accept that someone had cleared a near-impossible mission that only 5 players had ever completed. Her colleague tried to calm her down, reminding her that foul language triggered fines under the self-censorship rules, then asked who this person was. She answered that the name displayed was Sububiki, which her colleague assumed must be another imposter or some new mix of imitators. She explained that with the original Subaru absent for so long, the strongest imitation naturally became the closest thing to authenticity. Elsewhere in the company, Hatsuka sat in her office complaining wearily about the countless copycats pretending to be Subaru Narukami. Her colleague wondered aloud if the streaming world had lost its value. Hatsuka immediately corrected him, saying this industry was their livelihood, even though most players found the effort required to climb the tower boring compared to watching streams. When asked why she herself had quit climbing the tower and settled for this job, she answered simply that she had grown bored of it. Her colleague teased her, and Hatsuka scolded him emotionally, pointing out that he too had quit climbing, and if she had time, she would search for actual talent instead of dealing with nonsense like this. He admitted calmly that he simply lacked the skill to continue. Hatsuka continued complaining, mentioning that he only entered the tower hopping to meet Subaru Narukami and lost all motivation when his idol disappeared. Then she suddenly gasped and pointed at the screen again. Her colleague hurried over, asking if she had found another strange streamer. She showed him a new broadcast from someone wearing Subaru's outfit. He called it terrible and ridiculous, asking why she was watching a meaningless second-floor stream with 0 viewers, saying it insulted her job as a talent scout. But Hatsuka stared intensely, whispering that whenever she saw someone wearing that mask, she couldn't stop herself from feeling a strange kind of hope. Without hesitation, she donated 1,000 credits, leaving her colleague kneeling in disbelief. Meanwhile, Subaru walked through the starter dungeon on the second floor, commenting that although the place was not difficult, it carried a tense atmosphere. He sensed a strange pressure as if someone were watching him closely despite being alone. He checked the few viewer comments. One person asked which floor he was on, and he answered that this was his first challenge. Another viewer named Love Money warned him that streaming was dangerous for beginners who did not know the dungeon paths well. Subaru continued walking cautiously until a one-eyed bat descended on him abruptly. He reacted quickly, countering the attack and defeating it with a single strike. A notification of its defeat appeared, adding 1 achievement point. Subaru turned back to the camera and asked the viewers coolly if there was any problem. Subaru continued walking through the dim dungeon corridor while the comments on his stream slowly increased. One viewer named White admired his quick reactions, while Love Money advised him not to get greedy and suggested he wait for a team. Subaru read the comments with indifference and thanked Love Money politely, though he added that such an option simply wasn't possible for him. He said confidently that he preferred challenging the dungeon alone, a statement that immediately provoked waves of mockery from viewers who predicted his inevitable death. Subaru ignored their sarcasm and focused instead on the monster emerging from the murky ground ahead of him. A mud nymph burst upward with a shriek, but Subaru dodged the attack smoothly and dispatched it with a single blow from his demonic sword. He told himself that it was time to test the limits of his abilities and see how far he could push this body. A notification appeared showing that he had gained 2 achievement points, and viewers expressed confusion about how quickly the monster had fallen. The dungeon suddenly echoed with screeching, and a swarm of bats along with several mud nymphs surged toward him. Subaru moved like a storm, slashing through enemies from both sides while the red glow of the demonic sword traced arcs of light in the darkness. Viewers fell silent with astonishment, trying to understand how someone on the second floor could move with such destructive speed. Successive messages appeared on Subaru's interface announcing more defeated monsters and accumulated points. Subaru stood steady among the corpses, gripping his sword, and it became clear to everyone watching that he wasn't another cheap imitator but someone worth paying attention to. In the pitch-black cave, Subaru began explaining how one could identify the number and distance of enemies by listening carefully to small, subtle sounds. His explanation was met with ridicule, and the viewers called him a liar pretending to be experienced when he was only a beginner. Subaru placed a hand on his mask, thinking that if the viewers understood who he truly was, they would not doubt the meaning behind his words. But they continued arguing that he was impersonating Narukami Subaru for fame, while he walked on with steady determination, reminding himself that the points he had collected were far too few and that he needed far more before leaving this dungeon. The viewers continued their sarcastic commentary, with one saying that a real man simply rushes forward, and others asking whether Subaru had done any research before entering such a dangerous area. Subaru suddenly stopped walking and lifted his gaze upward. The viewers froze in shock when the camera revealed the ceiling, completely covered with hundreds of one-eyed bats. Their red eyes lit up in unison, filling the chat with panic as viewers anticipated Subaru's guaranteed death. A new mission appeared from a viewer named My Only Stream, offering only 100 credits if Subaru defeated all the bats. Most of the audience called it a malicious trap and a cruel joke, but Subaru accepted the mission calmly and thanked the viewer for the reward. The scene shifted to the broadcasting company where Hatsuka's colleague slammed his desk in frustration after another failed attempt at reaching the 6th floor. He apologized hurriedly to Hatsuka for disturbing her, but she didn't respond immediately. Her focus was entirely locked onto her device. When her colleague asked what she was looking at and why she had become so quiet, she said something felt incorrect. The man misunderstood and began rambling excuses, insisting that the amount of money wasn't large and that he could pay it back, thinking she was upset about his gambling. Hatsuka shook her head in disbelief, saying she wasn't talking about that at all. Then she pointed at the screen and uttered the name Narukami Subaru. Her colleague was confused that she was still watching that small stream, but when he looked at the screen, his face drained of color as he whispered that what he was seeing was impossible. On the screen, Subaru was tearing through the swarm of bats like a hurricane, his sword leaving sharp red trails as monsters fell in heaps. The viewers began screaming in the comments, unable to believe that such combat was happening in a beginner dungeon on the 2nd floor, and some even wrote messages expressing pity for the bats. No one could understand how many creatures he was defeating with each strike. During the intense combat, Subaru remembered Shigeru's words from long ago, when she told him he was amazing because even when he changed the direction of his sword mid-cut, neither his breathing nor his gaze wavered. She explained that although it looked like he cut enemies in a single blow, in reality he predicted their fluid movements and planned his counters in advance. Subaru recalled replying that he didn't think about anything special while fighting, which had irritated Shigeru back then. She complained that it would be easier if he couldn't do these things so naturally, and called him annoying. The memory faded as Subaru returned to the present and sliced through the remaining bats with disciplined focus, applying his core principle of engaging enemies directly. Maintain eye contact, convey intent clearly, and never target enemies one by one when dealing with a group. He told the viewers that one-eyed bats always attacked by thrusting their heads forward, and the more there were, the bigger the opening they created for him to exploit. With that understanding, he rushed into their formation and cut through them efficiently. When the fight finally ended, Subaru stood amid the scattered remains with blood dripping from his sword. The viewers complained that his explanation made no sense and demanded he apologize for confusing them, but Subaru remained calm. One person even compared his advice to telling someone that if they put one foot forward, they could walk. Subaru could only think to himself how difficult communication truly was. Love money reminded him not to forget to accept the challenge reward, and Subaru suddenly realized he had forgotten about it entirely. He began tapping the screen hesitantly, causing viewers to wonder whether the stream had frozen. Subaru stared at the interface helplessly, trying to figure out how to claim the reward, and the chat erupted in laughter over his lack of technical understanding. Eventually, with Love Money's guidance, he pressed the correct button and received the 100 credits. He thanked the viewer sincerely and announced that the next challenge would be the last. As he continued forward with confidence, his balance reached 150 credits, and his achievement points rose to 118. At the broadcasting office, Hatsuka suddenly screamed so loudly that her colleague jumped in fear and asked why she was shouting. Hatsuka pointed at her screen with disbelief, asking if he had ever seen anything like this before. Her colleague tried to calm her down, reminding her that it was only a 2nd-floor stream, but she grew more emotional, insisting she was reacting this way for a real reason. He apologized nervously, not wanting to provoke her further. Hatsuka excitedly began imagining that this person might actually be Subaru Narukami returning from Earth, wondering if fate was involved, and suggesting reincarnation theories she had read in novels. Her colleague watched her with concern, thinking that she lost her mind whenever something involved Subaru. Hatsuka felt dizzy from excitement and asked Seong Hyun to pinch her to check if she was dreaming, but he refused. He asked if she seriously planned to recruit this person, and Hatsuka answered with bright enthusiasm that even if he wasn't the real Subaru, his skill as a solo streamer was extraordinary, and she intended to pursue him. Seong Hyun tried to talk her out of it, warning that their superior would be furious if he found out. Hatsuka reminded him that he was gambling earlier and therefore had no right to act serious now. She ignored him completely and opened Subaru's stream with intent, declaring that he should wait and watch because she knew she was right. Meanwhile, Subaru reached the end of the dungeon where a large gate appeared. Passing through it, he found himself facing a massive wolf-like figure sitting with imposing calm. The wolf warrior Greg watched him with majestic pressure that even the viewers could feel through the screen, and one viewer commented that he had failed 8 times against Greg already. A new mission appeared instructing Subaru to gain the wolf warrior's recognition in order to proceed. Subaru explained that Greg wasn't a monster to be hunted, but rather a guardian meant to test a player's worthiness. Unexpectedly, another mission appeared from a user called Safe Origin, offering 3,000 credits if Subaru defeated Greg. Subaru was shocked by the amount, and viewers immediately reacted with disbelief, calling the donor cruel for requesting the impossible and assuming Subaru would never even consider fighting Greg. The wolf warrior Greg, guardian of the second floor, stood tall before Subaru as the system displayed a message requiring Subaru to earn the warrior's recognition. The wolf observed him with sharp, piercing eyes and asked in a deep voice whether he had come alone. Subaru agreed calmly, and the wolf stepped closer with suspicion until Subaru added that anyone could see it just by looking. Greg sniffed him and commented that Subaru carried the scent of a great warrior, something that confused the viewers who immediately mocked the wolf's contradiction, since Subaru looked nothing like what they expected. Subaru explained to himself that wolves from Greg's tribe had a special sense that allowed them to perceive a person's essence rather than their body scent, and the Guardian soon confirmed Subaru possessed the qualities needed to pass. Greg ended the test and allowed him through, surprising viewers who had expected a completely different outcome. But Subaru did not move toward the gate. Instead, he muttered that nothing like this had happened in his previous life, and that he found it a pity because his true target had been the wolf himself. Greg paused and asked if Subaru meant he intended to fight him instead of the gate behind him. Subaru confirmed without hesitation, his eyes glowing faintly behind the mask as he explained that someone had requested he kill the Guardian. Greg bared his fangs in amusement, saying Subaru truly had the spirit of a warrior, just as he expected. At the Suit and Entertainment headquarters, the department manager John Teal typed loudly on his keyboard as he reviewed reports. He asked sharply about the stream's viewer count, so Seong Hyun answered nervously that it was around 20, but Hatsuka corrected him immediately in a flat tone, saying it had already surpassed 30 and silently calling him a fool. The manager glared suspiciously at both of them, accusing them of wasting time with streams and gambling instead of searching for talent as assigned. Hatsuka barely heard him and continued watching the screen, muttering that the count had reached 30, which only fueled the manager's irritation. He asked sarcastically if she wanted to become a streamer herself. Before he could finish, Hatsuka cried out that the number had passed 40, cutting off his scolding entirely while he shouted behind her for attention. Back in the dungeon, Subaru faced the wolf warrior as the beast growled and prepared to tear into him. Subaru tightened his grip on the demonic sword, forcing himself to focus solely on the battle, while the weapon began draining his health and magic to increase his strength. His body's power rose proportionally to the energy consumed, and he tried to steady his breathing as the wedge of greed skill worked to soften the sword's recoil. He told himself to fight the way he always had, even if it was his first time in this new body. Greg lunged with claws that tore through stone and air alike, and the clash of steel and bone sent sparks flying as Subaru blocked. The beast launched fast, consecutive strikes from all angles that Subaru only barely managed to parry or evade. He recognized quickly that matching the wolf physically was impossible, so he needed another method. Greg continued his assault, praising Subaru's durability while declaring confidently that Subaru had no chance of victory. Viewers filled the comments predicting Subaru's defeat, saying his approach was too defensive and that Greg's strength was overwhelming. Some advised he come back later after more attempts and blamed the mission requester for setting an impossible task. Subaru backed away to catch his breath, thinking rapidly that victory did not always rely on power alone. Greg, seemingly satisfied, announced that the duel had run its course and that he would end it swiftly. He slammed the ground with tremendous force, shattering stone and raising a cloud of dust. But Subaru suddenly emerged from the cloud and struck back, telling the beast that those had been his own lines, and pointing out that Greg's attacks were predictable and one-sided. Greg was stunned as Subaru dodged the next bite and claw swipe with sharp agility, saying that avoiding such movements was easy. Subaru seized the opening and cut directly into Greg's side, drawing a cry of pain from the warrior. He followed it with a crushing vertical strike that split into the wolf's chest with a spray of blood. Subaru stood over him, steady and cold, while Greg acknowledged his strength and called him a great warrior before taking his final breath. Subaru remained among the blood-covered stones as the system projected messages announcing his victory over the wolf warrior. His level rose by 2, his strength and agility increased, and notifications followed for boosted focus and magic. He received 500 achievement points at once. The stream exploded with disbelief and amazement that someone alone had defeated such a monster. Subaru struggled to catch his breath and whispered a quiet acknowledgement of his win. The viewer count climbed to 56, while people praised the bold viewer who had dared to issue the impossible mission. A notification then appeared showing the completion of the challenge and the transfer of 3,000 credits from Safe Origin. Subaru checked the screen and promised himself he would use the unexpected amount well. His balance rose beyond 3,000, and his achievement points reached 600 as the massive gate opened slowly with a deep, echoing sound. He sensed a strange vibration in the atmosphere that even the viewers noticed. A large interface materialized before him, displaying a full array of elemental trial paths: ice, fire, earth, illusion, poison, metal, soul, and water. The viewers were stunned, remarking that even the highest recorded number was 16 and that the amount reflected a player's talent directly. Subaru ignored all of them and focused on the lightning test, and the system asked if he wished to choose it. Encouraged loudly by viewers, he answered confidently that of course he did. The system confirmed the selection, and Subaru stepped toward the bright light filling the gate. Meanwhile, at the office, Hatsuka jumped from her seat shouting with joy at Subaru's victory. She showed her phone to her colleagues proudly, pointing at the stream count that had already reached 60 and expressing her amazement at seeing 13 test options appear for him. John Teal watched her nervously, wiping sweat from his forehead, admitting quietly that defeating the wolf warrior, who had never been defeated before, was undeniably impressive. But he tried to reassure himself by saying Subaru was still only a beginner on the second floor, and that investing in him now would be unreasonable. Hatsuka refused to accept the hesitation. She made a bold proposal, shocking her coworkers. She declared that she and Seong Hyun would work for fixed salaries for 5 years if Subaru failed to obtain the lightning element, but if he succeeded, the manager would have to sign a contract with him on the spot. Seong Hyun panicked and shouted that he didn't agree to any of this and barely knew the streamer, pushing Hatsuka aside. The manager smirked, mocking the low probability of success, reminding them that the only person in history to ever obtain lightning was Subaru Narukami himself. Hatsuka answered with a sly and unwavering smile, saying they wouldn't know until the attempt was made. The manager accepted the bet coldly while Hatsuka forcibly covered her colleague's mouth to prevent him from interfering. Back in the test arena, the system announced the beginning of the lightning trial when Subaru suddenly sensed a dangerous shift in the atmosphere. Someone shouted a sharp warning and rushed in, pushing him aside just as a violent explosion erupted, scattering rocks and debris across the room. When the dust settled, a massive white creature stood flexing its huge muscles, and the stranger who had saved him scolded Subaru angrily for losing focus, asking if he had a death wish. A system message appeared immediately, ordering the defeat of the fragment of the giant. Subaru knelt on the ground in disbelief, wondering how such a monster had appeared here. The giant growled loudly, confusing the viewers who couldn't understand why a creature from the Circle of Giants race was appearing in a lightning challenge. Subaru stared at the enormous figure, realizing with unease that this was a boss-class monster that should have appeared only in the second half of the trial, not at the very beginning. As the giant raised its enormous club to attack, Subaru wondered silently whether killing the wolf warrior Greg had altered the test structure and increased its difficulty. The giant slammed its weapon down, shaking the arena and sending stone fragments flying in all directions. Subaru dodged the strike with ease and noted that despite its massive size, its physical capability was far inferior to Greg's. He thanked his luck for knowing this beforehand. The person who had saved him yelled again, accusing him of wasting their effort and ordering him to run while he still could. Subaru, however, decided that the battle had to end before anyone interfered. Drawing his sword, he activated the unknown demon's sword ability, allowing the blade to drain his health and magnify his combat power. To reduce the backlash, he triggered the level 2 Wedge of Greed skill, pushing his body just enough to withstand the weapon's hunger. As the giant charged at him with another crushing stomp, Subaru dodged lightly and watched the ground crumble under its force. Rather than retreat, Subaru sprinted forward and ran up the giant's extended arm with lightning speed. The creature blinked in confusion, unable to follow his movement, and before it understood, Subaru was already behind it in midair. He landed firmly on its shoulder and plunged the sword deep into its flesh, drawing a spray of thick blood. The monster roared in pain, but Subaru simply stared coldly and muttered in annoyance at the noise. With a direct and decisive swing, he silenced the creature permanently, telling it to remain quiet for the rest of its life. Blood erupted from its neck as the giant collapsed with a thunderous crash. A system message appeared, announcing the defeat of the fragment of the giant and clearing of the 4th stage. The viewers watching the stream erupted in shock, unable to understand how Subaru had suddenly leapt all the way to stage 4. More notifications followed, showing his level rising and his strength, agility, health, and magic increasing. He also gained 4,000 achievement points at once along with 2 rare items, the Heart of the Giant and the Lightning Bolt armor. The comments exploded in amazement at the reward generosity and the unprecedented feat of clearing stages 1 through 4 by defeating Greg. The person who had saved him ran back, panting heavily, and the viewers identified him as Falcon. Falcon stared at Subaru in disbelief and asked what exactly he was. Subaru sheathed his sword calmly and answered that Falcon could tell just by looking. He then stood tall in a heroic stance and declared that he was the one who came to defeat the giant, though viewers mocked his vague and theatrical answer. The scene shifted to a small, quiet village where Subaru entered an inn and sat on the bed to rest. The viewers demanded to see the items he had obtained, expecting something powerful. Subaru agreed cheerfully, saying he was curious himself, and opened his inventory. The first item was the Heart of the Giant, a rare ring that increased health by 2 points and enhanced recovery, a bonus he admired. The second was Lightning Bolt, a rare armor that boosted defense by 5, carried lightning energy, and even had an active skill capable of negating negative status effects once a day. Subaru wore the armor and appeared far more imposing with its sleek lightning design. Suddenly, a new mission popped up from a viewer named Narukami Koa, offering 5,000 credits for learning the lightning skill. Similar missions followed from viewers like I Am Bald, Mission Villain, and Safe Origin, all offering enormous sums of credits just to watch him use lightning. Subaru thanked them sincerely, promising that he would definitely show them lightning's power. Yet as he looked at the long list of expensive requests, he wondered why so many people were specifically waiting for him to use the lightning skill, and a vague sense of suspicion began forming quietly in his mind. Subaru began to understand that the original Subaru Narukami had been far more influential than he had imagined. Before he could think deeper about it, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and he allowed the visitor to enter. The viewers immediately noticed from the comments that someone seemed to be eavesdropping. The door opened, revealing Falcon accompanied by a handsome knight clad in polished armor. Falcon introduced the knight with respect, apologizing for the delay and explaining that this was Lord Pellis, commander of the village knights. Falcon spoke about the frequent giant raids in recent days, explaining that the knights had been on constant alert with full armament to protect the villagers. They asked the residents not to leave their homes unless absolutely necessary. Pellis discussed security measures with his assistant, and Falcon mentioned how strange it was to meet a new traveler during a crisis like this. Pellis then turned to Subaru and thanked him on behalf of the village, saying he had heard about Subaru's help while the knights had been away. Subaru replied modestly, saying he had only done what anyone would have done. As Subaru looked closely at Pellis, he recognized him as the knight who stood like a wall protecting this village. Pellis explained that during their reconnaissance they had finally located the giant leader's den, and he stated with firm resolve that they were prepared to risk their lives to corner him. He then bowed his head before Subaru and asked for his help, swallowing his pride as commander for the sake of the villagers. Subaru watched silently as live-stream comments filled with urgent warnings, with viewers calling Pellis by name, some asking others to stop spoiling what would happen next. Subaru remembered the original story clearly and realized the painful truth that Pellis was destined to die in the next stage. Knowing this inevitable fate, Subaru asked Pellis to lift his head, looking at him with a mixture of pity and determination. He agreed to help, and Pellis's face reflected relief and renewed confidence. At that moment, a system notification appeared announcing the beginning of the fifth stage, survival. The small army marched toward the rugged mountains while Subaru walked among them, occasionally checking his tablet. With the growing number of viewers, the comments were flowing too quickly to track, and he realized how difficult communicating with the audience had become under these conditions. Suddenly, Pellis raised a hand, ordering everyone to stop. He pointed into the distance and whispered that the enemy was there. The giant leader slept against a hill, his tattooed body and thick beard making him appear even more fearsome. Pellis quickly formed a strategy, suggesting he would draw the leader's attention while Subaru struck from behind, using the advantage of surprise. Subaru, however, stopped him, having sensed something strange in the air. His eyes widened as he realized the awful truth and murmured that the leader was not alone. The ground suddenly split open, and more giants rose from hidden spots, surrounding the leader like guardians or perhaps predators waiting for prey. It was a carefully planned trap. The horizon filled with an army of pale-faced giants wearing unsettling smiles as they encircled the knights from every side. Pellis froze in disbelief, stunned at the scale of the ambush, just as one of the giants grabbed a knight and crushed him effortlessly. Screams of horror echoed, while another giant devoured a knight with an expression of chilling calm. Blood splattered over the rocky ground as chaos swallowed the formation. Knights cried for help, their voices breaking under fear, while confusion overtook their ranks. One officer shouted a desperate order to retreat toward the mountain's base, but panic had already taken control. The disciplined line shattered instantly, and the knights scattered in terror as the giant army closed in around them. The giants charged forward in a savage sweep, tearing through the knights, bodies one after another. One knight fell screaming as a giant seized him, while his younger brother begged the monster to stop, only to be restrained by others who knew rushing in would only lead to another death. The younger soldier cried out desperately for his older brother as he was crushed beneath the giant's feet, turning the battlefield into a horrifying scene of blood and scattered limbs. Amid the chaos, Commander Pellis shouted orders for immediate retreat, insisting that this was a strict military command with no room for argument. He urged his men to live, reminding them of their families and promising that this was not the end, that they would regroup and return. The surviving knights fled toward the forest, running for their lives. Pellis turned to his aide, Falcon, entrusting him with guiding the retreat and protecting the remaining soldiers. Pellis then faced Subaru, who still stood unmoving in the carnage, and demanded that he escape as well, pleading with him to survive so he could help rebuild their force and face the giants another day. But Subaru drew his red glowing sword and cut him off coldly, saying that such a line should belong to him instead. He walked forward with steady steps toward the army of giants, moving against the flow of fleeing men, leaving Pellis frozen in disbelief at what this stranger intended to do. Subaru stopped briefly to address Pellis seriously, explaining that he couldn't fight freely with Pellis nearby, and that the knight had only two choices: leave immediately or die beside him. Pellis initially rejected the idea, shouting that he would never abandon someone and flee alone. Subaru's voice turned sharper as he told him not to make him repeat himself. Finally, Pellis relented with a trembling voice, promising to gather the others and begging Subaru to hold on until they returned. He sprinted away, shouting that he owed Subaru his life. Left alone, Subaru faced the advancing giants with their twisted smiles and towering bodies. He rushed toward them with his black sword in hand and stated calmly and firmly that he would be their opponent now. He darted between their legs with lightning speed, delivering precise, decisive strikes. Two giants fell quickly, and the system chimed in with notifications announcing their defeat and granting achievement points. Even as he fought, Subaru admitted to himself that, test or not, the feeling of being the one left behind to buy time for others was still something he had not grown used to. Pellis, fleeing with the others, looked back toward the battlefield, sweat dripping down his face as guilt and fear hollowed his expression. The sight he saw was terrifying, a swarm of giants surrounding Subaru from every direction. Comments in the livestream called Subaru's choice suicide, insisting the numbers were too overwhelming and survival was impossible. But Subaru's mind was focused on something else entirely. He thought of Pellis, who, in the original timeline, was destined to die here, and realized that with his current power, he might be able to save him and change that fate. Two giants lunged at him at once, but Subaru blocked and countered with a swift movement, slicing through the body of one giant. A notification flashed again, adding more points. His sword continued draining his stamina at a brutal pace, but each drop it devoured amplified his strength. Subaru spun through the battlefield like a tornado, cutting down giants one after another, telling himself they weren't too difficult individually. The real danger, he knew, was how long his body could endure the sword's demands. He changed tactics to improve his view of the battlefield and locate the boss. Leaping high into the air, he used the giants' bodies as stepping stones, beheading several from above as he moved. He pierced through their formation with fierce momentum, finishing with a powerful kick that shattered a giant's skull. Viewers filled the comments in awe, recognizing the aerial combat style that had once defined Narukami Subaru. The Wedge of Greed skill continued to resist some of the sword's side effects, and Subaru felt slight recovery in his health and mental strength, admitting silently that good equipment truly made a difference. Still, with an endless army of giants surrounding him, he identified his single objective. He had to defeat the boss before his body collapsed entirely. The giant leader appeared with a terrifying grin, eyes burning with savagery, raising his massive weapon with the intent to crush everything. He towered over Subaru, yet Subaru ran straight toward him with complete confidence. He understood clearly that if he failed to finish the fight in one instant, he would die here. Gathering all the strength he had left, Subaru activated the active skill of the lightning bolt armor, a shield of lightning, and prayed the move would work. Thunder roared violently as a colossal bolt of golden lightning struck the battlefield, illuminating the sky. The explosion of electricity paralyzed the surrounding giants, giving Subaru the moment he needed. He leapt from above and closed in on the boss, who roared in pain and rage. Subaru drove the cursed sword deep into the giant's neck and continued pushing the attack forward despite feeling his life force being torn from him at a reckless speed. Finally, the giant boss collapsed with a trembling crash. A system message appeared announcing the defeat of the giant seed and the clearing of the fifth survival stage, describing it as an extraordinary achievement. More notifications followed, stating that Subaru's level rose by 2 and his strength, agility, vitality, and magic increased. The stream exploded with astonishment as viewers asked if anyone had ever defeated this boss. The answer came back immediately. No one had. The stage wasn't designed to be cleared this way at all. Subaru looked down at his exhausted body and sighed, wishing he could have ended the fight with a single stylish blow like in comics, but reality proved much harsher. As the clouds above began to clear, the remaining giants staggered in confusion after their leader's death. Subaru landed heavily on the ground, panting. The Wedge of Greed had failed to fully block the sword's recoil, and the side effects were taking a painful toll. Then he realized something terrifying. The monsters hadn't disappeared. The rules stated that they remained until the test timer ended. The giants slowly regained their senses and turned their murderous gazes back on him. The very loophole Subaru had taken advantage of earlier had now turned against him. His strength was completely drained, and the giants surrounded him with their monstrous grins, closing in for the kill while he was too weak to defend himself. Just as one of the giants raised its massive fist to crush him, a devastating black and golden lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck Subaru directly, followed by an enormous explosion of energy. The scene drifted far from the battlefield to a quiet wooden cabin tucked deep inside a peaceful forest. A woman sat outside on a worn chair, letting the soft sunlight warm her face. When Shiger stepped out of the cabin and asked why she was sitting out alone, she replied gently that the weather was perfect and the air felt fresh, adding with a calm smile that moments like these were all they could enjoy for now. Shiger followed her gaze toward the distant tree line, agreeing in a serious tone and remarking that their remaining time was almost gone, 1 year at most. His features hardened as he declared that the time to end everything was finally approaching. Noticing Riena's focus fixed on her device rather than their conversation, Shiger sighed and pointed out that she always did this whenever things turned serious. Curious, he asked what she was looking at so intently, and she wordlessly held up her screen. She showed him a picture of a masked figure and told him this person had begun calling himself Narukami Subaru. Shiger's eyes widened instantly, and he burst out his name in shock, but Riina cut him off with a cold, steady voice, insisting that the person in the image was obviously not the Subaru they once knew. Riina played the livestream for him, explaining that the masked man was merely a streamer using the name while attempting the second-floor test. Shiger stared at the screen, stunned, as the fighter's movements stirred something painfully familiar. Riina reminded him firmly that if Subaru had truly survived that day, Kazuki would have been erased from the tower long ago. When Shiger asked what she meant, she answered with a sharp, sorrowful look, saying that Subaru was dead and it was time he accepted that truth. Shiger tried to shut down the conversation with a weary, just forget it, but Riina called his name sharply, asking how long he intended to keep hiding behind the memory of that boy. He replied coldly by asking why she even bothered watching the stream if she believed Subaru was gone. Riina answered flatly that she was just passing time, nothing more. But suddenly her eyes widened, freezing her in place. Shiger, startled by her reaction, looked at the screen himself and was struck silent as disbelief washed over him. Back at the battlefield, a deafening blast of golden lightning tore through the ground, sending giants flying like broken toys. As the dust thinned, Subaru appeared at the center of the devastation, wrapped in crackling electrical light. A system notification floated before him, announcing that he had obtained the Thunder skill. His eyes burned red beneath the mask as he received 2,000 achievement points and the options to continue the trial or transfer out, leaving the viewers in stunned silence. Subaru muttered in confusion, realizing this location wasn't supposed to be where the Thunder skill was learned. While the viewers speculated wildly, insisting that defeating the giant boss must have been the hidden condition, Subaru opened the description of the A+ rank Thunder skill, nodding grimly that it consumed both health and magic. And as the remaining giants started to reorganize themselves, he quietly thanked whatever luck had kept him alive up to this moment. Mission notifications and enormous donations poured in thousands of credits from excited followers. Subaru thanked everyone sincerely, and seeing his balance rise past 20,000, he decided he owed them at least a display of gratitude, so he prepared to fight again. The remaining giants roared and charged. Subaru wanted to show them something meaningful, so he spent 20,000 credits in a single breath to upgrade Wedge of Greed. The system declared that Level 3 could now resist the violent backlash of thunder. Subaru wanted to flood his whole body with lightning, but caution won. He compressed all the energy into his right arm alone. With that, he shot forward like living lightning. The unknown demon sword in his hand erupted with destructive sparks as he ran toward the giants. Raising the blade high, Subaru declared that it was time to let loose a little, just like the old days, and slammed the sword down with brutal force. A massive rift of red and electric energy carved through the ground and split the giant formation apart. When the wave ended, Subaru stood panting heavily, sweat falling as he cursed his poor planning. He should have saved a little stamina for the trip back. Corpses of giants lay scattered everywhere. Subaru felt his body sway, leaning on the embedded sword for support, drained completely. Suddenly, the sound of armored footsteps echoed. A group of knights sprinted toward him, and Pellis, who had run all the way back, saw Subaru collapsing. Pellis cried out desperately, calling him the savior as he rushed forward. Subaru's vision blurred, and just before he hit the ground, he mumbled with a tired, sarcastic breath that Pellis was a fool for really returning. His consciousness slipped away just as Pellis caught him in his arms. Meanwhile, in the Suit and Entertainment office, Hatsuka stared tensely at her phone on the table while her manager and colleague Seong Hyun watched from behind, confused by her strange intensity. The manager asked if any of this was worth the trouble, but Seong Hyun quickly insisted that he didn't understand how women thought and shouldn't be the one questioned. Hatsuka hid her burning red face in her hands, groaning in embarrassment as she imagined the message she had sent earlier. She worried it sounded overly stiff and formal, wishing she had added at least a cute symbol or softer phrasing. She panicked that he might think it was a cold business request. Seong Hyun asked teasingly whether she was in love with this streamer, earning a furious outburst from her as she swore it was strictly business, though the problem came from a completely different angle. Her composure shattered as she suddenly admitted the truth. She had been an obsessed fan long before becoming his potential manager, and she couldn't help being nervous. The manager tried calming her, but abruptly remembered the crucial detail, the thunder skill that used to belong to Subaru Narukami alone. Hatsuka confirmed excitedly that the title was now shared by more than one person. Seong Hyun sighed with relief that their salaries were safe for now thanks to this discovery. The manager stroked his chin, deep in thought, murmuring that no wonder no one else had ever acquired that skill, and agreeing that this new candidate was worth close monitoring. Just then, Hatsuka's phone chimed, and she let out a joyful scream, announcing that Subaru Narukami had read their email. But the joy died instantly. Her expression froze, her body stiffened, and she went completely silent when she realized he had read the message but had not replied. She sat frozen like a stone statue while her colleagues exchanged sympathetic looks at the sight of her despair. Inside a high-tech studio filled with glowing monitors and advanced equipment, Hawkeye prepared to begin his next broadcast. He was known across the streaming world for his razor-sharp analysis and deep understanding of player combat, skills that allowed him to dominate the field and secure an unbeatable reputation. As he reviewed highlight clips of various players, he commented on Kurakawa Ammon, the newest addition to Blue Zone, calling him a dark horse climbing the tower at an unbelievable pace. He scrolled through images of veteran players as well, noting that Kazuki, once a member of the original Blue Eyes Guild, had recently been attracting attention again. But today, Hawkeye intended to shift his focus entirely. He told himself that this episode would center on a legend who transcended generations, Subaru Narukami. And no matter what anyone said, he insisted privately that the lightning skill belonged solely to that man. When the live stream began, Hawkeye greeted his viewers with energy and announced that they would be examining the most controversial player active today. He loaded the combat footage and asked everyone not to jump to conclusions. But within moments of watching, his confident expression cracked. Sweat gathered on his forehead as he leaned closer to the screen, muttering in disbelief about the level of concentration the newcomer displayed. He explained with rising amazement that the player had just learned the lightning skill, yet used it with precision far beyond normal human capability. Hawkeye pointed out how Subaru poured exactly the correct amount of power into his sword, no more, no less, and judged every situation with perfect clarity. According to him, that meant Subaru had not made a single misstep in the entire battle. He asked the chat where this monster had appeared from, noting that less than half the viewers even understood how extraordinary the footage truly was. Hawkeye finished his analysis with complete confidence, predicting that this boy would soon become a major name and that he himself would be watching closely. Then he paused and remembered his final thought. With a serious expression and a faint glow in his eyes, he declared that in terms of control alone, this new Subaru might actually surpass the original Subaru Narukami at his peak. Meanwhile, inside the tower's break room, Subaru woke up breathing heavily. System messages floated in front of him, informing him that the sixth stage was now on standby and his physical fatigue had been restored completely. Subaru decided to take a break rather than continue. The system required both the completion of the previous stage and zero fatigue, a condition he had met physically, but his mind still felt drained. He picked up his device and thanked his viewers, surprised to see that the stream's audience had grown to 742 by the end. Shocked that the number had risen so much without him noticing, he apologized for stopping there and announced that he would rest for one day. The next stream, he promised, would resume the day after tomorrow. A system message confirmed the end of the broadcast, and Subaru left the room. He walked into the waiting area while checking his notifications, and one message in particular caught his eye. It was from someone named Hatetsuka, a manager from Suiten Entertainment, thanking him for his time and asking him to check his messages. The note mentioned that their company offered full support to streamers and ensured the highest profit margins in the industry. Subaru stared at his phone with suspicion, wondering if this was just typical spam. The name Suiten Entertainment felt unfamiliar. Later, he sat at an outdoor cafe with a quiet, old-fashioned atmosphere, sipping coffee while researching the company. He discovered that Suiten Entertainment was a massive, multi-channel network dedicated to managing streamers and investing heavily in their growth. The scale of it surprised him, and he muttered about how much the world had changed for such organizations to exist. He continued scrolling and found people discussing Hawkeye's recent analysis of him, debates about whether Subaru was Hawkeye's next target, and arguments over whether a newcomer could truly surpass the original Subaru Narukami in skill control. Others tried discrediting Hawkeye entirely, accusing him of bias because of his ties to Suiten. Subaru noted this new fact and blushed faintly as he murmured that the analyst certainly had a good eye. Outside the cafe, Isaac stood fuming as he read part of that same analysis, the one claiming the new Subaru might surpass Subaru Narukami's prime. His expression twisted with contempt as he muttered that Subaru was nothing but a rookie barely reaching the second floor. Rage boiled inside him. He cursed Hawkeye and swore he'd rip out those eyes once he cleared this stage. Still seething, Isaac pushed open the cafe door and grumbled about his terrible day, only for his gaze to fall on Subaru sitting casually at a table. Isaac smiled in bitter amusement, wondering if the universe was mocking him since Subaru seemed to appear everywhere he went. He walked past Subaru's table and slammed into it on purpose, knocking the hot coffee across Subaru's clothes. Subaru jerked up from the sudden burn, while Isaac feigned innocence and claimed it was an accident. Only then did he pretend to recognize Subaru and commented with a smug grin that he seemed to run into him quite often lately. He added mockingly that the second floor must indeed be small. With exaggerated generosity, Isaac said he'd buy Subaru another coffee since Subaru was always broke anyway. Subaru ignored him completely and turned away, causing Isaac to shout at him to stop. Subaru looked back with a cold, sharp stare that immediately irritated Isaac, who hated that expression. Subaru reminded him quietly that he had warned him last time, asking if Isaac had lost his mind to repeat the same behavior. Anger erupted inside Isaac. He grabbed Subaru's collar and called him scum, leaning close to threaten that he would crush him just like before, and that merely erasing that arrogant face wouldn't be enough. Subaru answered in a low, calm voice that he didn't have the patience for childish nonsense today. He grabbed Isaac's hand, peeled it off his collar, and squeezed with so much force that Isaac froze in shock, unable to understand how Subaru had become this strong. Subaru stepped back, telling Isaac coldly to consider this repayment for the spilled coffee and thanking him for the treat before walking out. Isaac shouted after him like a madman, demanding he return, but Subaru ignored him and left the cafe. Isaac cursed everything, Narukami Subaru, Haas, Subaru, the entire tower, feeling as though both versions of that name existed solely to torment him. Meanwhile, Subaru checked something on his tablet and suddenly remembered the message he had received earlier. He took out his phone, preparing to send a reply. Elsewhere, Hatetsuka was soaking in her bathtub, lazily tapping her rubber duck when her phone chimed. She glanced at the screen and instantly froze. Subaru had replied, promising a meeting soon. Her expression brightened with sudden excitement as she sat up, splashing water everywhere. Deep inside the exiled lizardman's dungeon, water dripped steadily through narrow canals, while the corpses of defeated monsters floated silently in the murky channels. Subaru stepped into the boss chamber with calm, measured footsteps, his sword glowing faintly with layered radiance as he prepared himself for the decisive encounter. A system prompt flickered before him, reporting that Wedge of Greed was resisting the vicious recoil of the cursed blade. Subaru told himself he was slowly adapting to this body's limits and rhythms. From the shadows, the salamander emerged, an enormous flame-covered beast crawling along the walls. Its shrill roar shook the chamber. Subaru decided to test his developing abilities carefully this time, mindful of the mishaps from earlier battles. He focused on controlling the thunder skill and gauging how far he could push his maximum output. He began channeling energy into his legs, enhancing his speed, and rushed toward the monster with sudden explosive acceleration. For a fleeting moment, his current figure overlapped with the ghost of his former self, moving with the same grace and certainty. Thunder surged through the cursed sword, forming a violent aura that sparked around the blade. Subaru propelled himself forward with supernatural force, cutting through air and flame alike, and collided against the salamander's attack with blinding sparks. System warnings blinked urgently, announcing that Wedge of Greed had failed to completely suppress the thunder backlash. The pain clawed through Subaru's body, but the skill leveled up in return, hardening its resistance. Subaru ignored the ache and pressed his assault. With one powerful, clean strike, he sliced through the salamander's burning form, detonating a burst of energy that shook the room. The system declared the dungeon cleared and awarded him new increases in strength, vitality, and magic. He exited the dungeon and walked through the dim forest, noticing that the stamina drain had been lighter than expected. He checked his fatigue index, 61. Understanding he could handle slightly higher output safely, he still felt a knot of tension in his chest. The upgrade cost for Wedge of Greed made him sigh bitterly. 40,000 credits was a brutal price, double what the previous level demanded. As he trudged along, he grumbled that it would be great if someone simply appeared and handed him a well-paying job. His wish ended as a joke the moment a voice cut through the trees, asking if he was out hunting. Subaru froze, immediately recognizing the unpleasant tone. Isaac emerged from between the shadows with a malicious smile, stepping toward him as though savoring the moment. Isaac remarked in a dark, mocking voice that they had known each other a long time, yet Subaru always managed to surprise him. Subaru only gave him a cold, bored stare, calling him persistent and annoying. Isaac confessed that he had thought long and hard, but his anger had festered far beyond what he could restrain. He stepped closer, suggesting with a threatening finality that they settle everything here and now. Subaru's expression didn't change. Instead, he gave a faint, sarcastic smile, as though this confrontation was expected or simply unimportant. Elsewhere beneath the night sky, Hawkeye walked through quiet streets and entered his usual cafe. As he ordered his drink, someone called his name. He turned to see Suiton Entertainment's manager seated nearby, claiming he had finally tracked him down. The two sat together, exchanging polite greetings. Hawkeye asked how the management work was going, and the manager answered calmly that steady, gradual growth was the healthiest kind. Then he turned the question back to Hawkeye, inquiring how his own live streams were doing. Hawkeye explained that his viewership remained stable since the major faces in the field rarely changed. Knowing this wasn't merely a casual visit, Hawkeye set aside his coffee and asked what the real purpose of the meeting was. The manager leaned forward and brought up Narukami Subaru, the rookie from Hawkeye's recent analysis. He wanted to know whether Hawkeye had been sincere in his praise. Hawkeye answered without hesitation, saying that the newcomer possessed raw talent even greater than the original Subaru Narukami's in terms of control. But he added sharply that whether such a player could actually climb the tower to similar heights was an entirely different question. The manager smiled, pleased with the clear and balanced assessment. He then revealed his goal, recruiting this rookie to their agency. Hawkeye laughed, praising his manager's intuition, though he pointed out that Subaru's view count and fame were still far too small for a company as large as Suiton. The manager placed his cup down and told him that Hawkeye's own conviction was enough to give him certainty. He then revealed his plan, a collaboration between Hawkeye and Subaru to boost Subaru's visibility. Back in the forest, Isaac confronted Subaru with renewed hostility. He mocked Subaru's survival in the dungeon, claiming it was nothing more than luck, and suggesting Subaru must have fled the moment he got hurt. He warned him not to delude himself into thinking he was the legendary Narukami Subaru or that he could learn the thunder skill. His voice sharpened with hatred as he cursed Narukami Subaru's name, gripping Subaru's shoulder tightly. Isaac said bitterly that if the real Subaru was dead, he should remain quietly in his grave. His eyes burned red with hostility as he muttered that every person named Subaru had a talent for driving him insane. Subaru exhaled softly, almost sorrowfully, thinking of the cruel irony that the age following his death had become filled with impostors and imitators. Still, he wanted clarity. He asked Isaac directly why his hatred ran so deep. Was it really just because of the name Subaru? The idea seemed ridiculous to him, given how beloved the name had become. Isaac's fury detonated. He shouted in Subaru's face, demanding whether he dared say that while knowing who his father was. Subaru blinked with cold disinterest and asked what that had to do with anything, criticizing Isaac's habit of dragging his father into every conversation. Isaac snapped back that his father was Reinhardt. The name struck Subaru immediately. Reinhardt, the ninth-floor high-ranker, the one-strike swordsman. His mind flashed back to the day the tower shook with shocking news. Earthling Subaru Narukami had defeated Reinhardt in a duel using only a single strike, ending the fight in less than 30 seconds. He remembered Reinhardt covered in blood, screaming in refusal as he fell into the crater left by Subaru's attack. Reality returned sharply as Isaac screamed in rage, calling Subaru a bastard and warning him not to speak his father's name lightly. Subaru finally understood. Isaac wasn't driven by personal hatred toward him, but by a broken legacy. His father's humiliation had carved hatred into his heart. Subaru looked at him with a cold, angry sharpness and asked whether Isaac had any idea what Subaru had suffered because of such a petty grudge. Isaac's fury exploded. He commanded Subaru to shut up, refusing to hear another word, and flames erupted around his body as he prepared to strike. He released his fiery power with a roar, saying there was no need for further conversation, and ordered Subaru to hurry up and die. The flames rose higher as Isaac's rage spiraled out of control. He shouted hysterically that he hated Narukami Subaru to the point of feeling sick. His voice cracked with malice as he continued complaining that Subaru was nothing special, yet somehow drew all the attention and strutted around arrogantly, poisoning even the guild leaders with the same attitude. With a twisted smile framed by fire, Isaac added that Schad and Freude, those he called arrogant, were now rotting in hell, which he claimed was the justice they deserved. He hurled a massive fireball toward Subaru, declaring that receiving the Subaru name had been the last of his luck. The explosion shook the entire forest, engulfing the area in smoke and fire. Isaac covered his face with one hand, pretending to regret his own carelessness, lamenting dramatically that he had accidentally overdone it and killed his friend in such a horrible manner. Staring at his charred hand, Isaac muttered coldly that his next target would be that masked streamer. But then a voice echoed through the flames, asking calmly which masked one he was referring to. Isaac froze. The fire parted like a curtain, revealing Subaru walking out unharmed, holding the mask in one hand and staring at him coldly, asking whether he meant this mask. Isaac's eyes stretched wide, horrified at the sight before him, whispering that it was impossible. He screamed in panic, unable to understand how Subaru could take a direct hit from such a powerful attack without even being scorched. Before Isaac could recover, Subaru moved like a flash and rammed a brutal punch into his face, asking mockingly if the sensation was uncomfortable and calling him a brat throwing a tantrum. Subaru didn't stop. He followed with another crushing blow to Isaac's torso, forcing a groan from deep inside him. Then he slammed Isaac into the ground so hard that Isaac cried out in agony. Isaac staggered, coughing blood, unable to comprehend how someone he viewed as weak could inflict such damage. Subaru stood over him and offered a riddle, asking who exactly was standing before him. He lifted the mask and asked whether Isaac saw the bullet Subaru or the masked streamer Narukami Subaru. Then his eyes glowed sharply, and he added a third option, the Narukami Subaru with blue eyes. Isaac forced himself upright, coughing violently, refusing to fall for such tricks. He claimed Subaru had just confessed to being the streamer. His energy flared again as he scoffed at the thunder skill, declaring it wasn't impressive if someone like Subaru could learn it. Fiery claws formed at his hand as he asked with contempt whether Subaru really thought he could win. He boasted arrogantly that if someone as weak as Subaru had acquired that legendary skill, then he must have already surpassed the original Narukami Subaru. He launched forward with blazing fire, screaming triumphantly that he would prove it. but Subaru vanished and reappeared in a flash of lightning. A single sword arc cut through the air, and Isaac didn't even comprehend what happened until he saw his severed hand falling. Shock distorted his face as Subaru stepped closer. Subaru told him coldly that his answer was wrong and expressed genuine surprise that Isaac could spew nonsense so far removed from reality. A creeping terror climbed Isaac's spine. He looked up at Subaru, finally realizing something was terribly wrong. Subaru's earlier words echoed, about Isaac's petty hatred, about Subaru's suffering caused by such a childish grudge. Subaru placed the blade against Isaac's neck and with burning fury warned him never to speak lightly of his comrades again. Isaac's eyes bulged with fear as his trembling voice muttered the truth he could no longer deny, that the person standing before him was the legendary blue-eyed Narukami. Subaru cut off his realization with icy finality, declaring that playtime was over. In one swift, decisive motion, Subaru ended the fight. Isaac stumbled, blood erupting from the wound, while Subaru told him that this was more than enough thanks for lending him the body. Then Subaru turned and walked away from the blazing ruin, leaving Isaac's defeated form behind. Far from the scorched forest, inside a peaceful cafe, an employee watched Subaru from across the room with cautious curiosity. She wondered quietly whether he was simply an overzealous fan of Narukami Subaru, but scolded herself for such thoughts. She noticed he seemed to be streaming at the moment. Meanwhile, Subaru was deep in thought about his streamer strategy. He reminded himself that hiding his real face was a massive advantage. It prevented enemies from identifying him. Hatsuko approached hesitantly, apologizing for being late. Her cheeks burned red as she introduced herself as the person he had contacted, adding nervously that she was Hatsuka, the manager assigned to him. Subaru shook her hand calmly and introduced himself as Narukami Subaru, making her nearly burst with excitement as she insisted the honor was hers. She stared at his masked face, marveling at how startlingly similar he was to the legendary Subaru, wondering if he had returned from the dead, or if this boy was simply a very convincing imposter. Her thoughts spiraled until Subaru suddenly asked loudly whether something was wrong, startling her so much she nearly jumped. She remembered her boss scolding her repeatedly, reminding her to leave a strong, trustworthy first impression and never behave irresponsibly. Realizing she had likely ruined that already, she tensed. Subaru then asked if she had been a fan of the old Narukami Subaru. Hatsuka immediately, and explosively, declared that she was an extremely devoted one. Subaru tried calming her down, explaining that he wasn't the real hero and gently pointing out she looked much younger anyway. But she shocked him by saying she was also a fan of him. She excitedly explained that she had followed him since he had 0 viewers, had been his very first watcher when he defeated the Bat, passed Greg's trial, and chose the lightning path, all things she remembered in vivid detail. Subaru was stunned. She recalled moments he himself had nearly forgotten. He smiled beneath the mask, impressed that she had been watching even then. With shining eyes, Hatsuka clenched her fist and said this was destiny. For that reason, she had run straight to the company and begged to be assigned as his manager. Regaining control, she adopted a more serious posture and pulled out the contract she had prepared, summarizing its terms. Their team would handle ads and edit clips to strengthen the Narukami brand. Subaru asked what his side required. She answered simply that he only needed to keep streaming as he was, that alone was valuable enough. Subaru wondered aloud whether the streaming job was really this easy. Hatsuko explained that he was special. He was the first to wield the lightning skill, and everyone at Suiten, even her department head, saw him as a top priority. While reading the contract, Subaru asked her about her opinion of the terms. Hatsuka panicked, thinking he was questioning her competence. She stammered that everyone else was more reliable and professional than her, but Subaru clarified he hadn't meant that. He studied the faint aura around her, wondering if it was normal for a business manager to possess such a high-level skill. Hatsuka, meanwhile, was dying internally, convinced she had completely failed. Subaru realized what that aura meant. As his fame grew, the enemies he would face would only get more dangerous. There would be no time for rest. He had to stay ahead. Hatsuka sat stiffly, cheeks on fire, forcing herself to maintain a professional image. But anxiety thundered inside her. What if Subaru rejected the offer? Her mind raced so wildly that she half-seriously wondered whether she should force him to sign if necessary. At that exact moment, Subaru appeared beside her and extended his hand for a handshake. She shot upright in shock, letting out a panicked scream full of stuttering. All the emotional balance Hatsuka had tried to maintain vanished instantly. Subaru sat across from her with complete calmness and asked politely that she look after him in their upcoming work. She stared at his extended hand, at the quiet glow of his eyes behind the mask, and instead of responding like a trained professional, she grabbed his hand with both of hers and burst into tears, shouting with overwhelming enthusiasm that she should be the one asking him to take care of her. Later that day, Subaru began his stream. The system window shimmered into view, announcing the start of the broadcast, and at that exact moment the viewer count jumped to 703. Messages flooded the chat, greeting Narukami and bombarding him with questions about the mask. Subaru immediately noticed the unusually high numbers and understood at once that this sudden surge came from Hatetsuka's promotions and early advertising. Without wasting a second, he held his phone with seriousness and announced the beginning of the 6th stage, titled The Legend ****. The scene shifted to a stormy night deep within the forest, where rain hammered the tents and weapons lay stacked in piles beside muddy walkways. Inside the command tent, several armored knights gathered around a map while thunder rumbled outside. Commander Pellis asked sharply where their savior was. One knight voiced his doubts openly, saying it was impossible to trust someone who wasn't even a knight, and even harder to believe that an unknown outsider could defeat the giant leader alone. He continued speculating that unless Pellis had seen the battle himself, the monster Subaru killed might not have been the real leader at all. Pellis's expression darkened at those words, and he scolded his men harshly for disrespecting the person who had saved their lives. At that moment, the tent flap lifted and Subaru entered, accompanied by Pellis's aide, who announced with a bright smile that the savior had awakened. Pellis hurried towards Subaru, greeting him gratefully and saying that thanks to his efforts, he could now walk without any support. But the other knights stared at Subaru with quiet hostility, whispering among themselves that he didn't look particularly strong and that the mask only made him more suspicious. Subaru caught their expressions instantly and confronted them with a cold tone, saying it seemed they either refused to believe he had slain the monster or simply could not accept the truth. He remembered how Hatetsuka had adjusted his microphone settings so that only viewers could hear his voice, an incredibly useful trick in boring or irritating conversations. Even with that advantage, the knights' tone irritated him, and he commented sharply on their lack of respect toward someone who had saved their entire order. The chat erupted with laughter and mocking remarks about the knights, urging Subaru not to tolerate their arrogance. Then an older knight stepped forward, a man with a gray beard and a dignified presence. His name was Dale. He extended his hand to Subaru and thanked him sincerely, but Subaru felt the extreme pressure hidden beneath the handshake. Dale spoke with a heavy voice, explaining that although he had tried to protect the village, everything had been trampled and crushed. Subaru blinked in surprise at the word trampled, and Dale answered with a grim expression that it had been done by that man. Subaru looked into his eyes with seriousness and asked if there existed someone more dangerous than the giant leader he had already defeated. Dale answered simply and confidently, yes. He then began describing an ancient legend. The true giants, the ones who once battled the gods, had long been sealed away. The giants that roamed these lands were only faint remnants, shadows of their former selves. But the new leader who appeared after Subaru's victory was different. His strength neared that of the legendary giants, and Dale admitted with horror that he never imagined any of those beings still existed. The chat exploded with panic, viewers asking if this level of power belonged to something around the 8th floor, and how anyone was supposed to fight it. Subaru declared with firm resolve that they had no choice but to defeat the creature. Dale gave him a tight, sarcastic smile, commenting on his excessive confidence. Another knight added sharply that although they were forced to request help, what they were asking Subaru to do was impossible. He insisted that anyone who hadn't seen that monster with their own eyes would never understand. Pellis suddenly cut through the tension with a loud declaration. He spoke of an ancient legend involving Millennium Mountain. At its peak, he said, a fragment of lightning was hidden, something powerful enough to fight the giants, and he believed Subaru was the only person capable of finding it. The scene shifted to a memory: burning houses, screaming civilians, and fire swallowing everything in sight. Amid the destruction stood a long-haired giant, radiating a terrifying aura as he addressed someone named Vidal. Knights tried desperately to stop him, but he grabbed one of them without hesitation and crushed him in his hand. In a cold voice, he declared that he would send his son Vidal to rest among the flowing human blood. High above the battlefield, Subaru's golden eye glowed as he watched the horrifying scene from afar. The live chat erupted in disbelief, questioning whether this massive creature was truly a giant and how such a being could exist at all. Subaru urged his horse forward through the raging storm, the hooves splashing through mud and water as lightning split the sky overhead. The cold wind sliced across his face, and he understood with complete seriousness that this stage was no mere trial. It was designed to kill anyone unprepared. Pellis' voice echoed in his memory, reminding him that the giants would arrive in 3 days, and if he failed to find the lightning by then, he should run for his life without hesitation. But Subaru pushed onward, refusing to accept retreat. He leaned close to the horse's neck as they raced across the forest, telling himself that the lightning's power was not optional. It was the one key he absolutely needed to stand against the giants, and possibly the only reason he had been sent into this nightmare of a test. A system window suddenly opened in front of his eyes, asking whether he wanted to retry the stage. Subaru declined immediately and declared with firm confidence that there was no test in this entire tower that he could not overcome. He realized too late that the line he used was a phrase deeply associated with the old Subaru Narukami, and viewer comments instantly pointed it out, teasing him for repeating a legend's catchphrase. Requests began pouring in, with Safe Origin offering him 3,000 credits at once. Subaru let out a small sigh of relief, grateful that the slip had not exposed too much, at least not yet. He tightened his grip on the reins and continued forward, guiding the horse up the rocky paths until he reached the base of the towering Millennium Mountain. After dismounting, he placed his hand against the icy stone, feeling the rough surface and confirming inwardly that the lightning fragment was indeed somewhere inside this massive structure. His thoughts drifted back to his conversation with Pellis. The knight had told him the legend was ancient. No one knew whether the lightning fragment was a power, an object, or even a living being. Subaru remembered asking how one was supposed to find it, only to receive a frustrating explanation that the mountain's location and the inherited tale were the only clues they had. But Pellis had said something with absolute certainty. Whoever held the lightning last had wiped out the giants of the past. The narrative shifted to Hatetsuka's home, where she burst into explosive joy the moment the contract was officially confirmed. She danced around her apartment while her boss chuckled over the call, praising her for finally acting like a dependable manager. She hesitated for a moment, asking if that meant she was really being complimented, and her boss reassured her before trying to continue the conversation about a future meeting with Hawkeye. But she hung up immediately, too excited to sit still. Hatetsuka threw herself onto her bed, deciding her reward would be a peaceful moment watching Subaru's stream after her hectic day. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at her phone, claiming that seeing him live on screen while knowing she had met him in person was a unique kind of joy that only true fans could understand. On the screen, Subaru appeared, repeating the line that there was no test in the tower he couldn't clear. Hatsuka froze instantly. Her smile faded as realization washed over her. That sentence wasn't some random expression. It was a phrase engraved in the memories of players for more than 20 years. Doubt wrapped around her like a cold fog as she wondered why those exact words had come from his mouth so naturally. Back at the mountain, Subaru struck the rock wall with his fist. Viewers typed rapidly, questioning whether he had lost his reasoning or simply become desperate. But Subaru continued hammering the wall again and again, sweat and rain mixing on his skin as he challenged the mountain itself, daring it to show which of them possessed greater resolve. He clenched his jaw and prepared himself mentally, deciding that even if this required breaking stone with his bare hands, he would fight until the very end. Rock fragments burst outward as Subaru continued striking the mountain wall, each punch wrapped in a glow of raw energy. Sparks flickered around his knuckles, and with one final blow the stone split open with a deep crack, collapsing outward in a shower of debris. Subaru smiled with quiet triumph, announcing to himself that he had finally found the entrance. Comments on the stream erupted in disbelief at his brute force method, but Subaru answered silently that the stream couldn't transmit the feeling in his hands, and that, in the end, no one had ever said strength wasn't the correct solution. He stood beneath the storm, sensing a thunderous force calling to him from deep within the mountain, as if the lightning hidden here were reaching out to the lightning sleeping inside him. When he cleared away the rubble, a massive gate of dark metal came into view, decorated with ancient patterns and runes. Everything suggested the power he sought waited behind that door. Viewers questioned how he planned to open something so huge without a key, but Subaru made his decision instantly. He would break it. He triggered Wedge of Greed at level 3, feeling the skill brace against the violent recoil of the cursed sword as he began building lightning inside his fist. Black and gold arcs of energy gathered at his knuckles, and Subaru sensed that the true trial lay beyond this door. He felt the lightning calling him more urgently than ever, as if demanding his answer. So he gave it one. He pulled all the energy into his arm and, with a sharp breath, drove a devastating punch into the gate, declaring that he was responding to the lightning summons. A blast of golden light exploded outward. The mountain trembled as the gate split, then slowly opened, revealing a long, dark passage stretching into the mountain's core. Subaru stepped forward with unwavering confidence while the chat buzzed with astonishment over how he seemed to grow stronger every minute. A system prompt appeared announcing his entry into the path where lightning walks, warning him that he would not be able to leave until he completed the stage. Meanwhile, tension grew heavy in the knights' camp. Around the strategy table, one knight asked if Subaru truly had a chance at reaching the lightning. Pellis, calm and certain as he lifted his drink, replied that Subaru had already shown more than enough strength, and that doubting him now served no purpose. Yet unease lingered in the tent. One knight suddenly slammed both hands on the table, his face twisted with panic. He shouted that none of it mattered, whether Subaru succeeded or failed, because they were all doomed either way. His voice trembled, recalling the hulking figure he had seen crushing men like insects in the village. He insisted that no human could face such a being. Pellis tried to steady him, reminding him that surrendering before the fight even began was the same as accepting death. He asked the knights to trust Subaru just once, since Subaru was risking everything for them despite having no reason to. But the terrified knight stared at him with wide, bloodshot eyes, his lip bleeding from how hard he had bitten it, whispering that Pellis was speaking far too easily for someone who hadn't stood directly under that monster's shadow. Before Pellis could reply, the ground beneath them shook violently. A cup toppled from the table, shattering on the floor, and the tent went silent. A soldier burst inside, screaming that disaster had struck, the creature had arrived. Pellis and the others froze, robbed of words as the weight of the news settled over them. Back inside the mountain, Subaru walked deeper into a barren stone corridor, wondering what the test intended to measure. Viewers remarked on how strange the environment was. There were no monsters, no traps, not even a single obstacle. But Subaru's golden eye sharpened with understanding. Lightning was too fast to see. Before it became a bolt, it lingered as invisible charges drifting through the air. A test based on lightning would never rely on sight. So it made perfect sense that nothing visible stood before him. He closed his eyes, finally grasping the meaning behind the name of this place. The path where lightning walks would not be seen, it had to be sensed. He felt the deep, slumbering energy ahead of him tugging on him like a current. Suddenly he crouched, grabbed a stone, and hurled it down the tunnel. Chat messages filled the screen asking what he was doing, but Subaru explained inwardly that the stream could never show this. The rock began breaking apart midair before ever hitting the ground, its surface crumbling under the invisible electric charge saturating the cave. The viewers could only hear the violent sounds tearing through the darkness, and their comments reflected pure confusion as they tried to understand what kind of trial produced lightning they could hear but not see. Subaru finally grasped the true structure of this trial. Even knowing how unforgiving it was, he muttered that he had no option but to continue, calling the designer of this stage someone with absolutely terrible taste. He broke into a run, deducing that this place wasn't a puzzle at all but a merciless endurance test. The rule was extremely simple: endure or die. Bolts of electricity lashed through the air as Subaru moved forward, and a cheerful donation popped up in the corner of the screen. One viewer sent 100 credits just to mockingly ask him what he was so scared of. More contributions followed as the storm intensified. Someone tossed him 1,000 credits. Another warned that the lightning he had learned might vanish if he failed, and a third sent 2,000 credits cheering him on. Even as the air crackled and his skin tingled painfully, Subaru still remembered to thank every supporter, his gaze fierce with determination while he ran through the invisible storm. Far away, in a quiet wooden cabin warmed by a boiling pot, Shigyur lounged on the sofa trying to rest. Riina suddenly entered the room, making him jolt upright and shove his device out of sight. She eyed him with a sly grin, claiming he must be hiding something suspicious. Shigyur stammered frantically that nothing was going on and his eyes were simply tired. She didn't believe a word of it. Sitting next to him, she teased him with a dramatic tone, saying strange habits always made hair grow faster, pushing Shigyur to yell at her to stop saying such bizarre things. Riina tore off a piece of bread and casually mentioned that she had stopped watching the stream because he told her to, but admitted she still couldn't resist checking sometimes. When Shigyur asked nervously what she wanted, she turned toward him and asked whether her presence was preventing him from relaxing. Before he could think of a reply, Subaru's voice leaked loudly from the device he had tried to hide, declaring that he would endure the test and do his best. Shigyur shot up in panic and shouted at her again, begging her not to say such things at that exact moment. Riina covered her ears, complaining that his yelling almost burst her eardrum, while Shigyur fumbled to switch his device to silent mode. She stared at him suspiciously, remarking that he was acting far more strangely than usual and calling him a complete weirdo before standing up abruptly. When she announced in boredom that this entire situation was annoying and moved to leave, Shigyur nearly leapt after her, scrambling to keep her inside. He offered her more bread, suggested she stay and rest, and even insisted she make herself comfortable, anything to divert attention from the stream he was hiding. But Riina closed the door behind her, and Shigyur collapsed back into the sofa with a shaky sigh of relief, mumbling that he had almost been exposed. He lifted the tablet again, revealing Subaru's live stream still running, and muttered that if Riina ever found out he had been watching it, she would never let him hear the end of it. He didn't even want to imagine that chaos. Shigyur looked sadly at the screen as Subaru explained the deadliness of the test, and a faint smile touched his lips as he realized how similar this streamer sounded to the real Subaru he had known long ago. Only one thing felt different to him. The old Subaru had never been this desperate about collecting credits. Shigyur laughed weakly at the absurdity of it all, until a cold hand gripped his shoulder. He turned slowly, dread rising inside him, and found Riina standing behind him with a terrifying smile. She asked in a low voice if he truly believed she hadn't noticed. Her expression twisted into a demonic glare as she declared that trying to fool her was 1,000 years too early for him. Deep inside Millennium Mountain, the system prompted Subaru with a new message, ordering him to carve the path of lightning. Sweat streamed down his face as he stood alone in the heart of the storm. Bolts crashed into his body one after another, circling him like enraged serpents while the progress bar crept forward at a painfully slow pace, barely reaching 2.3%. He lifted his hand, which was already glowing with compressed lightning, and sensed a strangely nostalgic stir in his chest. He knew this sensation well. He had walked beside lightning through countless battles in his previous life. But this time was different. Every step he attempted forward made the air denser, the pain sharper, and the electric bombardment more violent. His vision flickered behind the mask as the bar crawled to 3.22%, reminding him mercilessly that this trial was far from over. Meanwhile, comments flooded the stream. Viewers screamed at him to run, begged him to speed up, questioned why he insisted on walking as if he were choosing to suffer. Subaru ignored all of it. His body was covered in wounds, and every nerve felt as though it was being carved open. But he accepted that reading chat was impossible from this point forward. He extended his arm into the electrified void, reminding himself that reaching the end was nothing more than a baseline for him. His real aim was higher, far beyond simply clearing the stage. If lightning demanded everything from him, he intended to take something even greater in return. Far away, in the polished silence of a luxury office, Hawkeye leaned forward toward his screens. Several monitors displayed Subaru's stream from different angles, and he recalled his earlier discussion with President John about collaborating with this rising newcomer. He also remembered how unusual it was for John to personally oversee anything anymore. John had reminded him of a rule he'd repeated for years. In broadcasting, effort is only half the battle. Status and recognition make up the rest. Hawkeye had interrupted him proudly, explaining that a player's background, the era they belong to, the names and powers surrounding them, determines true popularity. John had agreed but quickly pointed out that Narukami Subaru's streams didn't resemble ordinary beginner broadcasts. They looked far closer to the personal combat journals of seasoned veterans. John emphasized that the boy didn't need fancy editing or a dramatic persona. Hawkeye simply needed to provide his usual analytical commentary like he always did. The president suggested that this newcomer might be an opportunity that couldn't be replaced, urging Hawkeye to grab the passing comet while he could. Hawkeye's eyes had glittered with ambition as he remembered his own insecurities, those moments when he retreated, not because he lacked talent, but because he doubted whether he could ever compete with the geniuses climbing the tower. He remembered staring at the night sky, yearning to stand among the shining legends above, wondering if he would ever be counted among them. And returning to the present, he suddenly shrieked in disbelief, nearly knocking over his chair. Sweat ran down his temples as he stared at the screen, unable to accept the madness Subaru was committing. Inside the cave, Subaru's scream echoed through the corridor as lightning struck him with brutal force. The entire environment roared violently, turning the path into a torture chamber of light and sound. Blood trickled down his limbs while the relentless assault continued to hammer him from every direction. Even so, Subaru planted his foot into the ground with all the strength he had left, refusing to bend, refusing to fall. He forced himself forward step by agonizing step. He finally grasped the essence behind the trial. The stronger the lightning became, the deeper it carved its way into his body. That was the design, that was the intention, and that was exactly what he needed. Lightning surged around him, forming a colossal aura that wrapped his entire figure. Subaru decided that this massive flow of power had reached the threshold he needed. Fine streaks of energy began appearing beneath his skin like glowing lines etched throughout his body. A system message explained that the smallest meridian channels, tiny pathways scattered through his body, including the Ren and Du channels, had begun filling with lightning. When the energy finally reached his heart, it lit up like a burning core. The progress bar leaped from its sluggish crawl to a sharp 20.7%, and a diagram of Subaru's body unfolded before him. The system announced that the micromeridian activation had begun. Lightning visibly settled inside his frame, stabilizing, strengthening, and a message appeared calmly that his magic is increased by +1. Subaru tightened his lightning-soaked fist, vowing inwardly that no matter how brutal the price became, he would master this power completely. He reminded himself of the structure of the body, how the Ren and Du channels formed the two main pathways of inner energy, and how the micromeridians were the countless thin networks branching through every corner of his form. As he staggered forward through the storm, he felt lightning circulating wildly inside him, reaching places no energy had ever touched before. He understood then that the old body of Haas Subaru had never once undergone proper purification. Now, instead of following the usual slow and safe method using one's own mana, he was forcing the process using raw lightning, a shortcut so violent that a new negative status appeared on the system window: electric shock. He pushed forward anyway, even as whole waves of electricity ravaged him from the inside. His muscles trembled uncontrollably and blood splattered across the cold stone, yet he stubbornly refused to fall. He knew purification through natural mana would have hurt, but never like this. This was something different. It was as if the lightning was tearing apart the impurities inside him with claws, carving channels open by force, and every second felt like needles driven deep into bone. Across the city in the darkness of her room, Hatsuka sat frozen while watching the stream. She held her phone so tightly her knuckles turned white. Her breath hitched when she finally understood what Subaru was attempting. She murmured in disbelief that he was force-opening his micromeridians inside this environment and doing it while still moving. She knew enough to understand how insane that decision was. For most people, this degree of torture would have made them collapse unconscious over and over, even though the test itself wasn't reality. The pain, however, was real. Pain the brain recognized instantly. Pain the nerves could not distinguish from real life. She pressed a hand against her forehead, torn between fear and confusion, trying to grasp what reason could push him to choose something so self-destructive. The scene returned to the cave, where the system now declared that more than half the micromeridians had been activated. Subaru's foot, wrapped in lightning, dragged forward slowly as if each step demanded every piece of strength left inside him. The agony grew sharper, gnawing at the edges of his consciousness until he felt the world tilt and distort. His thoughts began to slip. He muttered to himself that every terrible thing that had happened was his fault, that he was the one who had led them to their deaths. The cave blurred, and in its place, he found himself standing in a blizzard of white snow. A memory resurfaced. He had been standing proudly before his companions, insisting with a confident grin that there was no test he could not clear. He could see each of them clearly: Shuhei, Soya, Kei, Yori, and even Shigeru and Riina, smiling behind him with complete trust. They had believed him when he told them not to worry, and when he promised that victory was guaranteed because he was leading them. That bright memory twisted with pain. Reality snapped over it like shattering glass. If he hadn't spoken so arrogantly back then, if he hadn't pushed them forward with his overconfidence, then none of them would have had to die that day. The guilt stabbed so deeply he nearly lost his breath. Kazuki suddenly appeared before him in the hallucination, his face drenched in blood, an ugly smile twisting his features. He mocked Subaru with biting cruelty, saying their failure had been inevitable because they were too full of pride and blind self-belief. Subaru's heart convulsed with the weight of those words. Lightning raged around him as he cried out, admitting in a voice shaking with sorrow and regret that everything truly had been his responsibility. His legs finally gave out. He collapsed to the floor, the storm crackling viciously over his body, and stretched a trembling hand toward the empty air. His mind continued dragging him deeper into old regrets as the electric pain surged through every part of him. Everything shifted in an instant. The suffocating darkness of the cave vanished, replaced by a calm green meadow bathed in warm sunlight. Subaru blinked in confusion, unable to understand how he had moved from the storm into this peaceful plain. A soft breeze brushed against his hair, and when he looked toward the horizon, he noticed a familiar group gathered beneath a large shade tree. His breath caught. Shuhei, Soya, Kei, Yori, Shigeru, and Reina, every single one of them sat together casually, chatting as if nothing had ever gone wrong. Subaru's heart nearly burst with emotion. He sprinted toward them, hope swelling in his chest, wondering if everything, every death, every nightmare, had merely been a horrible dream. When he reached them, tears formed at the edges of his eyes, and he smiled so brightly it almost hurt. He placed a trembling hand on one friend's shoulder, murmuring with relief that the nightmare had been disgusting but false, and he begged them to listen to him about the dream. Someone called his name, Subaru. But as soon as he turned, their faces twisted. Warm smiles warped into grotesque expressions full of hatred and suffering. Their voices rose in a harsh chorus accusing him directly of leading them to destruction. One voice trembled with anger, shouting that they never wanted to die. Subaru staggered backward, whispering their names in disbelief as terror crawled up his spine. Shino stepped forward, her body torn as if she had crawled out of her own death. She fixed him with a resentful stare and berated him bitterly, reminding him of all the bold promises he had sworn before the tragedy. She demanded to know why he hadn't protected them. Subaru's lips trembled as he whispered her name, horrified by the sight of her remaining eye bulging with pain. The peaceful meadow melted away into utter hell. Corpses and tattered spirits surrounded him, screaming and crying out. Flames rose all around as their voices clawed into him, begging him to save them, begging not to die. Subaru's mind crumbled under the weight of their grief and blame. He screamed in despair, reaching desperately toward their fatting figures, begging them to come back, begging them not to leave him behind. His voice echoed endlessly, swallowed by a void that didn't care for his suffering. He collapsed to his knees, broken and drowning in guilt. Then the hallucination shattered. Subaru found himself back in the electrified cave, coughing blood as he gasped for breath. The storm still raged around him. His entire body quaked, and only then did he understand how close he had come to losing his mind entirely. The system window blinked before him, stating that micromeridian purification had reached 97.87%, and that lightning had now fully settled inside him, increasing his magic again. He gritted his teeth and cursed whoever had created such a deranged trial. Slowly, he pushed himself upright. The swirling electric currents lit his body in bright gold, and despite everything, he let out a bitter laugh, thanking the hallucination in a twisted way for reminding him why he refused to die. Yellow sparks danced across his arms, and in the flickering light, he momentarily saw Kazuki's phantom smirking back at him, an illusion that felt far too real. Far away, chaos devoured the village. Giants and monsters surged into the arena, crushing buildings and sending villagers fleeing in panic while the knights struggled to hold their positions. A colossal giant, towering above the ruins with monstrous features and bulging muscles, stepped forward like a walking catastrophe. Even the bravest knights trembled at the sight, unable to believe this creature was the true boss. Fear seeped into them, and whispers spread that the masked warrior must have abandoned them and run away. Amid that despair, one knight whispered shakily to his companion that their savior would return. He had to return. They clung to that sliver of hope. Pellis, however, exploded with anger. He shouted at his men for doubting the very person to whom they had entrusted their village's fate, even without knowing his name. His eyes blazed with disappointment as he barked that their behavior was disgraceful, questioning how they dared call themselves knights. Dale stepped forward calmly and placed a steady hand on Pellis' shoulder. His voice carried deep conviction as he reminded everyone that before they blamed anyone else, they must remember their own oath. It was their duty to protect this land. With slow determination, he drew his sword, blue energy shimmering along its length, and declared that knights were never meant to be protected. They existed to protect others. Dale charged forward without hesitation, his sword raised high as he called out to his men to meet death as true knights if that was what fate demanded today. His roar cut through the storm of fear, and the rest of the soldiers followed him with fierce war cries, their armor clashing as they surged toward the battlefield. Inside the mountain, Subaru's world was nothing but blinding light and pain. The progress bar flickered at 99%, and the yellow lightning wrapped around him grew denser, almost solid in form. Just ahead of him, a small orb of golden light floated like a suspended sun. Even without knowing what it truly was, Subaru understood instantly. This was the end of the path. His fatigue index spiked to 97. His vision blurred until blood trickled from behind his mask, but he forced his legs to move. One more step. That was all he needed. Ignoring the furious red warnings flashing across the system interface, shouting that further movement would be fatal, Subaru pushed off the ground in a final reckless leap toward the glowing sphere. Far away in the village, an armored boot crashed into the earth. Dale had reached the giant. Despite his age, he moved with impossible sharpness, weaving between the monster's colossal swings and closing in with refined precision. His blade carved a streak of blue light across the giant's flesh, forcing a roar of agony from its mouth. Dale didn't slow, he tore into the creature again and again with relentless skill. Pellis saw his opening and bellowed for Dale to let him handle the rest. With all his strength, he sprinted forward, leapt into the air, and raised his sword high. Energy crackled around him as he brought down a chain of decisive strikes on the giant's exposed weaknesses. A final roar echoed across the battlefield before the monster's body collapsed in a heap, blood spraying across the broken ground. The soldiers erupted into cheers, shouting Pellis's name and praising Dale. Some rushed to the fallen monster, stabbing its corpse to release the hatred and terror that had built up inside them. At last, they believed the nightmare was over. Pellis exhaled deeply, staring at the dead giant and thinking they had finally survived the danger Dale warned them about. But Dale's voice cut sharply through the relief. He denied it outright, his expression twisted with dread. Pellis turned to him in disbelief, only for Dale to repeat firmly that this was not the real target. Behind them, the soldiers were laughing and celebrating, convinced the rest of the mission would be easy. One soldier spoke confidently about eliminating the remaining small giants. And then a giant hand dropped from the sky. The soldier, the ground, the celebration, everything beneath the descending palm was crushed in an instant. Blood splashed outward in a gruesome burst as the earth cratered beneath the impact. Pellis and Dale both froze where they stood, shock locking their bodies in place. Only when Dale's voice finally tore free did the others understand. Trembling, he stared up at the monstrous silhouette towering above them, declaring that this was the true giant. Pellis's voice cracked as he screamed to the others that the power level of this creature was unlike anything they had encountered before. Meanwhile, deep within the lightning path, Subaru reached the very limit of human endurance. The progress bar trembled at 99.99%. He extended his hand into the raging golden storm and closed his fingers around the orb of energy. Lightning surged through his bones as he clenched it tightly. His eyes burned with fury as he swore inwardly that those who wronged him would apologize in hell. The system chimed, progress complete, 100%. The golden energy erupted violently, swallowing the entire chamber in blinding radiance as Subaru groaned through his exhaustion. He muttered weakly that the ordeal was finally over. A cascade of system messages filled the air. Micromeridian purification completed. Magic amplification increased. Skill activation speed improved. All core stats rose by 2. Subaru scowled at the messages through heavy breaths, complaining to himself that one more blast and he would have died for sure, irritated that the system had kept quiet until the very end. His legs gave out. Subaru collapsed onto his back on the fractured ground, drained of all strength, while the final notification echoed through the glowing chamber that the 6th stage, the legend is cleared successfully. In the offices of Suit and Entertainment, the manager sat rigidly before the screen, watching the live broadcast with knitted brows. Subaru's health bar was dropping violently, and the manager muttered under his breath that the boy was pushing himself far beyond any sane limit. With a frustrated tap of his finger against the desk, he sighed and concluded regretfully that Subaru clearly wasn't suited for the streaming world. His phone rang sharply. On the other end, Hawkeye burst in with breathless excitement, demanding if the manager had just seen Narukami's stream, and calling it absolute insanity. The manager asked him to slow down and explain the reason behind such enthusiasm, only for Hawkeye to proclaim with unwavering certainty that a true star was emerging. Leaning comfortably back, Hawkeye explained that Subaru wasn't just going to succeed as a broadcaster. He would thrive as a player at the same time. Hawkeye admitted that even the original Narukami Subaru had always been more of a warrior than a content creator, and that the viewers seemed to gravitate toward this version, a successor who resembled the original legend more than anyone else. The manager listened in disbelief as Hawkeye declared that they were witnessing something rare. The birth of a new Narukami Subaru, not a copy, but a successor forged in real time before the eyes of the whole tower. Back on the stream, Subaru finally managed to push himself upright. Messages flooded the chat, viewers astonished that he survived and recovered so quickly. Subaru rubbed his aching head and cursed the exhaustion eating through his limbs. When he checked his status window, his fatigue had already dropped to 81, and he exhaled with relief because the higher his stats rose, the faster his recovery seemed to become. Even the last brutal hit hadn't ruined the outcome. Mission completion notifications scrolled upward, adding bits of money from viewers until Subaru's total balance reached 20,420 credits. He nodded, thinking it wasn't bad, until he opened the skill shop and saw the next upgrade for Wedge of Greed demanded 40,000 credits. What he had wasn't even half of that. But if he defeated the giant waiting outside, that amount might become reachable. Subaru turned toward the golden sphere resting in his palm. This was the weapon he earned. As he inspected it, its identity window revealed itself. The lightning spear, a legendary relic forged from a primordial bolt, a weapon capable of one devastating attack before vanishing. Subaru stared at it in disbelief, shocked that something with such rarity could appear at this level. It didn't resemble a spear now, but he knew high-grade equipment often altered its form depending on circumstances. Viewers in the chat asked curiously how he knew so much about top-tier loot. Subaru ignored them, tightening his grip on the shimmering orb. He made up his mind and began walking toward the exit, stating in a firm voice that it was time to end the threat outside. Beyond the mountain, Pellis was on the verge of collapse, drenched in sweat as he stared upward. A colossal shadow engulfed the battlefield. A single enormous eye gazed down at them, radiating an oppressive force that made Dale gasp aloud. The monster raised its head, and the system announced its true identity. Giant King Greg, the seed who devoured thunder. A nightmarish giant with a demonic face roared, shaking the ground. One of the warriors snapped completely. Laughing like a madman, he sprinted away from the group. Pellis shouted after him, baffled by the sudden breakdown. The man turned back with tears streaking his face, yelling that none of them understood what they were facing. He ran straight toward the giant, dropped to his knees, and pressed his forehead to the dirt, pleading for mercy. The giant glared down at him. When the warrior called him God, the giant's expression twisted with fury. He bellowed in disgust, outraged at being likened to the weak creatures around him. Dale rushed forward, grabbing the trembling man by the shoulders, shouting at him to come to his senses. He dragged him backward and yelled at the others to run. But the words froze in his throat. Pellis screamed Dale's name as the giant's massive hand smashed into the very spot Dale had been standing. The earth burst open, dust exploding outward. Pellis stood paralyzed as the truth sank into him. There was no victory here, and now he saw clearly there was no escape either. An entire legion of giants had encircled the village, closing them inside a massive ring of death. Driven by desperation and fear, Pellis snapped. He shouted toward the towering King Greg, claiming he knew who had killed the giant's son and that he could tell the truth. Anything, any lie that might buy him one more breath of life. The giant king halted mid-stride and lowered his enormous head toward Pellis, his voice vibrating with threat as he demanded the killer's identity. Pellis raised his shaking sword and pointed into the distance, forcing out a lie, that the human who murdered the giant's son had fled in that direction to gather strength for a second attack. Inwardly, he prayed the monster would swallow the lie and move away. But the giant king stepped closer, his expression twisting into something nightmarish. "You're lying," he growled. His luminous eyes bored straight into Pellis's soul, easily peeling apart truth from falsehood. He leaned in, asking with cold precision whether the true killer wasn't actually standing right here. Pellis's knees nearly gave out as the giant continued interrogating him, asking whether he had just pointed his pitiful blade randomly in blind hope. Before Pellis could utter another trembling excuse, a violent surge of lightning erupted above the mountain behind them. Both he and the giant snapped their attention toward the peak. A bolt of golden thunder slammed into the mountaintop so fiercely that the ground quaked beneath their feet. Pellis's face drained of color. With a voice caught between awe and desperation, he whispered toward the heavens, "A savior, please still be there." High above, atop the cliff overlooking the battlefield, a cold system message unfurled. "A seventh stage, lightning start." Subaru stood on the precipice, gazing down at the chaos below. He told himself quietly that this was the final wall he had to break. The live chat exploded in astonishment as the viewers caught sight of the colossal monster, insisting this could not possibly still be a second-floor test and urging him to run. But Subaru already knew the truth. Running wasn't even a consideration. The only path forward was through the giant. He clenched the glowing orb in his hand, acknowledging that a direct clash was suicide. Against something of that scale, he had only one chance, one strike, one clean hit before the monster could react. He raised his arm and activated the lightning spear. Sparks whipped around him violently as the golden ray surged upward, splitting the gray clouds. Energy gathered slowly but with unbearable intensity. At just 10% activation, Subaru's fatigue spiked to 84, and his muscles convulsed as though tearing apart from within. Even with Wedge of Greed Level 3 absorbing some of the blowback, the system reported failure after failure as the power continued building. At 33%, the pressure doubled, and his fatigue rose to 88, blood trickling from both his palm and beneath the mask. Subaru clenched his teeth, realizing grimly that his mastery was far too low to wield a relic of this magnitude safely. Yet with the spear crossing 50%, he no longer had the luxury of turning back. The viewers spammed concerned messages, calling this torment a loop of misery ever since he picked up lightning. But Subaru shut out the chat entirely. He had no room in his mind for anything but surviving the next few seconds. Below, the giant king noticed the growing beacon overhead. Even the viewers joked that someone would have to be blind not to see such a ridiculous pillar of light. Subaru silently agreed. After channeling this much energy, hiding was impossible. At 78.5% activation, the giant rotated slowly, glaring up at the mountain peak. His monstrous eye locked directly onto Subaru. A deep, venomous whisper left his lips. "You are the one who killed my son." His expression contorted into pure hatred, and the giant king began marching toward the mountain, each colossal step shaking the earth as he advanced straight towards Subaru. The giant started attacking Subaru. As he screamed and lunged towards the boy, he activated the lightning spear, which was 88% initialized. Black lightning surged throughout Subaru's body, and even when he was in pain, he was still holding on, knowing that he had only one shot, and still, the odds were 50-50. Even the chat wondered about how Subaru was going to land the hit. But Subaru knew one thing: he did not want to take his eyes off the target. Then we see the vision of Subaru's old friend, Soya, who told him to not look away, and to keep his eyes on the target no matter what happens, because that is where the throwing of a spear begins. According to Soya, Subaru should forget about throwing it straight, or in some perfect arc, and also get rid of those extra thoughts, not needing to protect its movements or trajectory or anything like that, along with the spear's weight and shape as well. Because, according to his friend, Subaru was not like other spear users, and he was Subaru Narukami, the legend who can do anything once he sets his mind on it. We come back to the present as the lightning sphere was almost ready, with 95% activation rate, and the boy took the stance to throw it as he remembered about what he was supposed to do. Soya told him that he should not throw it like a normal spear anyway, and he should fire it instead to hit the target as close as possible. As the super giant was getting closer and closer to the top of the cliff, the chat wondered about what Subaru was doing, telling him to launch the spear already, or he would be dead. But Subaru was waiting for just a little more to fully charge the sphere and for the giant to come super close. As soon as the giant got onto the cliff and got ready with a ferocious punch with killing intent in his mind, the creature jumped into the air and got ready to pounce onto the boy. But as he was crashing down, Subaru charged a lightning sphere with black and yellow lightning, which ferociously made a thunder sound as the lightning sphere was completed. Finally, the boy fired it like a weapon instead of a spear, knowing that there is only one shot at it, and no matter what, it would have to hit. The clash between the super giant and Subaru was jaw-dropping, while he decided to finish it off in a single blow. Finally, throwing the weapon, which caused mass destruction as an explosion happened, with dust and debris falling all around. While we see that the giant was exploding as lightning pierced his whole body and he burned away like paper due to the intensity of the explosion, while finally remembering his giant son in his last moments. As the scene shifts, we see that the dust and debris was finally cleared, and Subaru was left standing even when he was fatally injured. The chat was not able to believe that this insane stunt was pulled off by Subaru, knowing that their life was worth it just to see this. And as the thunder-devouring giant was defeated, it was announced that Stage 7 Thunder had been cleared. Subaru received an increase of strength and agility by 2 points, and vitality by 3 points, with focus and magic also increasing by 1 point. 5,000 achievement points were acquired, along with a shiny item, which was glowing just like the yellow thunder. This item was called the Heart of Thunder, and even Subaru wondered about what it was. But slowly, the Heart of Thunder started glowing so intensely that the boy had to cover his eyes, and it was as if the stone teleported him somewhere. And as Subaru opened his eyes, he wondered about where he was. He saw multiple giant figures who were looking at Subaru and wondered about what was going on. Because no matter how many times he tried to scream, his voice was not coming out and his body was not moving. Nothing was an option rather than kneeling down, while multiple giant creatures started watching Subaru, and he got multiple notifications about them watching him. Subaru was sure that these figures were trying to tell him something, but he did not know about how to access it. He clenched the thunderstone into his fists once again and teleported back into the stage, standing near the cliff. The system notification popped up, telling Subaru that the main scenario of Thunder will now begin, and now he can use the Heart of Thunder to search the village for clues. Meanwhile, we see that Subaru was in a trance-like state, while the chat wondered about why the boy was still sitting there when everything was over. Suddenly, Subaru realized that he had blacked out again and faked it that he thought that it was a cutscene, apologizing to the chat about it. But the chat was smart, realizing that Subaru had passed out due to intense fights once again. The boy decided to ignore the chat and grab the credits while multiple notifications popped up, telling him that many people have given him credits. And finally, all the total credits owned by him were above 40,000. The chat wanted him to go back to the village and show them the Heart of Thunder. But the boy was a bit tired, so he decided to stop live streaming. And even when the chat was sad, Subaru did not care and ended the stream. As the scene shifts, we come inside a hotel on the second floor, where Subaru was talking with Hatsuka, who complimented him for doing a great work on that trial. But Subaru wondered if this kind of stream style was really okay. And Hatsuka assured him that it was absolutely perfect because the previous day, Subaru's peak viewer count had passed 3,000, and he did not even notice. Subaru realized that he was too focused on the trial to check the numbers. But the manager immediately told him that it was not a bad thing, because passing 3,000 viewers as a rookie streamer is incredible. And his timing of ending the stream was perfect, too. And due to it, there is hype created all over the streaming space. Hatsuka was continuously blushing while telling Subaru everything. And he was just listening calmly, knowing that the rewards were exactly the parts that people were more curious about, just like wanting to see the next episode of a thriller web series. Hatsuka wondered if Subaru planned it like that, but Subaru denied, telling her that he was planning to check the rewards together with the viewer's next stream so he can record his reactions for the first time, which would be likable by the viewers too. Listening to that, Hatsuka smiled, knowing that the rookie still got it and that the old chairman, John, was worrying for nothing. Hatsuka calmed herself down and turned into a serious mode, switching from a fangirl, telling Subaru that she had actually got a present for him today. And it was something that the boy would not be able to refuse no matter what, because it was indeed special. Hatsuka told the boy to search for the stream of someone named Hawkeye. And even when Subaru already knew about him, he took out his smart tab and searched about him. Hawkeye was still streaming and talking to his audience with 9,000 live viewers, wondering about if he should reveal the theme of today's stream or should he set another theme for today. But as he did not want to back down on his word, he decided to react together on today's topic about Subaru Narukami. The second was actually the second copy, or maybe he will become better than the original. Even the chat was shocked by how Hawkeye was producing more Subaru content day by day. And Hawkeye decided to explain the trial in detail, step by step. As the scene shifts, we see that it was the time of the evening, and Subaru was still watching the live stream of the analysis where Hawkeye realized that during the trial, the boy had to endure pain, and that too was not a little bit of pain. So in other words, Subaru was imposing an extra trial of handling pain on himself while still tackling the exam. We see that Hatsuka was still waiting while intensely blushing. And now it was time for Hawkeye to end the stream. As he decided to wrap things up, because there is not much more that he needed to say about this point. He decided to sum it up in one line, shocking everyone when he revealed that this new Subaru was basically Subaru Narukami himself, and no further explanation is needed. Hearing that, Subaru was a bit shocked, wondering if his pretty manager was thinking about the same thing. And suddenly Hatsuka asked Subaru if she can ask him something out of the blue, knowing that it was weird for a manager to ask something like this. And even when it was rude, the girl hesitated a little and asked Subaru about why he started streaming, thinking that it was not just for money, because his purpose was way bigger. But hearing that question, Subaru started thinking again and again. And as the intensity rose, the girl wondered about what the answer would be. But Subaru shocked her by telling her that there is absolutely no reason other than money. Hatsuko was embarrassed by asking something this weird and getting such an anticlimactic answer, knowing that money was important. She apologized to the boy for asking something weird and decided to talk about the gift that she had brought instantly, switching the topic because she was not able to control herself. She explained while taking out some papers that Hawkeye was also affiliated by the Soten International, and he is a trusted streamer with 6 years under contract because his analyst-style content is his selling point. And he has a strong fan base, along with having a solid eye for new talent. And with a smile, Hatsuko revealed that Hawkeye's stream from earlier and all his future stream revenue from Subaru-related content will be split 50-50. At first, the boy wondered about why and with whom they were splitting. Hatsuko gave the obvious answer that the split would be with Subaru himself, because it was derivative content using his material, so it included ads, donations, archives, live streams, and everything. Subaru was shocked, telling the lady that since signing with the agency, it had been one good thing after another coming his way. The lady started blushing intensely, and she was not having a professional talk at all. But Subaru ignored her, telling her that it is just an unexpected bonus. But now listening to this, Hatsuko wondered if, as a token of goodwill, the boy would like to collab with Hawkeye for a stream. This question shocked Subaru. And the scene shifts as we see that the boy was inside his room, now taking off his mask and wondering about if he needed the mask when meeting people off-stream, and if he needed to emphasize the money thing to his manager. But Subaru was now in a dilemma, knowing that the more new relationships he built, the harder it becomes to know how much he should hide and whom he should trust. But for now, the boy decided to keep it aside. Opening the system window, increasing the level of the wedge of desire skill to level 4. And now the skill was of a rank, but the next level increase required 80,000 credits, and the boy wondered about why it still needed 80,000 credits for upgrading, knowing that his balance was low. As he saw the credits he had left, 120 of them, knowing that money should still be his top priority because he needed to upgrade the skill. But the collab with Hawkeye was happening the day after tomorrow, and the boy knew that he should be able to earn a decent amount till then. And Shigeru and Reika would be able to hear about the boy too. As the scene shifts, we come to the room of Hatsuko, who is blushing intensely as she imagined the handsome boy with even more handsomeness. As she relieved the conversation that the boy had with her, she was slamming her pillow non-stop, thinking that behind the stylish mask there was an incredible secret hidden. Saying multiple dialogues about if she dug any deeper, she would end up hurting herself. The girl was completely going crazy, fantasizing Subaru and her together. Mumbling to herself about how she was the biggest fan and she will not invade the privacy. She even imagined that Subaru told her that ever since meeting her, it had been one good thing after another. And this was the nail in the coffin as the girl immediately punched the pillow and tore it off with her energy. She made a face full of ecstasy, while she called Subaru a man with a secret that no one knows, knowing that meeting him in real life just makes the boy even more amazing. As the scene shifts to the night, we see that it was the full moon and an ancient-looking building was standing there. We come to know that this was the 7th floor of the tower, named Navira, and inside was someone training with a personal gym while he watched TV. It was the Hawkeye stream which was streaming, and he also listened that Hawkeye told that the new Subaru Narukami was actually equal to the old one, and the man did not like it, wondering about who the fake Subaru even was in reality. Another man who looked like the muscular man's butler told him that a streamer who goes by the name Hawkeye boasts an average viewership of 8,000, and even he was supporting the new Subaru on stream. The man who was exercising was Kurakawa from the Blue Zone Guild, and we come to know that even Kurakawa tried being a streamer himself, but it did not work. And the butler told Kurakawa that more than Hawkeye, they should focus on the new Subaru Narukami that was mentioned in that stream. Kurakawa called the boy fake, who supposedly learned thunder, and that was also a rumor. But as he looked at the stream, he was sweating, knowing that this new Subaru was actually impressive. Even Kurakawa remembered Soya from the Blue Eyes Guild, who was a spearman that once told him to not take his eyes off the target if he wants to throw properly. The butler remembered about how Kurakawa remembered these casual remarks, but he explained that he had worked hard to absorb everything about the Blue Eyes Guild because they were players who stood at the top. And not only Subaru, but every single member of the team was the strongest, and there were suspicious circumstances surrounding their deaths. As the scene shifts to the TV, we see that Hawkeye was continuously telling everyone that this new Subaru was Subaru Narukami himself, and this was annoying Kurakawa to the bone, wondering about how the streamer was talking about them so casually. The butler thought that this was the problem with the streamers, because they are not easily scared of anything, and they take pride in creating buzz if they even get a hint of it. The man turned off the TV and asked the butler about why the stream was going on his television. But the butler informed them that it was the guild master, Kyujo, who had ordered him to show Kurakawa this clip. The butler knew that thunder was the Blue Eyes symbol. Blue Eyes Guild was the predecessor to their Blue Zone Guild. So the guild leader had obtained intel that the streamer Subaru was obsessed with money, and they wanted to buy him off. As a crate appeared, and the butler took out a cloth that was hiding the contents inside. They were a hell lot of gold bars, as the man told Kurakawa that they have secured ample funds to bring Subaru in their guild. And even Kurakawa was shocked, wondering if this much money was there in the guild at the first place. As the scene shifts, we see that the second-floor trial was commencing once again, where we see that the warrior, Pallius, was ordering the soldiers around to gather all the injured people in one place, and to prioritize treating the critical ones first. And once they are healed, the medicines are to be supplied to the lightly wounded. But as the soldier noticed footsteps, he turned around and was happy to see that Subaru was finally back and fully awake. Pallius was wondering about how Subaru was feeling, because he had collapsed right in front of the village. So they were really worried, and the warrior wondered what he should have done if the boy had not woken up. Subaru informed him that he was still a little dizzy, but was in a working condition now. Subaru wondered if he and his friend could talk at the hotel later, because there are some things that the boy wanted to ask Pallius. The warrior got ready to answer everything and said his goodbyes to the boy. Even Subaru was impressed by how earnest the warrior actually was. And the people in the chat started teasing about how this action tower was becoming a BL novel instead. But then Subaru was sitting down on his bed once again, deciding to check the rewards first. As he took out the Heart of Thunder, which was untradeable with unique rank, that gave Thunder resistance of 30% and Thunder attack power of 20%, with status abnormality of fire resistance. As the boy looked at the Heart of Thunder, he realized that there was no way that this was possible, because the stats of this artifact were perfect for the Thunder users. Subaru knew that this was insane. And suddenly he heard a knock from the door, knowing that it was his friendly neighborhood warrior. He came to the room with some fruits, wondering if Subaru had rested well. And the chat started teasing the boy once again, telling him that the warrior must be dying to see him. As the scene shifts, both the boy and Pallius were sitting together on a table. And Subaru confirmed the legend of the Thunder, and even the warrior was surprised because he never thought that he would see the light as well because, thanks to it, the village was saved. But then the boy took out the Heart of Thunder and showed it to the warrior. And by the shocked expression of the man, Subaru immediately wondered if Pallius knew about what the thing was. But the man disagreed, telling him that he had no clue. Subaru was sad all of a sudden, knowing that this much hype was for nothing. Even the chat thought that the man must have known something. And he started speaking that he had only ever heard it in the legends, and even he was not sure if it was real or what had happened after. But Subaru wanted to know, and the man started explaining that there were two legends passed down, in which the first says that thunder was used to wipe out the titans and giants, just like how Subaru had defeated the giant and the titan down with thunder powers. And as for the second legend, it is said that the gods and the titans were fighting over for the power of thunder. Subaru was shocked, wondering about why gods would need to fight over such a measly power. But the man was sure that it was a legend among the legends that the gods and the titans waged war over thunder and the titans lost. Subaru realized that it meant that the thunder heart was being crafted by someone and was not natural. But still, the question remained about who would even make something like this. The man also did not know about it because it did not appear in the legends. But with this artifact's status effects, it was pretty obvious that anyone who made it did it for the purpose of helping humans in wielding the thunder power. And the reasons why humans needed thunder is because of the gods and titans, as they were so powerful that humans cannot compare. But after getting this thunder heart, maybe the humans could fight both the gods and the titans and defeat them when the time comes. After this story finished, a system notification popped up, telling Subaru that he had viewed all the chapters of The Forgotten Human and had cleared the thunder trial. Finally, the skill level of thunder started increasing based on the 1,750 points that was earned. And finally, thunder was upgraded to level 3 in one go with all those points. And suddenly, without any warning, Subaru moved to the third floor, and Palias wondered about what was happening to the boy as he stood up and saw everything with a shocked expression. As the scene shifts, we come to the third floor, which was named the Ordinal, and the boy teleported straight onto the teleportation pedestal. Even the chat was shocked by how fast the boy had completed the second level, and all the other players in the tower saw him and thought that he was just a cosplay player who was copying the real Subaru Narukami, wondering about when the trend is going to die. But someone from the chat gifted the boy 1,000 credits for reaching floor 3, congratulating him and asking him about how he was feeling right now. But upon reading this question, the boy got into a trance, remembering the flashback of when he was the real Subaru Natsuki. As he met Reina, who was a standoffish girl at first and was blushing somehow, telling Subaru that she got separated from her party, asking him if he had seen someone who was a tad bit taller than even Subaru. Hearing that, the boy thought for a little and remembered that he had actually saw such a guy. Reina was happy after hearing this, and Subaru pointed in one direction, telling the girl to go that way. The girl thanked the boy and started going. But then she stopped, started wondering about where she should go, as Reina was bad with direction, and Subaru realized that he decided to go together with the girl, telling her that he was heading there. But now that Subaru remembered, he thought that if only he should have left Reina on the way and did nothing more that day, would everyone still be alive right now? And would everything be normal? As we see that Reina introduced herself, and Subaru was smiling by getting a new companion. The scene shifts to a wealthy-looking hotel on the third floor, where we see that Subaru was sitting while he heard the familiar voice of the chairman who apologized for keeping Subaru waiting, telling him that Hatsuka was on her way now. Explaining that, unlike moving up after clearing a trial, moving between floors takes time if they want to do it without clearing it. The chairman introduced himself as John from the streaming entertainment company, but Subaru knew him as the nagging boss, because this is what Hatsuka had told him. The man was shocked, wondering about what it was, and Subaru just dismissed this, telling the man that his manager had already told the boy about him and that it is a pleasure to meet him. Even John agreed that normally he would pass this meeting off to Hatsuka, but even he wanted to see the next generation Natsuki Subaru at least once, because even Hatsuka had only ever praised two players so much, so even John got curious. Subaru wondered about who those two were, and John was surprised, telling him that the first one goes without saying, and the second one was the Blue Eyes original Narukami Subaru. Even John was shocked when he came to know about this, that such a harsh critic of a woman took interest in someone with the same name as Subaru. But now the boy was a bit shy. And John tried asking him a strange question, wondering if he was also interested in the guild Blue Eyes, which was the predecessor to Blue Zone. And hearing that, something inside Subaru awoke. And judging from his reaction, John also knew that Subaru was interested. And the boy wondered about why John was bringing the guild into this right now. And the man explained that this guild was actually one of the reasons that he wanted to meet him. He took out his tablet and gave it to Subaru, telling him to have a look at it. And the item on the screen was actually the championship prize for the tournament, happening on the third floor, which will be held 5 days from now on. Subaru snapped after looking at the image, knowing that people really want to make him angry. His thunder skill activated below the desk, and he was somehow controlling it along with the anger that he was feeling. As the scene shifts, we see another one's tablet, and it was actually Reina who was looking at the stream, wondering about why it was suddenly over. One ring figure was also finished over there. As she started moving towards a snow field, she wondered if Shigeru had also been finishing off the work given to him. And Shigeru told the lady that he was long done. But hearing that, Reina wondered about what was taking him so long. And we see that Shigeru was actually thinking about if he should kill the soldiers that he had frozen into thin ice, or let them crawl back alive without doing anything. Reina was sure that Shigeru should already kill them because they were sent by none other than their enemy. But Shigeru was not entirely sure if killing was the option, because if they really came under Kyojo's order, then why was he sending small fries after Subaru's steel? But Reina knew that letting them go alive was a problem on its own, because if these guys lead the other powerful people back to their hideout, then it would be bad for them. Reina immediately got ready, using her powers to shape sharp knives out of the ice. And just with one simple cyclic command, she ordered all the weapons towards the frozen enemies, breaking them apart in a single blow, and the whole dilemma was now clear as Reina helped Shigeru in deciding. Shigeru wondered about what the lady was doing, and she explained that it doesn't matter about who had sent them, or even if it was Kyojo, because if they let them walk out of the place, then everyone will know that Subaru's team was still alive. And the indecision of Shigeru was going to get them all killed, so the man needs to harden his heart even more to survive. Shigeru knew that Reina was right, and he took out the phone, telling the lady to take a look at his screen. And as she looked at it, she was also surprised, while having crimson eyes ready to kill anyone on the way. As even Shigeru was completely ticked off by the fact that the prize for the competition was actually their teammate, Soya's shoes. Even Shigeru knew that it was the bait by Blue Zone Guild, which worked as a trap to lure them out, because Kyojo must have realized that the teammates might still be alive somewhere. But that does not mean that they can ignore it, because they have to avenge their friend and take back what is left of him. Reina knew about what Shigeru was planning, but the man knew that he completely sucked at sneaking around. But Reina had always been good at this stuff. But the lady did not need any external motivation because she already decided that she was going to do it, even when the man did not ask her. But suddenly, Shigeru stopped her and told her to not charge in blindly, deciding to steal the shoes at the moment they announced the winner, because that would be the safest way. On the other hand, inside the hotel, John showed the shoes to Subaru, continuously telling him that it's the Blue Eyes Guild relic item, and the shoe was named Teleria, and that the Blue Zone had put it up as a prize for the tournament, wondering if Subaru was interested. But now killing intent got hinted at his voice as the boy coldly told the chairman that he was interested in only that item. Even John was a bit nervous, wondering about what had happened, telling him that the whole project depended on Subaru's willingness. The boy wondered about what the project was, and John explained that since his stream uses the name of Subaru Narukami, the girl had figured a storyline about hunting Blue Eyes relics, which would make for a killer attraction. Hence, they decided to talk to Subaru to take part in this tournament. But on the other hand, behind the mask, Subaru was seething with rage, not able to comprehend about why Kyojo was using Soya's relic as a damn circus drop. But on the other hand, John wondered if something was the matter, and if there's anything on his mind. But Subaru only told him one thing, that he was going to do it and take part in the tournament. Getting up immediately from the hotel, excusing himself, while John thanked him for his time, telling him that he will always be cheering for the boy from behind the screen. But there's no way that the boy heard that, because he would not let anyone else have his teammate's stuff without going over his dead body. We come back to the room of Subaru. As he was lying down thinking about what type of events they will have in the tournament, hoping that they should be individual events. But he knew that now was not the time to be picky, because he needed to get the relic as soon as he can. But suddenly he heard knocking on his door, and it was none other than Hatsuka calling the boy up. And as he got up, he wondered if he should wear the mask or not. As the scene shifts, we see that the door opened, and Hatsuka was looking as pretty as she can. But she was shocked to see that the boy was wearing the mask again, wondering if he wears it even in his own room. Subaru did not hesitate and called out to Hatsuka immediately, and the lady wondered if Subaru really wanted her to come inside, blushing intensely from such an embarrassing moment. But for Subaru, it was normal, who wondered about if Hatsuka really wanted to talk in the hallway, telling her that it was fine with him too. But now the lady knew how rude she sounded and entered the room. As the scene shifts, we see that Hatsuka was nervously sitting onto a stool while Subaru still sat on his bed. And as the girl looked around, she realized that it was a pretty plain room, and Subaru did not have anything else. But certainly the girl noticed that Subaru was staring at her intensely. But on the other hand, we see that the boy was scanning the intense and bottomless mana that the girl had, knowing that there is no way someone like her is just a manager. But the girl wondered if something was wrong, and if she had something on her face. But Subaru straight up told her that, as the girl was not saying anything, Subaru was wondering about the tournament, and for that Hatsuka told him that she would bring. This made the girl fluster even more as she took out some papers flimsily and started explaining that the tournament he would be participating in was a battle royal, a simple format where people fight for a single prize, which would eventually turn into a solo match. And the boy was kind of relieved after listening to this. Hatsuka also doubled down that since there was only one prize, there is no other way. For the stage, they've got a simulated trial field, and the participant must be a floor 3 player to enter. And the entry fee was 3,000 credits with no player cap and ranking. Hatsuka also sent data from the past battle royals to Subaru's tablet so that he can skim through it and get the idea. And as the boy looked at the tablet, he realized that all the videos and photos sent as reference were of Narukami Subaru. And even the boy was shocked that Hatsuka had so much material which all was about him, and thanked the lady a little bit awkwardly for her troubles. Hatsuka smiled, telling the boy that she was just doing her job. But suddenly she blushed once again, wondering if the chief had told Subaru about something. Subaru wondered about what it was, and Hatsuka informed him that they have got a message from Blue Zone. Upon hearing this name, anger resurfaced into Subaru's mind once again, while he remembered Kyojo and clenched his fists in anger, wondering about what message it was. Hatsuka explained that Blue Zone wanted to meet Subaru in person, and since they had no way to contact the boy, they had emailed the entertainment office instead. And Subaru was not able to believe that Kyojo was already trying to make a move. Even Hatsuka realized that the Blue Zone was probably intending to meet Subaru and negotiate because they can offer higher compensation than the entertainment company, along with better benefits and various other conditions. But Subaru did not waste a single second, telling the lady to just ignore them. At first she was sad, but then she processed about what the boy said and immediately started laughing. And Subaru explained that he was not going to join Blue Zone or any other adventurous guild ever. And hearing that, Hatsuka stood up and started dancing in her beautiful dress, feeling relieved after what she had heard. She explained that she was so torn on whether she should tell Subaru about the offer or not, but she was happy with the answer that the boy had gave her. And now Hatsuka told the boy to take his time and rest until the collab starts, so that he can be recovered. Subaru wondered about why Hatsuka was celebrating like it was her own win, wondering about why a regular employee was being so invested in her job, knowing that Hatsuka was definitely not just an ordinary person. Meanwhile, we see that the lady was screaming in her mind from joy upon the denial of Subaru. And as the scene shifts, we come to a large ground where both John and Hawkeye were standing. It was a huge stadium-like place. And John started looking at his tablet, telling Hawkeye today's project was the original versus the new Narukami Subaru talent comparison test. And Hawkeye wondered about how cool the idea was and if it would work. Even John was surprised by Hawkeye's presence of mind as he charged straight ahead with his ideas. But according to him, Hawkeye should be a bit careful because if the plan failed, then he will also receive the backlash from the audience. But Hawkeye did not even flinch, telling John that whatever happens happens and results are results, so he had to be truthful in order to earn the viewer's trust. But a bit of confidence was also seen in him, as he asked John if he had ever lost a battle before. But John laughed and told Hawkeye to not act all high and mighty because in the end, everything depends on Subaru. Hawkeye calmed himself down while John was called out by Hatsuka, who came to the ground along with Subaru, waving her hands towards the chief. And while looking at Subaru, Hawkeye realized that his chance to become a star shining in the sky was finally there. Meanwhile, Subaru's thoughts were completely different, wondering about how Hawkeye was able to rent this whole thing and how much he earned as a streamer to afford this. But Hawkeye suddenly kept his hand forward, getting ready to handshake, introducing himself as Hawkeye, the friendly neighborhood streamer. Subaru also introduced himself and shook the man's hands, and Hawkeye complimented Subaru that by meeting him, it felt like he was meeting the original one, and he cannot believe that he got to meet a trending guy so soon. But Subaru kept a low profile, telling Hawkeye that he was still a newbie streamer and was nothing compared to him. But John told both the streamers to save the bantering for when they would be live, because streamers should get friendly like that on stream to engage the audience. Hawkeye decided to continue their talk during the broadcast, and he finally started a live stream. And just as Hawkeye was giving his intro, a flood of people started joining. And within a few minutes, 12,000 plus viewers were watching the stream. Even Hawkeye was now nervous because he knew that the collab announcement had hyped up the community, but 12,000 from the get-go was a bit too much. But Hawkeye told everyone that today was the moment that everyone has been waiting for, because he had brought the guy who was most sought after, who was none other than Narukami Subaru. We see that the live viewers were already 14,000 plus, and as Subaru said hi to everyone, everyone started chatting like crazy, wondering if no one had saw the real face of Subaru before. Hawkeye told them that he had not seen the face of the boy, and even the manager has not, and chat teased Subaru for being ugly, and that is why he was not revealing his face. But now Subaru started interacting with 17,000 viewers, telling everyone that it is not like that, and he is also pretty good looking. But now people started giving the boy credits, telling him to show his face. And Hawkeye was looking at everything going so fast, wondering about how his stream had never been this hyped. and just as Subaru arrived, he became a walking sensation. Subaru apologized that he was not going to reveal the face. And Hawkeye noticed that the boy knows how to work the crowd. Someone asked the boy about his girlfriend, and he straight up told them that he had no friends, and a girlfriend was still the matter of the distant future. Listening that, Hatsuka was relieved, and John wondered about why the lady was doing so. Now in front of 19,000 viewers, Hawkeye told everyone to stop teasing Subaru and to get to the main event. As Hawkeye tapped onto his tablet, the trial started commencing, and the floodlights of the stadium turned on. And what was revealed was shocking and exciting at the same time because a lot of robots have been waiting on the seeds with multiple kinds of weapons in their hands. Hawkeye started explaining about why he had picked this trial specifically for Subaru. And there were reasons like the robots being perfect for measuring control, and secondly because he will get to prove his claim right there. A giant screen turned on, which was a leaderboard where multiple names have been written. The first place belongs to the original Subaru, along with the second belonging to Haley, third to Kyojo, and fourth to a Sajiri. A person gifted 100 credits and asked Subaru if he can really beat the score at the first place. And Subaru told them that if he didn't believe that he could, then he would never have agreed in the first place. Now the robots finally got activated as their eyes turned red, and they started attacking the boy while jumping from all the directions. But still, Subaru was just standing still, knowing about what to do, but not moving yet. Now the leaderboard had the number of robots that Subaru had to defeat, with the OG Narukami having the score of 43. And even the chat wondered about how this Subaru was going to perform with such a high number of kills as the goal, and if he was really going to beat the record in one try. The chat wondered about what was going to happen while getting excited. And Subaru, on the other hand, was looking at the leaderboard at his previous record that he set. People also started sending him credits, telling him to kill 43 in one run for 10,000 credits, or otherwise show his face on camera if he fails. At first, Subaru hesitated and told him that he was not able to do so. But then multiple people started sending credits, which approximately resulted in 10,000 more. And looking at that, Subaru immediately agreed because he needed credits as much as he can get. So he immediately promised to show his face. And even the chat pointed out this hypocrisy, but Subaru did not even care. Meanwhile, some people started telling Hawkeye that it was not fair that the revenue would be split 50-50 when Hawkeye was not doing anything, and only Subaru was getting the penalty. And Hawkeye found the truth in that, and decided to give all the credits to Subaru for this mission. Finally, Hawkeye announced that the event should be started. He took the stopwatch and pressed the button. And the timer of 3 minutes began as the robots activated and started jumping onto the boy while he was standing calmly. Subaru activated the thunder skill, and the black lightning engulfed his whole body. And as the robots started jumping, Subaru bounced at one of them and grabbed the robot by his hand, sending electricity impulses onto his brain and smashing it with only a single blow. Even the chat was surprised, wondering about how Subaru defeated a high-level robot with only one hit, without even using his demonic blade. And even Hawkeye was thrilled by this intense start, not able to believe that he was seeing the legendary Thunder skill live. Now it was time for Subaru to take out his demonic sword as he started targeting multiple robots in one go, hacking and slashing like a maniac while performing his Thunder skill with the expertise of his past life. As only 2 minutes and 40 seconds remain, multiple robots were already killed, and chat knew that Subaru was really fast as a flash. But now the robots were getting harder to defeat as their AI was getting trained against Subaru. The boy was standing in the middle of destroyed parts, and multiple robots came rushing towards him with various weapons. And as 2 minutes remained, Subaru started his killing spree once again, hacking and slashing the robots like he was smearing butter with his blade, cutting it without any hesitation. The chat was witnessing the iconic scene of the original Subaru being recreated, wondering if the robots were tamed animals and Subaru was the circus master, because aerial combat was the specialty of the original Subaru Narukami. Meanwhile, the boy was still airborne and was still charging his demonic sword, getting ready for his third wave of robots, and he knew that time was slipping by very fast. So he plunged his sword straight onto the ground, and the black lightning reached multiple robots in one go. We see that only 1 minute and 22 seconds remain and 26 robots have been defeated. The chat was witnessing this insane moment, not able to believe their eyes. And the chat was completely divided. some thinking that the boy was going to take the second place, and some that maybe he will also defeat Subaru in his own game. Meanwhile, Hatsuka was living a pure fangirl moment, and Hawkeye was not able to believe his eyes. But then suddenly he noticed something, but decided to not interrupt Subaru while in the middle of challenge. Now only 13 seconds remained, and 41 robots have been killed. And Subaru was still going on, defeating the robots again and again without even a hint of exhaustion. The robots were lethal and were definitely trying to kill the boy this time. But as only 5 seconds remained, 42 robots were killed. And the boy knew that he needed one more, looking at a robot with a giant sword, targeting it and smashing it in one hit with the demonic sword before the time ran out. And the kill count stopped at 43. Finally notifying everyone that the trial had ended, and the record has been upgraded with both Subarus at the first place, and more than 38,000 people witnessed it live with the chat having mixed reactions of disappointment, excitement, and neutral. Some people thought that maybe this Subaru have gotten one more and grabbed the first rank, leaving the OG Subaru to the second place. But the boy did not care, and Hawkeye came running towards him, not able to believe that this Subaru had tied with the original Narukami Subaru, making the match a draw. Even Hawkeye was nervous, asking the chat about what they felt, and people started giving credits to the boy, celebrating and congratulating him for it. People wondered if this was a collab or if only Subaru was carrying everything over. But suddenly we see that Reinhardt had gifted Hawkeye 10,000 credits, and it was shocking for Hawkeye as he became nervous, but even the chat wondered if this was the real swordsman Reinhardt. As Hawkeye thanked the man for 10,000 credits, Subaru remembered the one swordsman, Reinhardt, and wondered about what he was doing in this live stream. Now Reinhardt was continuously giving them credits and told them about how he watched their streams and how Subaru inspires him. But the boy was getting a bad feeling about it, because his son Isaac was already being done for by none other than the boy himself. Reinhardt gave another 1,000 credits, wanting Subaru to do a collab with him, and the chat was shocked, wondering about if Subaru was getting such an offer so early. As Subaru looked at his manager and John, both told him that he should accept no matter what. But anticlimactically, Subaru rejected the collab and told Reinhardt that he got to focus on the trials for now. This almost gave Hawkeye a heart attack along with the manager and the chairman, while the chat wondered about if Subaru was having thunder in his head, which was giving him shocks. But the boy did not care, apologizing to Hawkeye for using too much energy, wondering if he could wrap this event up right now. He did not even wait for an answer and started going away while Hawkeye tried to stop him. And even John wondered about why Subaru had turned him down, because this was a massive chance to boost his streamer career. And even Hatsuka was shocked by it. But Subaru wondered if that was even that big of a deal. John explained that collabing with rankers, and especially a high ranker, basically never happens. But for Subaru, it was simple, because if being a ranker matters so much, then he will just become one himself and will not rely on anyone else. This logic made sense to Subaru so much. But the manager and the chairman wondered about what the boy was blabbering about. On the other hand, Hawkeye entered the stream and told Subaru that he had an amazing performance on the event, promising that when the revenue comes to him, he will be sending the boy his cut. But as Hawkeye had noticed something, he wondered if he should ask this to Subaru. And without waiting for an answer, Hawkeye wondered about why Subaru felt different while fighting earlier, like how he was not in the top condition. Hawkeye wondered if Subaru was hurt or something. And the boy was not able to believe that Hawkeye noticed it, living up to his reputation. It is then that Subaru started explaining with a neutral expression that whether the boy won or lost would have screwed him. Hawkeye wondered about how it was so, and Subaru continued that the highlight of the stream was whether he can surpass the original Subaru or not, because that's where the growth lies. But if the boy had won today, then he would only get a temporary boost, and people will not watch him anymore with the same lenses, and the hype around the rivalry would plummet. And if Subaru had lost, then people would say that he is no match for the real one anyway. So why watch him? So in this test, Subaru needed a result where both characters were on equal grounds, and hence he decided to do a draw instead because it was the only optimal outcome. And Hawkeye immediately realized that if this Subaru wanted, then he would have overtaken the original without fail. But Subaru wanted to keep it as a mystery, turning around and telling everyone that they cannot change the result now, as it was already written, and it will all depend on how people will interpret it. Subaru was acting like a cool man going away from the event hall while everyone kept looking at him. Guys, we are so close to 100,000 subscribers, and I know you all are awesome. And you all can do it in no time, so please hit the subscribe button right now. And now enjoy the story further. As the scene shifts, we get inside a red office where a burly man was slamming the table in half, which was kept in front of him. We see that it was none other than Reinhardt, the one-sword slasher, who was not able to believe that this Subaru was such an insolent brat. We come to know that Reinhardt was ranked 121 and was also the Golden Lion Guildmaster. We see that his tablet was thrown away as Hawkeye has ended the live stream. His butler immediately came towards him, wondering if something was the matter. But Reinhardt was already angry and was getting even more annoyed, telling the butler that this Subaru Narukami that he had mentioned is getting on Reinhardt's nerves because he had turned down the offer, which was given to him personally by Reinhardt himself. The butler started appeasing the man, telling him that it was audacious about how someone can reject the proposal from such a big man. Reinhardt had planned to crush Subaru in front of everyone and shut down those annoying rumors about him surpassing the original. But it is all ruined now due to the cancelled collab. And even when Reinhardt did not care about the credits he wasted, what was irking him was that some rookie nobody dared to scratch his pride. The butler did not pay attention to any of that and picked up the golden tablet, giving it to Reinhardt once again. And the man took the tablet abruptly while asking the butler about the matter he was told to handle. We come to know that Reinhardt was trying to find his son, Isaac, and the butler and the team was trying to search as hard as they can, but they are having no luck. And the butler suggested that disappearing for a few days at his age is not unheard of. But before he can even finish the sentence, the man grabbed the neck of the butler by his psychic powers, making him dangle up near the ceiling while he choked for breath. As Reinhardt asked him if he was going to mock the man as well, the butler was not even able to say sorry while he was crying and choking. And looking at that, Reinhardt threw him away as he got slammed onto a wall that damaged him insanely, while the man kept walking towards the butler, wondering about since when the measly man had started nitpicking the orders from his master. The butler immediately got down on his knees, promising to resume the search at once without fail. And as the scene shifts, we come back to the tablet of Hatsuka, who was having a call from John, who was saved in contacts as the nagging boss. Hatsuka clearly did not want to talk to him and just said, "Good evening" to him with no energy. And the man wondered if his call was that unbearable to the lady, that all her energies drained and she was talking with a dead voice, because the chairman wanted her to at least talk to him the way she talks to Narukami. But this was getting annoying for the lady. And while John was still belaboring, Hatsuka cut him off, wondering if he called for the collab proposal with Reinhardt. The nail was directly in the coffin as the man had also called for that, thinking that Subaru cannot afford to blow a chance away like this. But Hatsuka knew that they can do nothing, even when the man knew that Subaru was still a streamer, and it was a huge chance that he should not let go, and the man wanted Hatsuka to try convincing him again as his manager. But the girl knew that Subaru was the man who cares more about climbing the tower than doing collabs, and that's the right mindset for a player. We see that John was cooking his meal while talking, not able to believe that Hatsuka only gets fired up when she is always arguing with him. The lady decided to hang up, and even when the man tried to stop her, she did not listen. Knowing that even when she did not want to admit it, it would really be a huge opportunity for him. So Hatsuka decided to give it one more try and knocked on the door, calling out to Subaru. And instantly he answered, even surprising Hatsuka as she blurted. She wondered about why the boy always wore his mask, but he explained that for the time being he felt more at ease this way, wondering if the lady was also curious about his real face. Even when she wanted to say yes, she denied, explaining that the mask makes viewers associate him with Subaru. But someday, maybe the boy should show his face as well, that would make his face value. But hearing that, Subaru wondered about why everyone was so obsessed with Narukami. And the lady thought of a couple of reasons, like how he is a low-level Earthborn with bad stats but still became the strongest, or how just the existence of Subaru makes him cool. But most importantly, for almost all the people, Subaru Narukami was their hope. The boy wondered about what the lady meant, and she explained that when she first came to the tower there was literally nothing. And only monsters were everywhere, with nothing to eat and no means to make money. That made stability a fantasy. They knew only one way to survive, and that was to keep climbing, because if someone climbed, they earned credits. And with credits, they could settle down. And little by little, people started believing that this strange world could also become theirs. And back then, the greatest players left them with hope that the tower can be conquered. And the greatest of them was the one who stood at the top, And it was none other than Subaru Narukami, who had the flag of humanity on top of the monsters. And his achievements were not just about clearing floors, because he was the first person to prove it that conquering the whole tower was possible. But as we come back to the present, Subaru asked the girl if she also thinks like that. And Hatsuka just smiled, telling the boy that it was a secret, just like how the face behind his mask is. And maybe she will tell the boy someday. But then, hearing about the mask, Subaru changed the topic, asking if she came here for something, apologizing for bombarding her with questions, wanting to talk inside the room. But the usual flustered Hatsuka returned, telling the boy that it was not that big of a deal, deciding to go back now, wishing good night to the boy. As she turned around and started going towards her room, she was not able to believe that after blabbering about all that, she did not even feel like persuading him anymore. And she wondered about why Subaru always tries to invite her inside, because it makes her heart jump. Meanwhile, Subaru was thinking about a completely different thing, about how his name gave people hope. Boy was standing in a room, beginning his live stream and thanking people for the credits he had received. People were so confused donating credits and wondering if Subaru was not going to collab with Reinhardt for real. But as the chat was moving too fast, Subaru was not able to read all of them, knowing that the collab hype was wild, and that the viewers and donators were steadily coming in. Subaru had cracked one thing, that if he gave people what they wanted, they will pay him credits for it. He decided to commence the third-floor trial, and the option to choose came to him with two choices of the Ottoman Kingdom and the Conrad Kingdom. The chat thought that obviously Subaru was going to choose Ottoman, because lives have changed and times have changed even further. The boy knew that the faction he will choose will change pretty much everything in the floor's trial, because both the factions mutually despise each other. So the quests change depending on which one they join. And as the boy had chosen the Conrad Kingdom, he teleported into a subspace, while we come to know that only about 3% of the players choose Conrad. And there is a solid reason for that. As we come to the third floor, we are inside the Conrad Kingdom mercenary rest area where Subaru entered nonchalantly and started going inside, while a man who is clearly looking like a bully was getting happy by the look of a newbie, because he was bored, and now he thought that it would be good for him. The man started walking towards Subaru and slammed his shoulder onto the boy's, but to his surprise, he was the one who was thrown back due to the power that the boy possessed. And Subaru started going away. The man realized that the boy is strong, but he still had to look competent, so he called out to Subaru to tell him to watch where he was going. But Subaru turned around and told the man to just back off because he was the one with the problem, because Subaru knew that the man had bumped into him on purpose. Hearing that, the bully got offended. Well, not that it matters, because when Subaru was grabbed by the collar, he was being abused about how he was just an E-ranked mercenary, and now he was daring to talk back to a B-ranked adventurer. Everyone else started enjoying, wondering about who the newbie was. And we come to know that the bully's name was Vulture, whom everyone thought was picking on an E-ranked individual again. But Subaru was not moving an inch, telling him that if he was B-rank, then the boy should test something. Even before Vulture can understand what the boy was going to do, Subaru activated thunder that crackled around his leg, and he gave an insane knee kick straight onto the face of the bully, breaking all the teeth and making him slam several meters away inside the guild. And only with one kick, the bully remembered his place and started weeping on the floor. All the other mercenaries of low levels wondered about what had happened, because it happened so fast. And one man in particular was standing out in his 40s, and as he was observing both the people, the mercenaries wondered about why an E-rank individual was showing off, getting ready to fight because Vulture would punish them instead if they don't do anything. But Subaru was ready for everything, immediately standing up and punishing all those bastards without even breaking a sweat. While the mercenaries wondered about who the man in front of them was, but suddenly, the middle-aged man approached the boy and told him that he had got some skills. He introduced himself as Raymond, telling the boy that he was an A-ranked examiner, wondering if Subaru would come with him. Raymond was shocked, wondering why he had not seen someone like Subaru before, and about what jobs the boy had cleared so far. But Subaru played it safe, telling Raymond that low-ranked mercenaries could only take limited jobs, so he was not having good earnings. Even the proximity chat was getting a bit bored, knowing that currently only a conversation was going on, wondering if Subaru had only caused a scene just to speedrun jobs. Subaru knew that for the third-floor trial, he would have to take on mercenary jobs and earn 10,000 attribute points. but the completion reward for E-ranked mercenaries was, at best, 50 points. Players usually got stuck in this place for over a year on average. As the boy turned around and started looking at the people he had completely decimated, he realized he would have to take a shortcut because he could not waste even a second with the way he was right now. This was not even a time to leisurely rank up. He had to get to the tournament. Hearing the word shortcut, Raymond wondered about what Subaru was thinking, realizing that maybe Subaru was an otherworlder. Raymond mused that he was not seeing many of those lately because they were coming even less as time passed. We come to know that otherworlders are actually people who come into the tower. Raymond initially denied to give Subaru special treatment, knowing that everything has its proper order. But Subaru knew that there was definitely a way to shorten that order. Raymond, dismissing the thought, told the boy that there was no point in giving special benefits to an otherworlder who would eventually leave, because it would not solve their long-standing problem. But Subaru knew there was only one way to clear the third-floor trial all at once. Subaru then spoke up that he would make Raymond's dream come true. Raymond wondered at first about what Subaru meant. Hearing that the boy mentioned a place called the Cave of Thunder, Raymond warned that it would fall into the Conrad Empire's territory. Subaru simply replied that he would conquer it personally. The old man was shocked, wondering what the otherworlder was saying because it was impossible to conquer that place even with high-level individuals. Only A-ranked mercenaries could take the job on. Before the old man could speak any further, Subaru focused his serious eyes, as he knew all the tropes already. It was a battle of pride between the Ottoman and the Conrad Empire over an impregnable dungeon, the Cave of Thunder. We come to know that it is a special third-floor dungeon that no player, mercenary, or knight has ever cleared in recorded history. Between the Conrad and the Ottoman kingdoms lies an enormous, impossible mountain range that the two nations have fought over for decades, and conquering the Cave of Thunder would allow them easy passage straight through the mountains. It has long been their shared ambition to block invasions and gain military superiority, but they were still fighting over it and not getting any results. Subaru told Raymond that if the old man issued him a proof of an A-ranked status, then Subaru was going to clear it. He swore that he was not going to abuse the power he was getting. Raymond was shocked, wondering whether he should do it or not. Meanwhile, Subaru turned on the proximity chat and told his chat secretly that if Raymond was going to turn him down right there, the situation was going to get messy, because he would have to take the man down if it came to that. The chat wondered how crazy Subaru was, telling Raymond to run for his life. Otherwise, he was going to end up like that bully named Vulture. To the chat's surprise, Raymond agreed, telling the boy that he would write him a letter of recommendation so that he could join the raid. But still, Raymond wondered about something, as he told the boy that raid parties always need manpower. The chat did not care, getting happy that Raymond had barely escaped with his life, knowing that the old man was totally unaware that he was this close to crossing the heavenly river to the other world. Unaware of everything that was going on, Raymond told the boy that the raid party was going to depart in 5 days, and he got ready to bring the recommendation letter over, telling Subaru to wait there for a bit. Just then, multiple system notifications popped up as people started giving Subaru credits. One of them gave 20,000 credits for solo clearing the Thunder Cave. As people saw the credit donation, they started giving credits to Subaru too, and he received 15,000 credits on top of that, knowing that this was getting profitable. But Subaru realized that 5 days later was exactly when the third-floor tournament ends, wondering if the Blue Zone had planned the tournament schedule with this in mind. Meanwhile, we see that Raymond came back to the hall, still not ready to believe that the boy was going to clear the Cave of Thunder, knowing that, honestly, he was still in disbelief because he had challenged the cave himself when he was younger. He lost half of his party that day in the harsh conditions of the cave. But Subaru was sure that this was not going to happen this time, as he took the letter of recommendation from Raymond's hand. Hearing that, the man wondered why, if Subaru was so sure, he wanted to ask for a recommendation letter. It is then that the boy revealed that he was planning to go on alone inside the Cave of Thunder. Even the chat was surprised, even when they were joking that the boy was going to solo clear the Cave of Thunder. which required so many people normally, making it a completely uncharted territory. Not aware of Subaru's superpowers, Raymond wondered if he was out of his mind, because the Cave of Thunder was meant for a 20-man raid, and even one less person meant that the raid could go sideways, and more was recommended. Still, Subaru was insisting that he was going to go alone without any help. As he explained to the man that Conrad was already short on manpower compared to the Ottoman Empire, the boy wondered if they could even gather 20 people to begin with. Raymond knew that honestly it was really tough, and that he had just assumed that Subaru already had companions. But the boy did not have anyone, at least not right now. These words carried a determination far greater than anything Subaru had said till now, as the scene shifts. We see that someone was walking down a cliff on a dangerous path, which was only made up of flimsy-looking wood. The human looked at her tablet, thinking that it was impressive, wondering if Subaru was going to clear it by himself. We see that it was none other than Reina, who noticed that this Subaru was actually like the original Subaru Narukami, and if only this was not a live stream, then she would have believed him 100%. Subaru told the chat that he was not doing any other trials because he was not interested in any of them. This shocked even Reina while Subaru announced that he was going to take a break from streaming, and the chat was going wild, wondering why it was always so abrupt. Even Reina was shocked while Subaru thanked everyone for tuning in. We see that Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream, and now no broadcast was live. Just when Reina had thought that the live stream would keep her busy until she reached floor 3, the live stream ended, and now she had no way to pass the time. But she started laughing because this Subaru really resembled the original one, and the lady wondered what to believe, because this Subaru also went his own way, no matter what anyone said. Now it was like that real Subaru was streaming in this era. Reina looked at the beautiful-looking clouds, wondering if this was even possible. But she snapped out of it, taking the tablet and keeping it inside her coat, wondering if Subaru was going to enter the tournament. She wondered if Reina was going to stick around to chit-chat with him, and she hoped that the boy did not win because she kind of liked him, and things would go bad. As the scene shifts, we see that both Subaru and Hatsuko were talking to each other. She was complimenting how the boy had ended the stream, because that's exactly how the original Narukami Subaru would have acted, and the boy had now really captured the original's vibe. But Subaru was kind of disappointed because the viewers were booing at him like crazy. But the manager lady knew that if Subaru had just gone to take normal jobs, then his stream would not have felt so special. Subaru decided to keep this advice hard, knowing that it was good. The manager wondered what the boy was going to do next, while everyone who was walking around turned towards Hatsuka to look at how beautiful she was. But Subaru did not notice, telling the lady that he was going to hunt until the tournament because he did not know what kind of rivals might show up. So he decided to level up a bit so that nothing felt weak. He also wanted to get a handle on how much thunder he could use with his current stats, along with testing the performance of the Thunder Heart. He knew that he had to practice because one thing was for sure: Subaru was never going to hand Soria's keepsake over to anyone. But as the scene shifts, we see that it was reality where a Blue Zone Guild player named Jinzaki was having a weird face, wearing somewhat professional clothing. As he told someone on his communication device to not screw with him, because normally, if people are called by Blue Zone, then they wag their tail and come running towards the office. But now someone had dared to make Jinzaki come to their office instead, just to see the boy. The brat did not care if the rookie had unlocked the useless thunder power, or whatever, thinking that it was not that big of a deal, wondering why the hell Jinzaki would have to dance to the tune of some nobody on the 3rd floor. The brat took out his tablet and called someone, telling him that he had arrived, and a hand called out to him. We see that it was Director John, and looking at him smiling, Jinzaki was getting annoyed for no apparent reason. But just then he sat down, and the director offered him some drinks while asking if he was the Blue Zone's Jinzaki, knowing that he had something to discuss with one of their streamers. But Jinzaki was annoyed, wondering where the guy was who was actually contacted. John just had a smirk on his face while he told the brat that Subaru was not there because he was out on other business. Jinzaki started insulting Subaru, telling him that he was awfully arrogant for a rookie, because for him, some other business was more important than Blue Zone. But John just smiled, telling the brat that, as it was a private matter, they were not going to answer that. But more importantly, John knew that they have already conveyed the wishes of the boy to the guild, and that is why he was not present there. But Jinzaki insisted that he planned to speak to the boy directly regarding that matter. John was kind of getting annoyed, but still managed to pull off a fake smile, telling the brat that, unfortunately, it was difficult for anyone to meet him right now. Now Jinzaki started getting angry, thinking that John was a pushover, telling him that just because the people at the company want to keep the boy with him, John was not letting Jinzaki meet Subaru. But deep inside, he knew that if he went back to the guild without seeing Narukami, then he was the one who was getting disciplined for this. He immediately lashed out, telling John that he already knew the game of the director because he was just trying to keep his golden goose, telling him to think about it carefully. Because, according to him, Subaru would be way better off joining a major guild instead of just streaming. The brat insanely came closer to John, trying to intimidate him. But John was not at all having any effect while he looked at the brat with sharp eyes, telling him that famous streamers are going to earn just as much as top-ranked players these days. And Subaru was the rising star of their company. Every now and then, John always met some brat who thought that streaming was the work of nobodies and did not respect the profession. Offended by how he was targeted, Jinzaki wondered if the director was trying to make the Blue Zone Guild his enemies. But John stopped the brat, telling him to hear him out till the end, like the professional he was trying to be. John explained that he prioritized his streamer's own wishes above all else, and since Narukami's decision had already been conveyed, the company was fully going to support it, no matter who else came to them. Jinzaki played it under the rug, telling John that for a grown man, he was painfully out of the world because Blue Zone was not going to stay quiet about this. But the director played the Uno reverse, telling the brat that he was the one who didn't get it and was full of himself. And there are people in this world who cannot be swayed by forces or threats. Now the director started aura farming, as he started raising his power level, and told the brat in a serious tone that if he was done talking, then he should get lost. This intimidated Jinzaki so much that he backed off, wondering why a measly director was overwhelming with mana just now. Jinzaki told him that whatever he was doing was going to be pretty expensive once Blue Zone found out about it, but the man wondered about what he did. John just waved his hand, and even Jinzaki wondered if what he felt was his imagination. As he was going away, he tried to be the powerful dog in his society, telling the aura farmer, John, that he was definitely going to regret what went down today. And John just calmly smiled, telling Jinzaki that he was really acting scary when he was nothing but all talk. The scene shifts to 3 days after the announcement. On the floor of the 3rd dungeon of the Sky Serpent's Nest, the boy stands facing an enormous serpent. The creature is massive, with a vicious demeanor, huge blood-stained fangs, and glowing crimson eyes. It wonders why such a puny human would dare challenge it. But the serpent has already made a fatal mistake. It underestimates Subaru. Without hesitation, Subaru draws his demonic sword and channels thunder into it, activating its power. In the next instant, he releases a massive slash straight at the Sky Serpent's face, slicing it apart and making it hiss in pain and agony. Unable to comprehend how a human could inflict such damage, the serpent is forced into battle. The fight begins. The serpent lets out a furious roar, but before it can properly retaliate, Subaru strikes again. With just one more slash, even greater damage is inflicted upon the beast. The serpent staggers, its massive body trembling. Subaru then calmly stands still, his posture alone radiating confidence. He places his demonic sword on his back, wondering if this test run was sufficient, or if it was time to end things. In the next moment, he leaps forward and pounces toward the serpent, yellow light gleaming in his eyes, filled with nothing but sheer killing intent. Subaru launches himself into the air, and as the serpent opens its mouth, it becomes clear that he intends to attack from the inside. Channeling thunder once more, he clashes directly with the serpent. Lightning erupts everywhere, filling the dungeon with blinding light. The scene becomes so bright that anyone watching could lose their sight from the sheer intensity of the thunder. At last, a system notification appears, informing Subaru that he has defeated the boss Sky Serpent. He levels up, with his strength, stamina, and concentration each increasing by 1 point. As the scene shifts again, Subaru is now sitting atop the lifeless body of the Sky Serpent. The cave itself looks small in comparison to the creature's massive corpse. His attention is drawn to a shiny object nearby, a Sky Serpent fang, glowing crimson red and resembling a precious gemstone. Subaru wonders if it could sell for around 10,000 credits, recalling that this was its value at least 20 years ago. He sets the fang aside and opens his status window. Subaru is now level 35 with strength, stamina, and mana at 36, speed at 33, and concentration at 30. He can hardly believe it. He has gained 9 levels in just 3 days. Deciding that this is enough, he chooses not to grow greedy. He knows his friend Soya is waiting, and he must focus on avenging his dear friend. Subaru's expression turns serious as he steels his resolve. The scene shifts once more. We now see the cute and elegant Hasuka, wearing a beautiful dress and looking especially radiant today. She waves her hand towards Subaru as he sits down at the cafe. Subaru wonders if something good has happened, noticing the bright smile on her face. Hasuka's expression glistens as she wonders if Subaru has already seen it. Confused, Subaru asks what she means, but Hasuka quickly realizes that he probably hasn't noticed yet. Subaru asks again what she is talking about. Hasuka explains that she means the collaboration video. In typical Subaru fashion, he responds that he was too busy grinding and didn't have time to watch it. Hasuka calms herself and maintains her smile, saying that this is completely fine for Narukami Subaru. Even when he doesn't mean to, his nonchalant nature and his habit of putting training above everything else are exactly what make him who he is. Still, Hasuka notices something different about this Subaru compared to the original. Taking something out of her bag, she asks him to check it. Subaru is slightly shocked as he opens the envelope, and Hasuka explains that it contains the revenue statement from his recent collaboration stream with Hawkeyes. Subaru is stunned to see that he has earned approximately 50,000 credits, far more than he expected from such a small stream. Hasuka then tells him that she could have given this to him at any time, but there is another reason she wanted to see him today. Now intrigued, Subaru listens as Hasuka begins to blush slightly. She explains that she knows someone named Kyog, a gambling enthusiast, and thanks to him, she learned something interesting. Her expression shows clear hesitation, as if she is reluctant to even mention him. Hasuka explains that there is a form of gambling where people bet on who will win and collect payouts. The higher a player's chances of winning, the lower the payout rate, meaning smaller returns, but much more reliable outcomes due to the player's skill. What shocks Subaru is that his current payout rate is 6.1 times. However, there is another player with a rate of just 1.2 times, marking him as the absolute favorite. Curious, Subaru asks who this person is. Hasuka introduces him as Omar, a Blue Zone player who stayed on floor 3 for 10 straight years, driven purely by an obsession with clearing the Cave of Thunder. Because of this insane fixation, Omar became famous despite being neither a streamer nor a ranker. According to Hasuka, Omar is likely scheming even now, trying to meet Subaru somehow. To Omar, Subaru's declaration of a solo Cave of Thunder challenge on stream was nothing short of spitting on, and laughing at, his 10 years of relentless effort, and even then, how he was unable to clear it. Subaru immediately told Hasuka to put everything else aside, pointing out that she was standing extremely close to him and that it was a rather compromising position. The moment he said that, Hasuka became aware of herself. She blushed from head to toe, quickly turning away and returning to her seat, thoroughly embarrassed. Still, she continued explaining that between the Cave of Thunder challenge, the upcoming tournament, and the next trial, there was a real chance that Subaru might run into Omar. She simply wanted to warn him and tell him to be careful. After the conversation ends, the scene shifts to the 3rd floor of Ortonal. Large, ancient-looking buildings line the streets, and carriages pulled by horses move endlessly along the roads. Inside one such carriage, several people are talking about how tomorrow is finally the day they will meet the bastard who bragged about solo clearing the Cave of Thunder. Inside, we see 2 men, one wielding a spear and the other a sword. The swordsman tells the man sitting beside him that Subaru is only talking nonsense because he doesn't truly understand what kind of place the Cave of Thunder really is. He tells him not to let it get to him. That man is none other than Captain Omar. Omar sits quietly, lost in thought, flipping a gold coin continuously in his hand to counter his anxiety. Calmly, he tells his subordinates that it doesn't bother him. Subaru has a reputation for bragging, after all. However, the others begin talking about how Subaru's career is short-lived and only progressing because he is the new master of thunder, the very thing they have waited for so long. Even so, they believe Subaru is getting far too full of himself. Just because he mastered thunder, the boy thinks he is the real Narukami Subaru or something. As the subordinates continue to blabber on and insult Subaru, Omar stops them immediately. He tells them that now is not the time for envy or jealousy. Looking down on someone or trashing their achievements is completely out of line. One of the bald subordinates hesitantly asks what they should do instead, wondering if they should show respect. Omar clenches the coin in his hand once more and tells him that if it becomes necessary, he is ready to do exactly that, without hesitation. This shocks the subordinates. They notice that the coin Omar had been flipping is now bent in half purely from the pressure of his grip. In that moment, they realize that even though Omar speaks calmly, his pride has been completely shredded. And that is dangerous, especially because the streamer they saw had been running his mouth so casually. They wonder how Subaru plans to take responsibility against a monster like Omar, a man who dedicated his entire life to clearing the Cave of Thunder. As the scene shifts again, we see Subaru's demonic sword and the Narukami Subaru mask resting on a table. Subaru is deeply focused, reading everything he can about Omar. He realizes that the man is clearly obsessed and only started standing out about 5 years ago. He entered the blue zone around the same time, but what truly shocks Subaru is that Omar immediately took center stage in the Cave of Thunder challenge. He had already reached deep within the cave and was now just one step away. Subaru finally understands why Kyojo looked so confident while hosting the tournament. If there was an internal favorite to win, it explained a lot. Still, Subaru merely smiles, silently apologizing to Kyojo. He is truly back in action now and intends to do everything he can to see whether Kyojo can handle what is about to come his way. The scene shifts once more. The entire marketplace is now decorated, and the usual hustle and bustle is even more intense than before. Nearby, a shopkeeper is speaking to a hunter, telling him that no matter how good the material originally was, it can't fetch much in its current condition. The hunter's work was sloppy, and the hide is covered in scratches. The shopkeeper offers 1,500 credits. The hunter hesitates but is clearly desperate for money. The shopkeeper knows this and bluntly tells him to take it or leave it, as that is his final offer. The hunter reluctantly agrees and takes the 1,500 credits. As the shopkeeper rolls up the hide, he thinks to himself that he is incredibly lucky. Red Troll hide self-repairs over time and is extremely valuable, but very few people know this. He takes advantage of that ignorance regularly. Just as he finishes rolling the hide, a red crystal-like fang is suddenly placed on his table by none other than Subaru. The shopkeeper freezes, shocked as he realizes that it is a sky serpent fang. Subaru calmly asks how much he is willing to pay for it. As the shopkeeper inspects the fang, he realizes it is flawless, S+ grade material with almost no damage at all. Still, the man smiles, thinking that the boy has chosen the wrong person to negotiate with. He begins praising the condition, saying how excellent it is and mentioning that the sky fang is usually considered high B to a rank material. He compliments the hunter who managed to obtain it. But then, as usual, he starts circling around his excuses, mentioning a tiny scratch, claiming that the product doesn't quite meet the highest rank, and lamenting how unfortunate Subaru's timing is. He adds that the supply of sky serpent fangs has recently increased, causing demand to drop rapidly. The shopkeeper takes out his tablet, types in 8,000 and shows it to Subaru, saying that since he is in a good mood, he is willing to sweeten the deal. Subaru recalls the prices from 20 years ago and thinks that 8,000 credits isn't too bad. Suddenly, a voice speaks from behind him. With that condition, the Sky Fang is easily worth at least 15,000 credits, because Sky Serpent Fangs are extremely rare and usually sell at the seller's price. Subaru turns around. The shopkeeper pales in fear. Standing there is none other than Omar, walking closer and closer towards Subaru. His gigantic build dominates the space around him, and despite his intimidating presence, Omar is undeniably handsome. He studies Subaru carefully, wondering if the boy before him is truly Narukami Subaru. And in that moment, Subaru realizes the same thing. The man standing in front of him is none other than Omar. The scene shifts to the third-floor cafe once again, where we see both Subaru and Omar Schneider talking to each other. Subaru wanted to get straight to the point, while all the bystanders wondered what Schneider was doing in their small cafe. Subaru had one thing clear in mind, that they were not the kind of buddies who could just chill in a date-like setting like this. On top of that, Subaru did not even like parfaits, while Schneider seemed to be enjoying them a lot, eating cup after cup. Finally, the man spoke about how Subaru had claimed that he was going to clear the Cave of Thunder. Subaru did not see any problem with that and wondered what the issue was. Schneider explained that at first, he had thought Subaru was nothing but a cocky drifter. That was his first impression, because someone who had just climbed up to the third floor suddenly sticking his nose out and claiming he would conquer the Cave of Thunder sounded ridiculous. Subaru asked if Schneider had changed his mind now. The man doubled down, saying that he was still 50% convinced and 50% against it. Because of that, Schneider decided to give Subaru half of his respect, acknowledging that the boy had talent, overflowing talent at that. Still, he could not believe that Subaru was being compared to the real Narukami Subaru. Meanwhile, Subaru kept scanning Schneider again and again. At first, he had thought Schneider was just a weirdo, but now he could see that the man's eyes were completely serious. Subaru immediately asked if Schneider had dragged him to the same cafe again and again just to get a sticker of bravery and a pat on the head. Schneider immediately replied that he had a proposal. Suddenly, the man looked furious, with a blue glow in his eyes and what seemed like killing intent. He told Subaru that he should take back whatever he had blurted out that day about clearing the Cave of Thunder solo, calling it arrogance born of ignorance. Schneider demanded that Subaru start a stream and apologize publicly. Subaru calmly pointed out that this did not sound like much of a proposal. Schneider contradicted him, saying that he was not telling Subaru to do it right now. Instead, he would beat Subaru in the upcoming tournament, and then Subaru would clearly admit his immaturity. That would be the moment when Subaru bowed his head. Sighing at Schneider's childish nature, Subaru agreed. He told the man that if he won, Schneider would hand over everything he knew about the Spirit Cave without leaving anything out. Since Schneider was the one who brought this up, Subaru said that this condition was the bare minimum. Schneider started laughing as he got up from the table and left, telling Subaru that it was no problem at all, because there was no way he was going to lose, certainly not to a boy pretending to be Narukami Subaru. As Schneider walked away, Subaru stood up and started analyzing the situation. He knew that Schneider was an enemy not to be taken lightly, because those 10 years had not been wasted for nothing. The scene shifts to the Azure Sky Entertainment Company building. Hatsuka's friend was watching the stream while checking the notifications, knowing that over 10,000 people were going to attend the tournament because the prize was a relic. That meant the turnout was bound to be insane. He was convinced that if this tournament had existed when he was on the third floor, he would have joined at least once. As he checked the list of contenders, he realized that Subaru was volatile, but the rest were strong as well. Schneider, however, was a proven high-yield investment, even for betting. He was about to click on Schneider and place his bet, knowing that with this many participants, the outcome was basically obvious. Even if the odds were only 1.2x, a pro bettor like him would bet on reliability, not profitability. He was almost about to put all his money in, thinking that gambling was the fastest road to ruin, when he suddenly received a call from Hatsuka. He tapped the receive button without thinking. Startled, he threw the tablet onto the table, making it slam loudly, and told her that she had scared the hell out of him. He wondered if Hatsuka was spying on him, but she did not care and instead asked what he was doing. The man was terrified, wondering how she would have found out that he was betting again. He even thought she might have planted a bug in the office or in his ear. Hatsuka, on the other hand, wondered if the man was crazy. More importantly, she needed to tell him something and asked what he was doing, not in real life, but inside the app where he spent his money. The man was shocked when he heard that Hatsuka herself was planning to place a bet. When she told him that she was going to bet on Narukami Subaru, the man was completely taken aback. He thought Hatsuka was an idiot and wondered if she even understood how precious those credits were. But then we see Hatsuka once again, dressed beautifully, properly showing off all her important features. She wondered if the man was suggesting that Narukami Subaru was going to lose. Hearing that, the man clarified that it was not that Subaru was being underestimated. Instead, they always analyzed fighting styles, strengths, and payout rates before calculating the odds. He explained that Omar Snyder was not someone who belonged on the third floor to begin with, and his strength was far superior. People even said that Snyder had accomplished more on the third floor than the original Subaru ever did. There was no way that a streamer who had only recently arrived could defeat Snyder, who had been grinding for 10 years straight. To him, it sounded like a fantasy wrapped in a fairy tale. As the man continued bickering, Hatsuka simply wanted him to shut up. She asked if he was willing to bet against her for once, staking his entire month's paycheck. The man immediately agreed, but suddenly Hatsuka sensed a serious aura nearby. It was coming from a cloaked individual who had crossed paths with her. Hatsuka turned around and abruptly cut the call, leaving the man in the middle of finalizing the deal. He was confused about who the cloaked person was, why Hatsuka had hung up without a word, and why she had suddenly brought up gambling in the first place. He wondered if something had happened that changed the odds. The scene shifts to the bustling market, where Snyder was walking alongside his subordinate. The minion asked about Subaru, and Snyder replied confidently that the boy was no amateur and knew how to handle himself. Still, the minion suggested that because of this, their captain might actually lose. That irritated Snyder, but he said nothing. He only clenched his teeth and stated that after meeting Subaru in person, he was certain there was no way he would lose. He absolutely could not allow a child to defeat him. Watching from above was the same cloaked individual observing Snyder as he moved through the market. This was none other than Reina, who immediately realized that Snyder's mana was no joke. She thought to herself that she would eventually have to defeat him to obtain the shoes. Confident in her strength, she smiled quietly. The scene then shifts to the day of the tournament. Cheers echoed everywhere as people gathered to watch the fights. Inside the Eternal Coliseum, Subaru was walking slowly toward the main arena. As he opened the gate, he was met with a massive crowd cheering loudly for the contenders. Everyone was thrilled to see Narukami Subaru in person, unable to believe that the streamer everyone was talking about was actually competing. The voting had finally closed, and Subaru ranked second as a potential winner. People began wondering who had taken first place. On the opposite side, another gate opened, and the huge, bulky Omar Snyder entered with a confident aura surrounding him. However, the moment he saw Subaru, he turned his face away. The crowd erupted in cheers for Snyder, many of them beautiful women who dreamed of meeting him at least once in their lifetime, as he was famous for his stamina. The Coliseum roared like a massive sound box as fireworks shot into the sky. Suddenly, a woman appeared at the center of the arena, thanking the audience for their patience. She introduced herself as Mizuhara of the Blue Zone, announcing that she would serve as the host for today's tournament. She explained that the competition would be divided into qualifiers and the main event. Then came the moment everyone had been waiting for, the reveal of the prize for the sole champion of the main event. It was the shoes once worn by Soya himself, a symbol of the Blue Zone's pride and a legendary relic named Taralia. As the beautiful shoes floated in the air, the crowd erupted in cheers. Mizuhara confirmed that the shoes were real. While Subaru stared at the prize, he whispered to his deceased friend, telling him to wait because he swore he would take those shoes back. In the audience, we see both Hatsuka and the cloaked woman, Reina. Hatsuka blushed deeply, thinking that Narukami Subaru was about to restart his dream. However, when she noticed the cloaked woman again, she realized they had met before. This time, Reina was wearing a Narukami mask, only now it was red, and she was growing angrier with every passing second. After getting inside the field, Narukami Subaru finally started the live stream, and everyone was now cheering for our boy. The live stream started with more than 3,000 viewers at once. Subaru apologized for vanishing without any trace, but the chat told him that they had been looking at him in the stadium while also watching the stream so that they could get both the views. Subaru realized that they were really hyped up, and that he could barely keep up with the chat. But then suddenly, some viewers started cheering the boy up and decided to drop 30,000 credits in one go. The boy was even more hyped up, taking out his demonic sword while thanking the audience for the 30,000 credits. Now Mizuho started laughing while announcing the beginning of the tournament, as multiple firecrackers appeared in the sky along with the lady. She opened a green-colored portal, slowly materializing it. Then the whole scene started shifting, as the entire place began terraforming and a green aura surrounded the whole stadium. People were mesmerized and scared at the same time, because it was an ability on another level, which was quite expected of the blue zone. Even Subaru realized that this size of magic and skill was not thrown together overnight and required a lot of practice. The entire arena was now changed, and the sky was gleaming green with multiple stars. A notification popped up, telling Subaru that he had finally entered the preliminaries. As the scene shifts, we see the wide area of the stadium, which was completely engulfed in a green-colored sphere. The whole area was now turned into a zone resembling a forest. The rules were announced. If anyone died, they were out. Everyone except oneself was an enemy. The round would finally end when the number of survivors dropped to exactly 1,000. Subaru was shocked by the sheer number of participants this time, which was even more than 10,000, and reducing it to 1/10 was no joke. Subaru realized that it was a solo match, and thinking that no one would target him in the preliminaries, he decided to save his strength for a bit. But then the audience started telling Subaru that if he killed one person, he would get 100 credits, so the more he killed, the more he would get. Looking at that, another person did the same thing, so now the boy was getting 200 credits per kill, along with 10,000 credits for taking down Omar Snyder, which shocked even Subaru, who wondered how many credits people actually had. But suddenly, Subaru sensed someone behind him. It was an assassin-type adventurer who came just an inch away from the boy, but Subaru flawlessly dodged it. Even when the man knew that making Subaru the target right from the start was brutal, he still decided to try his luck. But what the boy did not know was that the man was foolish, because now Subaru was ready with his demonic sword, knowing that 200 credits were flying around right now. As time passed, the number of survivors was reduced to almost 8,500. On the other hand, we see Omar Snyder, who was just walking like a giant hero with an overwhelming presence. The man did not care about small fries because he had his eyes on only one man, and that was none other than Narukami Subaru himself. Omar had great determination and was ready to fight till death. But suddenly, he was attacked. Snyder was no joke, immediately dodging at the nick of time and moving aside as he saw that the attacker was an archer trying to ambush him from the bushes. The archer thought the arrow was close and that he could have hit Omar, not knowing his place. But then, from behind, multiple people started appearing. They were all planning to gang up on Omar Snyder, deciding to take down the man to make their name on the whole third floor. Some of them still had some brains left and suggested to the others that this was a bad idea and that they should turn away, because the arrow was deliberately dodged by the man without any effort. But some people were as dumb as their faces, telling the smarter ones to relax, thinking that it was a numbers game, abusing Omar by saying that he was just some guy who had rotted on the third floor for 10 years and that he did not pack a punch. As the scene shifts to Snyder, he was just standing calmly and told the group that the plan itself was not that bad. But the problem was that they had picked the wrong opponent to test it on. One of the bald men stepped forward, telling Snyder that he was spouting big words for someone about to die. Those were the last words he spoke. His head was blown away, and a fountain of red liquid splattered onto the ground. As he was knocked down, every dumb person heard what had just happened. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they were not able to believe that Snyder had used his spear when it was way out of range. And now the man was swinging it around in a circular motion. Airwaves traveled with it as Snyder warned everyone that he had seen countless punks like them, and they were nothing but mere ants in front of him. Saying that, Snyder stopped the spear and attacked all those brats, finishing them off one by one, while their bodies were completely decimated. After doing that, the man told everyone that shortcuts were not going to work in the tower, and the only thing that protected them there was their own strength. Now Omar Snyder looked like a devil as he continuously spun the spear he possessed, and this alone was enough to make all the brats piss their pants. Every screen present in the hall was now focused on Snyder, and how he was carrying out a one-sided massacre with his spear and refined technique. Even when the leader tried to stop them, telling them that it was just an exam and that they should not chicken out, they all knew that this was not even a fight. It was an adjusted massacre from one side. Meanwhile, we see Reina, who was wearing the mask of Narukami Subaru, watching everything and realizing that among all the players, Snyder was on another level. Once he climbed higher, he would definitely break into the top ranks. But then suddenly, Reina was completely pissed off, looking at Hatsuka, who looked as beautiful as ever. Reina could not help but be bothered by the noises she was making, shouting for Subaru to go harder already, because every last one of the enemies were cowards. Reina noticed Hatsuka watching Subaru's stream, and even Hatsuka noticed the cloaked girl who knew the name Narukami Subaru, wondering if the lady knew him. Hatsuka just smiled, thinking that the girl was probably a fan of their boy, and Reina also agreed. Hatsuka started blabbering, just like her usual habit, about how she had been a fan for 20 years and how her name was Hatsuka. But it was all a plan. She also wanted to know the name of the cloaked lady. This put Reina in a fix. As the scene shifts, we see that only 1,342 survivors were remaining, and the match was going to end in a few minutes. Meanwhile, Subaru was walking through the forest once again, wondering what number they were at now. The chat told him that they were at 98. As Subaru scanned the area, he saw that the number had drastically reduced, knowing that the preliminaries were about to end soon. Still, he was as greedy as ever, thinking that 200 credits per head was kind of underwhelming. Even after killing 98 participants, he would not even get 20,000 credits. But just then, he got an idea and decided to announce his location so he could draw more players in and increase his kill count. Even the chat was surprised at how crazy Subaru was, because everyone else was desperately trying to hide during these last moments, while Subaru was drawing aggro toward himself without hesitation. The boy used his demonic sword along with his thunder skill, as black and yellow lightning slashed through the trees. The demonic blade cut through them like a knife through butter, and as the trees fell in a straight line along the slash, it was enough to shake the entire arena. As this happened, Omar Snyder was the first to sense that surge of energy on the other side, and realized that it was none other than Subaru himself. Below Snyder were all the people who had been trying to act smart in front of him, thinking they could take him on. After piercing the chest of the final person trying to ambush him, Snyder's eyes glowed blue with killing intent as he angrily realized that he had finally found Subaru. But then we see that Subaru was also standing in front of Snyder, having tracked his energy as well, telling the man that he was the one who found Snyder first. The chat was fully supporting Subaru, thinking that he could take on Snyder and make an easy 10,000 credits without much effort. But Subaru knew, just like Snyder, that they were opponents of the same level and not to be taken lightly. Still, Snyder was happy, thinking that they no longer needed to drag this out and could end it right there. Subaru was also pleased, thinking that he would pocket the 10,000 credits sooner than expected. And with that, both Narukami Subaru and Omar Snyder stood facing each other, ready to begin their duel. But time was passing, and we see that only 1,200 survivors remained. The boy knew that only 200 people were left until the preliminaries would end, so he decided to finish it quickly. But Omar Snyder was not giving Subaru any opening, throwing spears straight at his face, which Subaru managed to dodge at the nick of time. Still, it was really making him sweat as he saw the impact those attacks carried, destroying all the trees standing behind him and clearly showing their destructive power. Subaru realized what would happen if even one of those attacks hit him. For Snyder, however, he thought there was still time to breathe, because there were still 200 people left. Subaru was analyzing him with every passing second, knowing that this spear attack was not a skill but pure technique. He understood that if he lost track of the tip of the spear, he would be dead in no time. Snyder started spinning the spear like a helicopter once again, and even Subaru found it strange that the spear was casually reaching distances it normally should not. The air pressure from the spear alone was enough to make Subaru feel like he was about to be blown away. He protected himself while managing his stance, barely holding on as another slash came toward him. Subaru immediately activated the demon blade and fed it stamina, enhancing its strength in proportion to the stamina consumed. He also used the greed scale, level 4, to resist the secondary effects of the demon blade, barely managing to counter the slash and deflect it in another direction. As he jumped toward Snyder to attack, Subaru noticed that Snyder was already 2 steps ahead, charging his spear straight toward his chest. Subaru was not ready to give up. He twisted his body to the side and performed a spinning kick aimed at Snyder's face, which Snyder deflected once again before slashing back, trying to overwhelm Subaru. Still, Subaru maintained his posture, clashing Omar's spear with his demonic sword. Continuous stamina was being drained as he kept charging and countering attacks. After one final strike, Snyder was pushed back, giving Subaru a moment to breathe. Snyder stood there without a single hint of exhaustion. Wondering why Subaru was not using his thunder skill, he questioned him. Subaru sighed and told him that using thunder in the preliminaries would be a waste, because the match was going to end anyway. This deeply offended Snyder. He saw that the number of survivors had already dropped to 1,007. Hearing Subaru say that using thunder on him would be a waste made Snyder grit his teeth, his eyes nearly bulging. He wondered if Subaru was deliberately stalling instead of fighting seriously. The two clashed again, but this time Subaru perfectly deflected Snyder's spear, laughing inside his mask and wondering what was wrong with him. Was he really going all out in the preliminaries? Snyder was furious, but the number of survivors continued to drop and finally reached the hundreds, signaling the end of the preliminaries. Once that happened, fighting was no longer allowed. Both Snyder and Subaru calmed down. Snyder smiled and told Subaru to be ready the next time they met. Subaru, on the other hand, felt slightly bitter that he would have to wait longer for the 10,000 credits. A system notification appeared, informing everyone that they were being transferred to the waiting room. As the scene shifted, we see that the waiting room was a virtual space, with multiple notifications floating in front of Subaru. He was informed that each player was given a 30-minute break before the next round. Looking at his own condition, Subaru noticed that his hands were shaking. Deep down, he knew that Snyder was incredibly powerful and that he had nearly been pushed to the edge. If the fight had lasted even a little longer, things could have gone very differently. Subaru then remembered that he was still live streaming. The chat was disappointed about the time limit, but when Subaru checked the viewer count, he saw 11,000 viewers. He remembered what Hatsuka had told him, that 10,000 viewers was the so-called streamer's wall, and once a streamer broke that number even once, they could survive in the industry. Now Subaru had more than 11,000 people constantly watching him. The boy smiled, happy that he had finally captured real attention as a streamer. Even his clash with Snyder had turned into a net positive for him. Still, now that he truly understood Snyder's strength, Subaru wondered how someone at that level had failed to clear the Cave of Thunder. As the scene shifts, we come to the secret hideout of Blue Eyes, where we see Reina's friend, who was getting pissed off because he was bored. He wondered what he was even doing every single day, because his routine consisted of training, eating, and then watching Narukami Subaru's live stream. Even he realized that, for now, Omar Snyder still had the upper hand. He wondered why a guy like Snyder was staying on the 3rd floor anyway, because out of anyone, Snyder should be the one who knows that the lower the floor, the harder it is to close the level gap. The man also knew that if there was one thing Subaru had over Snyder, it was the thunder skill. Of course, if Subaru truly had talent on par with Snyder, a complete comeback could happen once that thunder skill was used. But from what the man could tell, that did not seem to be the case, because he had clearly seen Subaru struggling while fighting Omar. As the scene shifts, we see multiple mission complete notifications, as Subaru was gifted approximately 20,000 credits. He started pressing accept on all of them like a greedy person, knowing that if rich people were giving credits, he would take them, while still being very thankful. Finally, after gaining enough credits, he used 80,000 credits to level up the greed skill to level 5, leaving him with only 16,000 credits remaining. Now the skill had ranked up and could suppress the cell defect of skills or items used by an individual, depending on the skill's rank and level. It could be further enhanced by 160,000 credits. Subaru thought about something, wondering if maybe that skill was usable now. Meanwhile, the audience wondered what Subaru was strategizing, as he had gone completely silent. As the scene shifts again, we see the green arena still glowing, and it was now nighttime. Mizuha looked at Soya's shoes, wondering if it was really true that there was a thief aiming for them. She also had some idea about the thief's true identity. Sadly, someone called out to her. As she turned around, she saw an escort who informed her that reinforcements from the guild headquarters had arrived to support her. Mizuha was shocked, wondering why this was happening again and who was leading them this time. Then the man finally arrived. Mizuha was stunned upon seeing him, wondering what he was doing all the way down on the 3rd floor. The man was none other than Kurakawa, who walked in with style and told Mizuha that the guild master was in a bad mood. Mizuha wondered if this was about Narukami Subaru. Kurakawa corrected her, saying it was about both Subaru and Snyder together. But there was another, even more serious issue. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Hatsuka and Reina once again. Reina was shocked, wondering why someone with such immense mana was sitting in a place like this. Hatsuka knew she would have to do something and started taking off her mask. But Reina's expression suddenly changed as she introduced herself as Tammy, telling Hatsuka that being called Miss was kind of embarrassing. Hatsuka blushed slightly, but pointed out that the cloaked woman was giving off a completely abnormal aura. From that alone, she could tell that Tammy had trained for a very long time. She immediately noticed that Tammy's face was being created using a disguise technique. Reina was shocked, wondering how Hatsuka had seen through it. She became irritated, questioning who Hatsuka really was. Even as she tested how much Hatsuka could perceive, she realized she was completely exposed. Reina wondered if Hatsuka was someone sent by Kyojo for assassination. However, Hatsuka was far too open for that. She simply smiled and told Reina that she must have her reasons. After all, the stronger someone is, the more they have to hide who they really are. Still, Hatsuka made it clear. She wanted to know whether Reina was there to interfere with the tournament. Reina's expression changed completely. She maintained her disguise, wondering what Hatsuka would do if that were truly the case. But upon hearing her answer, Hatsuka suddenly turned into a complete maniac, declaring that if Reina was here to cause trouble, then she would stop her no matter what it took. At that moment, red energy burst out, overflowing from every part of Hatsuka's body. But just then, the scene shifts, and we see that Subaru was a bit surprised as he turned around, and inside the virtual space, it was announced that the break had finally ended. Now Subaru was getting teleported to a different space, while the system told him that the finals were commencing. As the walls of the virtual space collapsed, we see that it was actually a physical space, and all the participants were right next to each other the whole time. The floor beneath them was glowing with a bright white light. They wondered how it was possible because no matter how they screamed or whatever they did, they were not able to listen to anyone else, thinking that they were in an isolated space. But just then, a huge system notification appeared in front of everyone, telling them that the finals will be held in a territory capture format, and for winning they will have to capture the enemy's territory. We come to see a little chibi version of a Mizuha fairy who was acting like a mascot, waving her wand and explaining that once the match starts, each player will be assigned a territory, and only up to 2 people can enter a single territory. The opponents will have to defend, steal, and hold while they take over other players' territories. And if they defeat a player, then they can finally take it, but only up to 2 people can stay in one territory. And if someone beats their opponent, then the territory will become his to claim. The player controlling the most territory when time runs out will win, and this is how the victor of the tournament will be decided. Mizuha cutely smiled and made the special shoes appear out of thin air, telling everyone that who will become the new owner of the Teleria shoes will be found out in just the next 2 hours. And now, as we come back to the present, we see that the panels beneath the feet of the participants were all glowing in different colors, signifying their territorial rule. And finally, Mizuha, who is still transformed as a fairy, announced to everyone that the finals are finally beginning now. We see all the participants who were just standing around their territories while doing nothing, just preparing with a stance for defense. Meanwhile, as Subaru was watching everyone else, he realized that nobody was moving. But this was as expected because if they fought now, they would only get 1 tile at most. But the later it gets, the more territory they gain from just beating 1 person. Even Subaru realized that waiting a bit before making a move is the standard play. But what we see next were lifeless heads flying in the air as Subaru finally started hacking and slashing his way through victory. He wanted to stay standard, but before the stream, already some donators had given him a challenge, and now he was getting paid 300 credits per head roll, so Subaru could not stop. And he was claiming the territory effortlessly without even sweating behind that mask. As the scene shifts, we see that somewhere else it was the same, as we see purple territory expanding and multiple people getting slashed effortlessly. And as they get separated, we see that it was none other than Omar Schneider who was using his overwhelming strength to cut all the participants into multiple pieces without caring about a thing. Even those participants who were too scared to move were not spared by the man, because he had to claim territory. And his second goal, or maybe the one with the most priority, was to find the damn Narukami Subaru. As Schneider wondered where he was, thrusting his spear through the chests of many other participants and claiming their territories too, we see the stark difference between how Narukami was so clean. But Schneider did not even care, making a mess of the territories if it meant winning. And as the man started cleaning himself from all the crimson blood, he started analyzing the whole space, realizing that just in front of him was the territory of Subaru, which was glowing in deep yellow. Now as he turned around, he saw everyone else who had also started fighting, thinking that they also had a chance to win. But Schneider did not even care, only locking eyes with Narukami Subaru like lovers, but in this case they were deadshot enemies. Even Subaru finally noticed the massacre that was going on, and both of them looked straight at each other. But to Schneider's surprise, he saw that Subaru started going away, and this pissed Schneider off, who immediately called out to the boy, wondering why he was going the other way and if he was running away being that scared. Even in Subaru's live stream, everyone told him that he was losing his mind, wondering what was wrong with the ever-so-confident Subaru. But then the boy told everyone that fighting him was not actually appropriate at this time, because he got far more credits, and the more he kills, the more he gets. The chat realized just how greedy this Narukami Subaru actually was, and some of them also thought that the boy was just aura farming, not stopping until the last breath. As the scene shifts, we see that the whole place was now glowing yellow, signifying that Subaru was in control of the territory. As he realized, the third floor's level of the individuals was way lower than he had expected. Until now, he did not realize the gap because Schneider was just too powerful. But then he got a notification that a player named Dong was entering into Subaru's territory. And as there were currently 2 players in the territory, Subaru was prohibited from moving to the other space. As Subaru turned around, he saw Dong, who was the same bald man from before, as he was walking with Schneider. We come to know from the chat that Dong was actually from the blue zone, along with being Schneider's subordinate, thinking that this bald man could actually be good. And as we get the close-up, we see that even the baldy was smirking, thinking that he would probably get yelled at for beating Subaru right there. But just hearing the name Blue Zone was enough to annoy Subaru. The baldy apologized to Schneider in advance, lunging towards Subaru for claiming the kill, or so he thought. Because as soon as he pierced the ground with his staff to jump, we see our boy Subaru who immediately got down and slashed the spear, breaking it into 2 clean halves. Now the baldy was completely off balance, knowing that whatever he had thought while being overconfident was clearly not working in his favor. He wondered how his powerful weapon could just get split clean in half, while Subaru was still not over. And as soon as the baldy got slammed down onto the ground, it was effortless for Subaru to claim the victory. The baldy just opened one of his eyes, fearful of dying, and Subaru was standing just like a demon knight in front of the body as he claimed the victory. And Dong also took back whatever he had said to the captain, knowing that Subaru was indeed strong. Meanwhile, the chat wondered why Dong was called the one Schwarzman, when all it took was 1 slash to kill him instead. Now the chat was wondering how the body even got to the blue zone, or if it was just Subaru who was too powerful. But just then, all of a sudden, another notification popped up in front of the boy that finally Schneider had entered his territory after waiting for so long. Even the chat wondered if people were lining up for their turn and wanted to fight Subaru. But just then, a giant scream of Narukami echoed through the halls, and the boy turned around, sensing the urgency. And as he did so, he saw that Schneider was very up close and personal with his giant spear rolling, and if he had waited for just 1 more second, he would have already been dead. Somehow Subaru blocked the attack with the demonic sword, which was sending multiple huge impacts towards Subaru's body. Even when the boy could feel it, he could not look weak. So he continued protecting himself from the full blow, And with that, Schneider removed the staff and started screaming at Subaru, telling him to use thunder already, while he slammed his spear towards Subaru like a frantic being, not caring about whether the boy could even die or not. Schneider even intimidated Subaru, telling him that if he was not going to use thunder, then he would definitely be dead on the next attack. Meanwhile, the chat was going crazy, asking Schneider if he wanted to kill Subaru or if he wanted to keep him alive, because he was not making sense. But as Subaru was being sent over multiple territory boxes, he realized that he had no choice. Finally, the boy put his demon sword inside, and looking at that, Schneider wondered if Subaru was going to run again. But this time, Narukami had different plans, telling Schneider that he was going to give him exactly what he asked for. Finally, the system notification popped up, and everybody was hyped as Subaru started casting thunder. The heart of thunder that he had was now resonating with the thunder skill, increasing the skill effects by 20% and granting resistance to the electrocution status effect. Now as the boy was materializing thunder, he started using the greed skill to resist the secondary effects of the thunder skill. And what was unbelievable was the fact that Subaru created a spear out of the thunder skill, literally grabbing lightning with his bare hands and shaping it to take form. Subaru made it clear that running is what the weak do, and looking at that, Schneider was awestruck, wondering how someone could materialize elemental attributes into a weapon, and that too without drawback, because this had not been possible even for the original Narukami Subaru. Now the boy was ready, as he took aim with his lightning spear, asking Schneider if it still looked like Narukami was running away. But Schneider was now getting really scared, wondering if he could take something like this head-on. Schneider denied it, and hearing that, Subaru counter-questioned whether Schneider was the one who was going to run away now. But the man had immense pride, knowing that if he broke through this materialized weapon of thunder, then he could finally surpass Subaru this time. Even when Schneider was sweating all over his face profusely, he denied the claim of running away and started remembering how he was walking with Dong. And when Dong asked him why he was so obsessed with the Cave of Thunder, because with Schneider's strength he could easily make it to the 5th floor or 6th, or even higher, Schneider answered that even he did not know why he did this in the first place. Because guys like him who get too fixated or obsessed over one thing usually forget the reason anyway. Dong was not happy with this kind of answer, but Schneider told him to call it conviction or, in the worst case, obsession. But now there was one thing for sure. Whether Schneider could overcome the Thunder Cave or not, his entire life was going to change because of it. And that was exactly why Schneider was not ready to give up at all. And as we come to the present, we see Schneider, who was spinning his spear once again, which glowed with purple energy. And he declared that maybe Subaru was going to become Schneider's second obsession. And the man was definitely getting a really good feeling about this. Schneider was ready with his fear as he stopped spinning and straight up started lunging towards Subaru with insane speed. And even Narukami was no less. Thinking that to acknowledge Schneider's 10 years of grinding, he would not hold back, Subaru also jumped straight towards Schneider with his materialized thunder spear. And both of them came face to face, clashing with each other. And as their weapons collided, their faces turned grim, making it a contest of supreme strength. And it was as if the conqueror haki of two immensely powerful beings were clashing with each other. While we see that the whole area was destroyed, signifying the power that both of them held, the entire place started filling with dust and debris. A giant explosion took place which shook the entire tournament as the flaming light formed a beam and started going up through the clouds. Scene shifts back to the two beautiful ladies, Hatsuka and Reina, who were looking at each other with killing intent. Reina wondered if she should kill off the beautiful lady sitting beside her too. But then Hatsuka started speaking, saying that because she was Narukami Subaru's manager, it would be really bad if the tournament got rigged, and it would seriously hurt their boys' streams as well, so she couldn't just let that slide. Hatsuka had a kind of dismissive behavior, wanting Reina to go back to normal. But even Reina was shocked as she was still disguised, wondering if this beautiful lady was really Subaru's manager, not being able to believe it at all. Hearing that, Hatsuka started crying, knowing that it was a nightmare to get into this position, because she had to push past all those blind idiots who opposed her, and everything still had to be taken care of. And then she hired Subaru anyway, and now he was giving results. We see Hatsuka talking about her crazy friend and her boss, while Reina started crying, telling the lady that she had always watched the streams that their boy did like crazy ever since the wolf warrior fight way back then. Even Hatsuka realized that the girl was an original viewer from a long time ago, wondering if the lady was a fan of the original blue-eyed Narukami Subaru. But just then, even before Hatsuka could finish her sentence, a huge explosion took place, and both ladies turned toward the boy as even the virtual space that was made was completely shattered, everything falling apart due to the impact of the explosions. Everyone was watching it through their screens, looking at the rifts appearing. But then Hatsuka immediately looked at her phone once again, making a nervous and terrified face, as she thought that what she was thinking was not possible at all. As the scene shifts, we come to the arena once again where black and yellow lightning was pulsating through the grounds. We see the silhouettes of both Narukami and Schneider facing off, but it was Schneider who was coughing blood from his mouth. We see that his whole chest was gone due to the lightning spear. Even when he tried to deflect it, Schneider was a man of pride, not ready to fall. But still, his whole stomach was gone, and people could see through it as he finally got slammed down onto the ground. Narukami sighed, looking at his opponent whom he respected for his strength. He wanted both of them to meet again soon, calling him Schneider with respect and sincerity. Then the system notification popped up, telling everyone that Subaru had captured a total of 283 territories. And this meant that the winner of the tournament was none other than Narukami Subaru, who had the most territories under his name. Fireworks started flying in the sky while Subaru looked at all of it with his own eyes. The boy believed that he would win, but everyone else was dead shocked by this result. Even Hatsuka was really happy because her prince from the romantic novels had won the match. But Reina, on the other hand, was dead shocked, not able to believe that in the end, the one who took the grand prize was the one who had inherited thunder. Her face was displeased. As the scene shifts, we see the ever-happy Mizuha flying in the skis, announcing once more that the glorious winner of the tournament was none other than Narukami Subaru. Subaru was gleaming with yellow light as he accepted all the praise. Next up, Mizuha knew that she would have to reveal the shoes, which were the prize of the tournament, and that they would now be presented to the winner. Mizuha's slender body was still floating in the air. But we see that Reina now started to leave the tournament, not waiting until the shoes were given to the boy. As Narukami held those shoes, he was not able to believe that it had been 20 years since he last saw them. And as the boy looked at the shoes with an intense glare, a memory resurfaced. His friend Tashiya was running around the whole Blue Eyes Guild base, screaming at everyone, telling them not to touch his shoes, wondering who the hell had worn them, demanding everyone confess right now. But as Tashiya was grabbing another member, Soya came from behind, wondering why Tashiya was losing it once again and why he was so damn cranky. We see that Soya was really full after eating a lot of meat and the usual protein, and it was none other than Soya himself who had worn Tashiya's shoes. Even when they didn't fit, Tashiya started screaming, lunging towards Soya and getting ready to kick him, telling him that he had already warned him a million times not to wear them because they would lose their shape. Soya's kick straight into Tashiya's stomach sent the man flying several meters away due to the impact, the shoes falling off his legs. While Subaru and the others kept enjoying the view, we see Subaru smiling as if he was truly happy. But now this memory brought him only sadness and nothing else. Meanwhile, the chat wondered if the boy was going to sell the shoes since he was greedy, because the shoes had a crazy resale price. But then the boy announced in front of everyone that he was not selling them. Everyone was shocked, wondering what the boy meant. Subaru then explained that the viewers were saying the shoes would sell for a high price if he put them up. Mizuha also explained that something like a few 100,000 or even 1,000,000 credits could be given for the shoes. But Subaru made it clear that no matter how much they were worth, he had no intention of selling them. Hearing that, the audience started raging, wanting the boy to sell the shoes to them instead, ready to pay as much as he asked. They even offered to trade items, claiming they had better things in their warehouses. Everyone started screaming. Someone offered 2 million credits, another raised it to 2.1 million, then 2.5, then 3, then 4 million. But Subaru sighed in disappointment, knowing that it was not going to stop. Immediately using his thunder powers, black clouds started surrounding the whole area, and black and yellow lightning struck from the clouds straight onto the ground towards Subaru and Mizuha, startling everyone present there. We see that our boy Subaru was aura farming as he told everyone that he was making himself perfectly clear that he would never sell the shoes, not even for 10 million credits or more. Mizuha, who was totally electrocuted by the strike, announced to everyone that this was Narukami's final decision, wondering why she was the one who also got struck by lightning. But without getting any answer, the lady was shocked as Subaru turned around and started going away while taking the prize, telling everyone that he was out. The boy had the shoes in his hands as he walked away from the arena, surprising everyone, who wondered why Subaru was not waiting for the party. As the scene shifts, we see that it was dead of night and completely silent on the third floor. Even the flyers were moving around due to the wind. We see two people standing near an alleyway. One of them was Kurosawa, who was watching Narukami's stream on his tablet, realizing that Subaru had really gone ahead and won, which was totally outside his expectations. Another beautiful-looking girl was standing there in a miniskirt and a tight dress. Her name was Hiyori, and she was also from the Blue Zone Guild. She realized that Subaru was amazing, as he had even won against Schneider of all people, wondering if this guy was eventually going to become like the real Narukami Subaru. But Kurosawa was still skeptical, wondering whether that was possible or not. He told the girl that lately people had been saying things like, "If the original Subaru can do it, then the new Subaru should be able to do it as well." Kurosawa wondered what that was even supposed to mean, but he already knew that this was how people referred to them. The blue-eyed Narukami Subaru was the original, and the streamer, who was a newbie, was the new one. He realized that the girl was really out of touch with trends. But we see that Kurosawa was also kind of a fan of the boy, telling the lady that it was really stupid because the order was backward. Now everything was benchmarked as, if the new Subaru can do it, then the original would be able to do it too. The lady wondered if that wasn't the same thing, but Kurosawa told her that it wasn't even close. The girl just turned around, mumbling to herself that this was why Blue Eyes fanboys were the worst because they kept blabbering. Kurosawa was able to hear everything and could see Hiyori mumbling under her breath. She immediately cut him off, wondering what was going to happen from here on out because it was really exciting for her, and she wondered if Kurosawa was excited too. But Kurosawa clearly told her that no matter what happened, they still had the job they were responsible for, and now all they had to do was catch the shoe thief. The man started walking exaggeratedly and left, while Hiyori wondered why such a bulky man was sulking all of a sudden and why he wasn't waiting for her. As they started moving, we see multiple cloaked individuals following them, quiet as shadows behind bodies. As the scene shifts, we see Subaru still holding the shoes in his hands, with live viewers exceeding 11,000. The chat was talking about how the shoes were old school and looked kind of nice, while someone new commented that they would probably sell for a really high price. The regular viewers immediately told him that it was a forbidden topic and not to talk about it. Meanwhile, Subaru kept looking at the shoes, feeling happy that even if things turned out like this, he was glad that he had come into contact with his old friend once again. He slowly mumbled to the chat that thanks to their missions, it didn't hurt his heart quite as much. The audience smiled, telling Subaru not to underestimate the greedy credit monsters. Subaru then opened the status window of the shoes. We learned that they were unique shoes requiring level 30+, increasing movement speed by 25% and jump power by 15%. They also granted Cloud Stride twice a day, with 2 remaining uses that reset daily. The boy looked up at the stars while the chat wondered what the shoes were even good for, thinking they were kind of underwhelming. But the nerds explained that movement speed gear was extremely rare, and rankers would go to hell and back for even a slight increase in speed. Just then, Subaru received a notification and looked at his phone. Hatsuko was texting him, asking if he was still streaming because she had seen someone suspicious and had a bad feeling. Subaru wondered what was going on as Hatsuko warned him to be careful, saying that someone might be after the prize. As the scene shifts, we see people leaving the arena. Among them, a cloaked individual was walking in the opposite direction, putting her mask on once again. She wondered what she was doing, standing right in front of Tashia's shoes, but now that it had come to this, she had no choice. The woman was ready, filled with killing intent. Thinking that no one must notice, she decided she would slice Narukami's ankles clean off. Completely hidden within the crowd, she moved forward, fully determined. As the scene shifts, we return to the hotel at night. Subaru walks inside, and the beautiful lady Hatsuka is already waiting for him. She calls out to him and politely asks him to sit so they can talk. The lady blushes slightly and congratulates him on his victory, explaining that she had already ordered a drink for him as well, figuring that Subaru would be tired after the fight. She reassures him that there is no problem since it is a non-alcoholic drink. But Subaru immediately focuses on the message Hatsuka is trying to convey as he sits down. The message Hatsuka is hinting at is about how she noticed someone suspicious in the stands and how that person might be after the prize, so Subaru should stay cautious. As she begins speaking about it, she grows visibly nervous, fidgeting as she explains that she met someone strange while the competition was going on. Subaru wonders who exactly Hatsuka is referring to, and she clarifies that it was a female player who was hiding her face behind a mask. At first, Hatsuka thought the woman seemed shady and untrustworthy, but as they kept talking, they gradually opened up to each other. Surprisingly, the mysterious woman even claimed to be a fan of Narukami Subaru, so they never ran out of things to discuss. However, the moment Subaru actually won the match, the woman's expression suddenly changed into one of deep displeasure. Hatsuka even imitates her expression, saying it looked like someone who had just been dumped by her boyfriend. She reasons that if the woman were truly Subaru's fan, there was no way she would make such a face when he won. Right after that, the mysterious lady disappeared entirely, which irritated Hatsuka to the core. Subaru, however, simply gazes into Hatsuka's eyes as she continues explaining that she even tried to follow the woman just in case. But the stranger was ridiculously skilled at hiding her presence, proving she was no ordinary person. Subaru also begins to think deeply about who that woman could be, someone powerful enough to hide from Hatsuka's perception, yet bold enough to call herself Subaru's fan. As Subaru tries to interrupt, Hatsuka hurriedly clarifies something important. The woman was not referring to Narukami Subaru the streamer, but rather to Subaru from the Blue Eyes. Hearing that, the mysterious woman's reaction had become extremely hard to interpret. It was not exactly a yes, yet not a no either, but she definitely did not deny it. Hatsuka nervously rubs her fingers along the rim of her glass as she explains that, if she had to guess, the woman seemed nostalgic upon hearing the name Natsuki Subaru of the Blue Eyes. That single statement strikes Subaru like a bolt of thunder. He abruptly stands up, slamming his chair to the ground before rushing out of the restaurant without even touching the drinks waiting for him. Hatsuka is left shocked, unable to understand what just happened. She repeatedly calls out to him, but Subaru does not stop running even once. As the scene shifts, a giant moon illuminates the land below, casting pale light over ancient buildings scattered across the landscape. On a cliff overlooking the area sits Reina, looking as striking as ever while gazing down at the puny humans below. She observes several hooded mercenaries trying to hide themselves, but she quickly realizes that Kyojo has really grown dull. She thinks that if Kyojo truly wanted to talk, he should have come personally instead of sending such rookies. Looking at Kurosawa and the girl accompanying him, she dismisses them as mere novices who could never hope to take her down. Reina is also annoyed by another matter. She actually liked Subaru, the streamer, yet he went on to win the entire event, which now makes killing him far more complicated. Just then, she notices Subaru running out of the place in a hurry and wonders where he could possibly be rushing off to so urgently. For a moment, she assumes he might simply be drunk on victory, celebrating as adrenaline floods his brain. Reina knows that if she truly wished, it would take no more than 5 seconds for her to snatch the shoes from him. She even recalls what she had told her friend about how she would definitely retrieve those shoes. But after making such a grand declaration and coming all this way, she still has not been able to do it, which irritates her deeply. She finds herself unable to bring herself to go that far and kill someone who is genuinely good. The hesitation grows even stronger because Subaru behaves exactly like that Narukami, almost as if he had been reincarnated. Reina hides her face in frustration, clearly displeased with her own indecision. Standing up on the cliff once again, she screams that she does not care anymore, convincing herself that if Subaru ever joins the blue zone, she would truly be angered beyond control. But until that day comes, she is not willing to act. She promises that if such a thing were ever to happen, she would personally cut off the boy's neck, not just his feet. Even so, Reina does not completely lose hope. Deep down, she still wants to talk to Subaru someday, thinking that if she could just see his face up close and speak to him directly, it might feel as though she were finally meeting the real Narukami Subaru once again. And with that, Reina suddenly started running at such insane speed that it looked as if she had teleported instantly. As the scene shifts, we see Subaru, who finally stops and takes a deep breath, trying to regain his stamina after rushing out. He begins scolding himself, wondering why such a possibility had not crossed his mind earlier, that someone might be using Teleria shoes as bait to lure out the blue eyes. If Reina, who specialized in infiltration, had come to retrieve Soya's shoes, then it would perfectly explain why she had deliberately hidden her presence so carefully. Subaru also recalled sensing Shin's mana from the ice flower during the tournament, and someone else who could very well have been Reina herself. For a fleeting moment, a shocking thought crossed his mind. Maybe all 4 of his teammates from Blue Eyes were still alive. However, Subaru quickly forced himself to calm down, realizing he might be overthinking everything far too early. It was too soon to jump to such conclusions. Still, he knew Reina's personality very well. She was someone who could never stay still for long, especially when something important was right in front of her. If Soya's belongings were truly within her reach, then she would definitely make a move sooner or later. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him. We see the beautiful legs of none other than Hatsuka herself as she approaches Subaru. When he turns around, she looks genuinely worried, asking if he is really okay after suddenly bolting out of the bar like that. Subaru explains that he thought the mysterious lady might have been someone he knew. Hatsuka is surprised, wondering how someone so suspicious could possibly know who Subaru really was. But Subaru quickly contradicts himself, saying he was probably just mistaken. Hearing that, Hatsuka becomes hesitant. She struggles for a moment, then awkwardly asks if Subaru truly does not have any friends. The question shocks him, leaving him unsure how to respond. Hatsuka then adds, somewhat nervously, that especially he seems to lack female friends. This makes the atmosphere extremely awkward, and Subaru simply says they should both head home now. As he turns around and begins walking away, Hatsuka wonders if her question may have upset him. The scene shifts once again to a tall, towering building. Behind one of its walls sits the same Japanese girl, complaining loudly that her legs hurt, that she was starving, and that she was utterly bored, while the old man beside her remained focused on his tablet. The girl grows increasingly annoyed and asks whether they were really just going to let them get away like this. The man calmly denies it and assures her that everything is under control. Curious about his confidence, the girl demands an explanation. In response, the man turns the screen of the tablet toward her face. It displays a message from Kyojo Itsuki instructing everyone to call off the mission. The girl is shocked, wondering why they had prepared so much if the operation was simply going to be cancelled after all this waiting, without them gaining anything from it. However, the man explains that Kyojo had been informed that if the people from Blue Eyes had truly infiltrated the tournament, then they would never allow someone else to walk away with the prize so easily. The girl questions whether that logic is really valid, while the man admits that Kyojo might just be overthinking things. Even so, Kyojo was convinced that even if those people realized it was a trap, they would still show up anyway. Hearing this, the girl begins wondering about the true identity of the person they were trying to capture, realizing that this could not simply be some baseless rumor if an entire army was being mobilized. The man also wished it were merely a rumor, but if Kyojo was going this far, then the information they had heard might actually be real. The disturbing rumor that Narukami died because Blue Eyes betrayed him might not be false after all. As the scene shifts once more, we see Subaru standing atop a tall building, silently gazing up at the night sky while reminiscing about something from his past. He was reading something on his phone, wondering if this was the reason why everyone had stopped showing themselves. After Subaru's death, it had been all over the news that perhaps Subaru had died because of his own comrades, suggesting that there had been internal strife within the Blue Eyes. It had already been 20 years since then, and Kyojo was probably somewhere far beyond Subaru's reach. For a newbie player like him to ever catch up to Kyojo, he would need something even more special and miraculous, like the spear he had shown during the tournament. Subaru had only managed to recreate that one-time legendary item and had used it on the second floor, also known as the Thunder Sphere. Even though he once believed he understood everything about the Thunder ability, it was now becoming clear that he still had a long way to go before mastering it. With that realization, Subaru clenched his fists, determination blazing in his eyes. He knew that thunder was a tremendous power, coveted by gods and giants alike, and it was a force that humanity had seized in order to fight back against them. Perhaps all this time, he had never truly been using thunder properly at all. Maybe, as he traveled through the Cave of Thunder, he would uncover more information and learn something crucial if he managed to clear that dungeon. He wanted to understand the true secret of thunder and the method behind wielding it correctly so he could grow stronger. As the scene shifts, we see a table filled with beautiful foods and sweets neatly arranged. However, the focus is on a not-so-beautifully behaving Hatsuka, who sits there with a pout on her face, staring at her phone as if she were in a trance. She asks the person on the call what exactly he was saying. It turns out to be the same gambling friend from her office, apologizing repeatedly for getting carried away earlier. Hatsuka pretends not to hear him, forcing the man to repeat himself again and again while she listens with a devilish smile. The poor guy grows increasingly frustrated, apologizing non-stop and begging Hatsuka to at least pretend that she can hear him. But she simply smiles coldly and tells him that the voice of a broke loser who blew all his bets cannot possibly reach her ears. The man desperately pleads, saying he had already paid all the money he owed. Since he had wagered against Subaru, he had lost everything and could not even pay his electricity bills anymore. He stops calling Hatsuka by her name and instead begins begging her for some financial help. Hatsuka, however, has no intention of letting him off so easily with mere sweet talk. The man even wonders if Hatsuka is some kind of sadist who wants him to turn into a dog and bark. But she quickly tells him to stop, saying that such behavior is just disgusting. Then, suddenly thinking of something, she asks him if he could do her a favor, her expression turning unusually serious. The scene shifts again, bringing us inside another hotel. There we see Omar Schneider drinking quietly when Subaru enters and sits down beside him. Subaru asks the waiter to bring him the same drink Omar is having. He slightly opens his mask so that only his mouth is visible and asks why Omar, being the leader of a famous guild, is drinking such cheap beer. Omar simply smiles and replies that it has always been like this. Back when they had many guild members, his wallet would dry up instantly whenever he tried to treat everyone. Over time, he became so accustomed to cheap beer that other drinks no longer satisfied him. Subaru is surprised to hear that Omar always paid for everyone. But according to Schneider, if he did not pay for their drinks, he would not be able to face them, because they had all followed his selfish push to challenge the Cave of Thunder. Hearing that, Subaru picks up his drink and clinks glasses with him. Omar continues explaining that back then he was just as poor as everyone else, and they could not even imagine receiving support from a guild like the present-day ones. Hunting was not easy with their low skill levels, and they were not always powerful like they were now. In those days, people needed credits just to take the exam, and if they died midway, they would lose everything they had and come out even worse than before. For players like Omar, hunting was the only option left. One day, they went out hunting as usual, hoping to scrape together enough for exam fees or at least raise their levels a little. The day had begun like any other, but everything changed instantly when they ran into a sky serpent. The situation became even worse because, despite being 7 in number, they were completely inexperienced. There was no way they stood a chance against such a gigantic creature. Out of the 7, 4 people died immediately. At that time, Omar did not see them merely as teammates. They were his best friends. That tragedy left such a deep impact on his personality that Omar completely changed after that day, and even now in the present, he treated every drink with a sense of lingering regret, haunted by the fact that he had not been able to save his friends. But suddenly Subaru stood up, wondering aloud whether his best friends would have hated him for what he did, thinking that perhaps hearing the truth might oddly make him feel better. However, what Omar said next shocked Subaru even more. According to Omar, they really did blame him. He confessed that he had heard so many accusations about how wrong he was that it felt as if his ears were bleeding from the words. People kept asking what was so important about the Cave of Thunder, saying that the entire tragedy had happened because of his stubbornness, and that if he had not insisted on going, it would never have happened. His best friends might have been spared. Things became so terrible that people even questioned how Omar had come out alive when the others had died. Subaru was left in utter shock. He quickly tried to stop Omar, telling him that it was enough and that it was probably just the alcohol talking. But Omar wondered if Subaru was pitying him. Subaru replied that anyone else in Omar's place would have given up after something like that, yet Omar was still moving forward. Omar then explained that he could not give up because they had died after he was the one who invited them. If he were to give up now, then their deaths would become meaningless and their sacrifice would be in vain. That was why he had been obsessed with conquering the Cave of Thunder all this time. Omar admitted that he did not expect Subaru to truly understand what he was feeling, but thanks to Subaru listening to him, he finally felt a faint sense of hope again. Subaru found this slightly confusing, but Omar began explaining just what kind of place the Cave of Thunder truly was. As the scene shifts, we move to the hideout of Reina and Shin. Inside, someone was packing frantically, wondering if someone had really figured him out and if he had been too naive. It was none other than Shin. He feared that if Kyojo had already taken precautions and seen through Reina's stealth technique, then it would be a complete disaster. Growing serious, Shin immediately activated the power of his eyes while calling out to Kyojo, thinking that there was no way the traitor would be allowed an easy death. His eyes' power spread, covering the entire hideout and even cracking through the floor like rubble under pressure. But suddenly his phone buzzed with a notification. When he checked it, he saw a message from Reina, apologizing for not being able to retrieve the shoes and casually joking that it was no big deal. Seeing that message, Shin was left dumbfounded, yelling at his phone and wondering if Reina was seriously joking with him at a time like this. The scene shifts once again to a fancy building where a system notification appears. Narukami Subaru has started a live stream. The chat instantly explodes with excitement, viewers wondering where Subaru was standing and showering him with credit gifts. Many began asking if Subaru was finally going to challenge the Cave of Thunder today. Subaru confirmed it himself, announcing that today they would clear the dungeon, and that was exactly why he had gone live, so everyone could witness it in real time. The chat buzzed with anticipation, wondering if Subaru would finish it in a single try once again. Just then, someone suddenly appeared behind Subaru and asked if he was really the famous streamer. Subaru nodded in confirmation. The man scratched his head awkwardly and said it was quite a coincidence because their team had also received a request to clear the Cave of Thunder. It was a fairly large group, and they all thought they were lucky since they had also been planning to challenge the dungeon anyway. They quickly gathered around Subaru, and the man politely asked if they could team up with him so they could clear it together. However, at that very moment, Subaru's phone vibrated with a new notification. When he checked it, he saw a message from Hatsuka. She warned him immediately that those people were nothing but cloud chasers who had hastily formed a team just to ride on Subaru's popularity and take advantage of him. Subaru wondered what they actually meant. The beautiful lady in the team quickly explained that they were also heading to the Cave of Thunder and that they were not trying to ride on Subaru's popularity or anything like that. Hearing this, everyone, including Subaru, immediately understood why the team had been hastily put together. The boy simply sighed, already forming a plan in his mind, and then agreed to their leader. He told them that if people later claimed he had taken the request and then bailated out, he would have no excuse left, since there would now be witnesses who could prove that Subaru had actually cleared the dungeon. That alone was enough to silence and weed out any hidden intentions from the rookie team's leader. Subaru then turned around and began walking toward the entrance, speaking in a cold and threatening voice that made everyone uneasy. He stated that it was not like he could just kill everyone simply because he felt like it. The leader was immediately intimidated, unsure what Subaru was trying to imply. But Subaru clarified one thing with absolute sharpness. They were not best friends, not comrades, and definitely not buddy-buddy companions. They were merely traveling together for this dungeon, and once it was over, they would go their separate ways if necessary. As the scene shifts, we finally arrive inside the Conrad Kingdom, the gathering point on the outskirts for adventurers who wished to enter the Cave of Thunder. The gate mercenary could not believe how many people were heading inside. Among them stood a burly man with a half-burned face and a cut ear, named Diamond, an S-ranked mercenary. He looked at the recommendation letter from Raymond and immediately began cursing him for sending yet another E-ranked individual. The chat watching the stream could only sigh, realizing how wrong the burly mercenary actually was about Subaru. However, knowing that Subaru was an otherworlder, the big man assumed that people like him always tended to recklessly throw their lives away. Subaru was clearly getting annoyed, even wondering aloud if he should just turn the mercenary into vulture bait. Someone in the chat quickly explained that turning someone into vulture bait meant beating them half to death so that vultures could finish the job. This time, Subaru looked genuinely serious. He was sensing an intense bloodlust emanating from the giant mercenary, which made the atmosphere heavy. The mercenary and his two teammates wondered why Subaru was just standing there silently. But the boy carefully analyzed the situation and realized something disturbing. The blood on them was not from monsters, but from humans. The scene then shifts to the Osman Kingdom gathering point, where two figures stand facing each other. One of them is Omar, and the other is a brat from the Blue Zone Guild. Omar is surprised to see him, but the Blue Zone brat arrogantly mocks him, calling him deaf from old age and telling him to drop out since they would be joining the raid instead. Omar wonders if these were Kyojo's orders, but the brat smugly replies that Omar had already messed up before, so his reputation was gone anyway. He accuses Omar of letting valuable guild assets slip away, which had angered the guild master greatly. Omar grows irritated and asks if the brat is implying that he could have done better. The brat, full of himself, arrogantly says it is obvious. After all, Omar had spent 10 years stuck on the 3rd floor only to lose to some newbie who had just shown up and could already use thunder. He claims that if it were him, he would never waste years in a dump like this. Hearing this, the bald Schneider beside Omar becomes furious, thinking the brat is overstepping his limits just because Omar is staying quiet. However, Omar stops him and lets the brat walk away. The arrogant youngster leaves, convinced that Omar should be grateful and that maybe this time they would finally clear the Cave of Thunder. Schneider is still annoyed and asks Omar for permission to shut the brat up, but Omar calmly stops him. He analyzes that the raid team is full of rookies anyway, so swapping a few members would not really matter. Still, Omar admits that the brat did say one thing right. Schneider is shocked, wondering what nonsense could possibly be right. But Omar then declares with firm conviction that this time, they really are going to clear the Cave of Thunder for sure. As the scene shifts again, we finally enter the cave itself. Subaru walks alongside the mercenary, with the rest of the team following behind them. Even the chat can tell that Subaru is clearly annoyed that someone else has shown up and is interfering with his solo clear attempt. Meanwhile, the mercenary keeps talking non-stop, blabbering about how the place feels strange and how the doors that open on a fixed cycle seem way too man-made. The chat notices that Subaru has not spoken a single word this entire time, while the mercenary keeps rambling like an NPC. However, the man finally says something useful. He points ahead and tells everyone that the massive cave-like structure in the distance, with a huge rock-made door embedded into it, is none other than the true entrance to the Cave of Thunder. Normally, insane lightning continuously strikes the entrance without pause, making it impossible for anyone to enter except at a very specific time window. As the mercenary kept explaining this, the rookie team leader also joined the conversation, asking how many times the mercenary himself had challenged the Cave of Thunder. The mercenary, clearly eager to talk just as much as the leader, proudly stated that this was his 3rd attempt, and that he was one of the rare few who had actually made it out alive. The leader then wondered why he would still challenge it again despite the danger. The chat watching the stream laughed at how foolish both of them looked, constantly blabbering instead of focusing on clearing the dungeon. The leader also asked why the mercenary had decided to come along with them. The burly man made it clear that there was only one thing he was after, the traces of thunder itself. He believed that if he could obtain that, he could finally quit the mercenary life for good and be done with the crushing debts that had been haunting him. The leader realized that the mercenary had no intention of actually clearing the dungeon all the way. According to the burly man, the others were acting so carefree only because they did not truly understand this place, especially someone like Subaru, who was merely E-ranked and here on just a recommendation. He even muttered that if Subaru was going to die anyway, he should just hurry up and get it over with. As usual, the chat found it hilarious how wrong the mercenaries' assumptions were. As the scene shifts, they arrive near the massive stone door of the Cave of Thunder. Constant lightning bolts kept striking the ground around the entrance, crackling violently as everyone else busied themselves taking photos to prove that they had reached the spot. The mercenary explained that in about an hour, the lightning would stop and the entrance would finally open. To demonstrate the danger, he pulled out a small, cute creature from his hand and casually tossed it toward the door. The creature was instantly electrocuted by the relentless thunder raining down from above. Using that grim example, the mercenary warned them that if they did not want to end up like that unfortunate rat, they should just rest and wait patiently. The chat groaned in boredom upon hearing that they would have to wait so long. Subaru, however, did not waste any time. He quietly began preparing, putting on the new shoes that had once belonged to his old friend. The mercenary was shocked, wondering why this E-ranked individual was blatantly ignoring his warning. But Subaru had already realized something. The entire setup felt similar to the test he had faced back on the 2nd floor. The others also started wondering what he was planning, thinking that Subaru might be about to get himself killed recklessly. Yet Subaru knew exactly what he was doing. He activated his thunder skill right in front of the Cave of Thunder. The heart of thunder within him began resisting the thunder gate, while Subaru himself endured the constant electrocution thanks to his status resistance. The thunder gate seemed to start verifying his qualifications as the entire area began gleaming with a brilliant yellow light. Everyone watched in disbelief as Subaru continued fighting against the relentless thunderbolts striking his body. His skills started reacting directly to the thunder gate, and after a moment of intense resistance, accompanied by dazzling flashes of yellow and black lightning, the thunder gate finally began to fade away. As the lightning subsided, the hidden traces of thunder were finally revealed right in front of them. However, the others could not see them at all because they were not qualified enough. The traces of thunder dropped onto the ground with a faint clinging sound, immediately drawing Subaru's attention. Even the mercenary was left stunned, realizing that those were the true traces of thunder he had been seeking all along. The burly man instantly reached for his weapon, wondering how Subaru had managed to accomplish something like this. On the other hand, Narukami Subaru ignored him completely, calmly thinking that perhaps the traces of thunder had been waiting all this time for someone truly qualified to appear. Even the chat was amazed by what had just happened. But suddenly, Subaru was attacked from behind. The blow struck his right shoulder, injuring him, though he barely managed to dodge the full force of the attack. The system notification appeared immediately, informing him that he had been attacked by a member of his allied party, meaning no counterattack penalty would be applied. Subaru slowly turned around to see the mercenary standing there with a devilish grin on his face. The man sneered and told Subaru that he had just gotten lucky, and that he wanted the traces of thunder for himself, no matter what it took. The bearded man's face twisted with irritation, his eyes burning with hostility as he glared forward. His voice dropped into a dangerous growl, warning that whatever luck had protected them until now had run out, and that it was time to hand over what they were carrying without resistance. A brief silence followed, tension stretching thin across the battlefield. From a distance, one of the onlookers hesitated, clearly confused. It didn't sit right with him. Why should they just comply? There was no authority here that justified such a demand. The opposing group stood firm, their stance unwavering. Then one of them spoke almost casually, yet with a clear edge behind the words, asking if the others were outsiders, otherworlders. The implication hung heavy in the air. Because if they were, then the rules were simple. They would take what they wanted first. After all, in a place like this, the strongest didn't negotiate, they claimed. Subaru Narukami smirked slightly and said that no matter how much of a foreigner someone was, death would always be terrifying. A sharp strike followed, and blood sprayed into the air. Subaru stated calmly that they were right, because even if dying in the game didn't mean dying in reality, the pain still felt real. And beyond that, the mental damage, the trauma, it all carried back. The enemy spoke coldly, saying everyone turns into a coward when facing death, and that they were already used to killing otherworlders. Subaru's eyes widened behind the mask. So it was true, the rumors about cornered mercenaries hunting players weren't false. Regret hit him, he shouldn't have come here. One of them tried to ease the tension, saying they should keep things civil and talk it out. But before anything could happen, a sudden attack cut through the moment. Blood burst out violently. Subaru moved without hesitation and said that just gave him the perfect excuse. In the next instant, he struck again, fast and ruthless. And with killing intent rising, Subaru declared that they might as well turn these bastards into vultures too. The man's voice trembled as disbelief took over him, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Subaru Narukami was supposed to be nothing more than a B rank, someone they could easily handle, yet the reality unfolding before him was completely different. Before he could even process it, Subaru had already moved. A single step was enough to close the distance, and in the next instant his blade cut through the air with precision, twisting the man's body as blood followed. The speed was overwhelming, leaving no room to react. From the side, another watched in shock, realizing that this wasn't just about strength but overwhelming control. Subaru wasn't merely stronger, he dictated the flow of the fight entirely. It became clear that if he had been serious from the beginning, none of them would have survived even a moment. The wounded man, unable to accept this, lashed out in frustration, accusing Subaru of deceiving him and demanding to know his true identity. Subaru, however, gave no response. His silence alone carried a weight that crushed any expectation of an answer. Without hesitation, Subaru stepped forward again, his movements calm and deliberate. Another swing forced the man back, panic now fully visible in his expression as realization set in. The mention of a demonic sword user escaped his lips, mixed with a desperate attempt to cling to pride as he mocked Subaru for relying on such power. Subaru remained unfazed, looking down at him with cold indifference, making it clear that there was no comparison between them. To Subaru, this was never about fairness. It was simply the natural outcome of difference in strength. The end came swiftly. Before the man could gather himself, Subaru's blade fell once more, clean and decisive, leaving no room for resistance. The battlefield fell silent immediately after, as if the air itself had frozen. A system message appeared, confirming that Damon had been defeated within the dungeon, and the weight of that moment settled over everyone present. No one dared to move. Their eyes remained fixed on Subaru Narukami, who stood there without a trace of disturbance, as though what had just occurred was insignificant. When he casually revealed the item in his possession, the unspoken challenge alone was enough to keep everyone rooted in place. The shift in their attitude was immediate, fear replacing whatever confidence they once had. Even the system chat seemed to mock them, reducing them to nothing more than opportunists clinging to someone far beyond their reach. Subaru showed no interest in any of it. Turning away without a second glance, he began walking forward, leaving behind both the bodies and the silence that followed. The others hesitated but ultimately chose to follow, unable to ignore the gap between them and him. To them, Subaru was no longer just another player. He was someone operating on an entirely different level, someone they could only avoid provoking if they wished to survive. As they moved deeper into the cave, the environment itself began to change. A low rumble echoed through the surroundings as cracks spread across the stone walls, glowing with a faint red energy. Lightning-like currents surged through the rock, and the atmosphere grew heavy and suffocating. Panic quickly spread among the group as they realized that both the path behind them and the one ahead had been sealed, something that hadn't been there before. The sudden shift made it clear that they had triggered something far beyond their expectations. At that moment, a memory surfaced in Subaru's mind, words once spoken by Omar before entering the dungeon. He had warned that the first thing one would encounter inside the Misty Cave were creatures known as Misty Wolves. Subaru Narukami walked ahead without looking back, his posture relaxed despite the tension trailing behind him. The others hesitated for a moment before following, still unable to fully process what they had just witnessed. To them, he no longer felt like someone on the same level. There was a clear gap, one that couldn't be measured simply by rank. Even so, they convinced themselves that as long as they didn't act recklessly or provoke him, he wouldn't turn that overwhelming power against them. Misty Wolves. Their bodies crackled with energy as they emerged in numbers, far more than anyone had expected. The sheer size of the pack alone was enough to overwhelm an ordinary group. Fighting them one by one would only drain stamina long before reaching the deeper parts of the dungeon. The realization spread quickly. This wasn't something that could be handled with brute force alone. But Subaru didn't slow down. He moved. His body surged forward with sudden acceleration, cutting through the distance between him and the approaching wolves. The others were caught off guard, unable to keep up as he advanced straight into the swarm without hesitation. To them, it looked reckless, almost suicidal. But Subaru had already seen the pattern. The wolves weren't just a chaotic pack. There was structure in their movement, a subtle order hidden beneath the aggression, and at the center of it. One stood out, smaller than the rest, yet far more dangerous. The true boss. As the wolves lunged forward, Subaru's movements became sharper, more precise. He adjusted his footing mid-motion, activating a skill that allowed him to momentarily defy gravity itself. For a brief instant, his body lifted into the air, avoiding the incoming attacks as he repositioned above them. From that vantage point, everything became clear. The target. Without hesitation, Subaru descended. His blade cut through the air in a single, decisive arc, striking toward the core of the pack. The impact sent a shockwave through the ground, scattering the wolves and breaking their formation. But the fight wasn't over. The remaining wolves regrouped instantly, their growls echoing through the cave as they circled once more. Their movements were faster now, more aggressive, as if reacting to the disruption of their leader. And at the center of it all, Subaru Narukami stood alone, surrounded, yet completely unfazed. The hunt had only just begun. The moment the wolves closed in, the air itself seemed to tense, crackling with violent energy. Subaru Narukami didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, his grip tightening around the nameless demonic sword as a surge of power coursed through it. Lightning began to gather along the blade, wild and unstable at first, before stabilizing into something far sharper, something controlled. The energy wrapped around him like an extension of his will, and in that instant, the battlefield shifted in his favor. The wolves lunged. Subaru moved faster. There was no hesitation in his actions, no wasted motion. His body cut through the chaos as if he had already seen the outcome. The lightning embedded within his blade intensified, amplifying every movement, every strike. What once might have been a simple attack now carried overwhelming force, turning speed into lethality. The difference was immediate. His strikes weren't just fast, they were decisive, each one carving through flesh and bone before the wolves could react. The moment he found his opening, Subaru brought the blade down. A single vertical strike. Lightning followed. The force split through the misty wolf boss, tearing through its body as blood scattered violently in all directions. The impact alone was enough to disrupt the entire pack, their movements faltering as the presence holding them together collapsed instantly. The battlefield froze for a fraction of a second, as if everything needed time to catch up to what had just happened. Then the system responded. The boss had been defeated, and with it the will of the pack shattered. The remaining wolves recoiled, their aggression breaking apart as fear replaced it. The pressure that once surrounded them was gone, leaving behind hesitation and confusion. At the same time, a new surge of strength flowed through Subaru, the familiar sensation of growth settling into his body as his abilities sharpened further. To him, it was nothing more than confirmation. He was progressing exactly as expected. Behind him, the others struggled to keep up. They were still fighting, still overwhelmed by the sheer number of wolves, unable to see the shift that had already taken place. To them, it felt endless, like the swarm would never stop coming. But Subaru already knew the outcome. With the boss gone, everything else would follow. The chaos continued for a moment longer before the balance tipped completely. The wolves that remained were no longer coordinated. Their attacks lacked intent, their movements disorganized. It was no longer a hunt, it was survival. Subaru turned back toward them. There was no hostility in his posture now, only quiet control. And then, without raising his voice, he gave a single command. The effect was immediate. The wolves froze. One by one, their aggression disappeared, replaced by submission as they lowered themselves before him. What had once been a raging pack now stood still, acknowledging a new presence above them. It wasn't fear alone, it was instinct, something deeper that recognized authority without question. The system confirmed it soon after. The entire pack had been subjugated. From that moment onward, they belonged to Subaru Narukami. The shift in the atmosphere was undeniable. Where there had once been danger, there was now silence, controlled, obedient. The others could only stare, unable to understand how the situation had changed so drastically. Just moments ago, they had been on the verge of being overwhelmed. Now the same creatures stood at Subaru's side as if they had always been his. Subaru didn't dwell on it. He simply turned and began walking forward again, the wolves moving with him as naturally as a shadow follows its owner. To him, this was nothing extraordinary, just another step forward. Behind him, confusion lingered. Ahead of him, the dungeon waited. Into a chaotic, blood-red cavern filled with jagged rocks and crackling lightning. Subaru stood at the front, his posture steady despite the overwhelming danger surrounding them. Behind him, a few others followed cautiously, while several large wolves, covered in faint arcs of electricity, moved alongside him like loyal companions. He glanced around briefly, assessing the environment, and muttered that this place would do. The cavern pulsed with violent energy, lightning streaking across the walls and ceiling, illuminating the sharp terrain in flashes of white and red. It wasn't just the environment that was dangerous, something deeper lurked within. Suddenly, the wolves lifted their heads and howled in unison. The sound echoed through the cavern, sharp and piercing, instantly stirring the surroundings. Subaru's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't move to stop them. That decision immediately proved dangerous. The howls triggered a reaction. From the shadows and cracks in the cavern, monsters began to emerge, giant insect-like creatures with glowing blue eyes, their bodies twitching as they crawled across the jagged surfaces. The air grew heavier as more and more of them appeared, drawn in by the noise. The others panicked. One of them shouted, asking what he was doing, clearly unable to understand why he would provoke the monsters like this. Another yelled for him to stop, warning that he was only attracting more enemies. Their voices carried urgency and fear, but Subaru remained completely calm. He turned slightly, his expression hidden behind the mask, and spoke in a low, steady tone. "Drive Hunt." Without hesitation, Subaru drew his weapon, a dark blade glowing faintly with red energy. The moment he moved, the tension in the air snapped. This was intentional. Subaru stepped forward, his movements sharp and precise as he advanced into the swarm of monsters. Behind him, the others hesitated, still trying to process the situation. One of them shouted again, confused and frustrated, asking what they were supposed to do now. Subaru didn't even look back. He simply told them not to worry about him. With the lightning wolves at his side, he would manage. His tone made it clear. He had no intention of relying on them. Then he added something that drew a clear line between them. They were just fellow travelers, nothing more. Everyone survives on their own. With that, Subaru surged forward into the battlefield. Far away in a modern room filled with screens, two people watched the scene unfold live. A man in a suit leaned back comfortably, observing the chaos with interest, while a pink-haired girl beside him looked visibly concerned. She questioned whether Subaru would really be okay fighting like that. The man simply smirked. The streamer had made his choice. Whether it was safe or not didn't matter anymore. On the screen, Subaru continued cutting through enemies, his movements growing faster and sharper. The girl hesitated, saying that even for him, this seemed excessive. Normally, someone acting like this would be criticized. But the suited man interrupted her. This was different. He showed her something on his device, a post circulating among players. It was an invitation. A leech tour. It advertised a chance for weaker players to join Subaru in clearing the lightning cavern, allowing them to benefit from his strength without contributing much. The comments below were filled with excitement, people eager to take advantage of the opportunity. The man explained calmly that this wasn't just speculation. They had proof. In reality, the people signing up didn't have the skill level required to clear the dungeon themselves. They were leeches. Letting them join even once for free would only make things worse. Word would spread and more would come, clinging to him for easy gains. Like ants, they would never stop. Subaru was making an example. Back in the cavern, Subaru continued his relentless assault. Lightning flashed, blades cut through flesh, and monsters fell one after another. The battlefield turned into a storm of motion and destruction. Then suddenly, a notification appeared before him. Level up, followed by a series of stat increases. Strength, vitality, concentration, even magic, rising as the monsters fell. Subaru paused for just a moment, glancing at the floating interface, before continuing forward without hesitation. For him, this wasn't chaos. This was control, and exactly when to end it. As the final wave collapsed, the battlefield fell into silence once more, broken only by the faint crackling of residual energy. The ground was littered with defeated creatures, their remains glowing faintly as the system acknowledged the outcome. Strength flowed back into Subaru, his growth continuing steadily as his stats increased with each victory. To the observers watching from afar, the scene told a completely different story. Far away, in the quiet room filled with screens, the suited man burst into laughter, leaning back as if he had just watched something entertaining unfold exactly as expected. The pink-haired girl beside him remained tense, still unable to fully process what she had just seen. But the man understood. Subaru wasn't careless, he wasn't reckless. He knew exactly how his actions would be perceived. Every move, every word calculated. As a player and as a streamer, he was top tier. The scene shifted again. A device lit up in someone's hand, the name on it clear, Gumigami Commerce. A call was being made, urgency in the air. A woman with long, dark hair answered while walking through a busy street, her expression changing the moment she heard the name. It was about Subaru. Back in the room, the suited man's tone changed slightly as he spoke over the call, asking a simple question. Had she told Subaru about the recruitment post for the so-called Leech Tour? She confirmed it without hesitation. Yes, she had told him. There was a brief pause. Then the man smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing just a little. So he had planned it from the beginning. The woman didn't understand what he meant and dismissed it, clearly annoyed, but the man didn't push further. He simply ended the call, already certain of his conclusion. Subaru hadn't reacted. He had acted. Everything that happened in that cavern wasn't spontaneous. It was a message. And now it was their turn to move. The man leaned forward slightly, his voice calm but firm. They would make sure everyone understood one thing. Subaru Narukami had backing. Real backing. The battlefield was already collapsing under pressure, the group struggling to keep up as the white wolves pressed in from every direction. Blades clashed against claws, and the ground was stained with blood as the fight dragged on. One man, already wounded, barely managed to hold a wolf back, his strength fading with each passing second. Then a spear tore through the air. It cut cleanly across the battlefield and struck a wolf through the head, dropping it instantly. The sudden precision broke the flow of combat, drawing everyone's attention. Schneider! The shout came from the wounded man, sharp with recognition. From the edge of the battlefield, Schneider stepped forward, calm and composed, as if he had walked into a situation already under control. The men behind him followed without a word, their silence making his presence feel heavier. Found him. His voice was low, directed with intent. The long-haired man turned toward him immediately, anger rising despite his injuries. He accused Schneider outright, claiming this situation wasn't a coincidence, that he had joined the raiding party on purpose. Schneider didn't respond to the accusation. He simply looked at him. Zid. The single word carried quiet authority. The man refused, stepping forward instead, gripping his weapon tighter. He challenged Schneider openly, unwilling to back down. But before anything could escalate, the wolves suddenly stopped. Their movements changed, no longer frantic or aggressive. The shift was unnatural, and it threw the entire battlefield into confusion. The fighters hesitated, unable to understand what had just happened. Schneider spoke then, his tone steady. He said they didn't understand the lightning cavern, not just them, even the higher-ups in Blue Zone were the same. It wasn't an insult, just a statement. He told them to leave while they still could. The warning only angered the long-haired man further, but the moment stretched without resolution, the tension hanging between them as the battlefield remained strangely still. Elsewhere, deeper within the cavern, Subaru stood facing something entirely different. A grotesque creature burst forward, its massive body tearing through the terrain, its jaws lined with layered, jagged teeth dripping with thick yellow fluid. Electricity crackled violently across its body as it let out a distorted screech. A system message followed. Lightning Beetle Boss. The battlefield froze for a fraction of a second. Then everything moved at once. One of the fighters charged instinctively, launching himself forward in a desperate attempt to strike first. His body surged with energy as he closed the distance, aiming straight for the creature. But the moment he got close, the boss responded. A violent surge of energy exploded outward, swallowing him completely. The impact was immediate, overwhelming, sending him crashing back as the ground shattered beneath the force. The light from the explosion lingered for a second longer than it should have. Then it faded. The man hit the ground hard, his body barely holding together as the aftermath of the attack rippled through the area. Subaru didn't move. He simply watched, calm, observing, as if this outcome had already been accounted for. A low voice broke through the chaos. He mentioned that his own run had been smooth up until this point, that it had taken him 3 years to reach this stage. The words weren't directed at anyone in particular. They sounded more like a realization. Subaru glanced at his hand, green fluid still clinging to it, faint sparks of energy flickering across his fingers. Then he understood. This was where it actually began. The real lightning cavern. Ahead of him, a massive structure revealed itself, an enormous sealed gate embedded deep within the cavern walls. It hadn't been visible before, hidden until now, as if the earlier fight had merely been a prerequisite. The entrance to something deeper. A deep mechanical sound echoed as the massive doors split apart, revealing a narrow passage beyond, glowing faintly with unstable energy. The air pouring out of it felt different, heavier, sharper. A system notification appeared. Entering the first chamber of lightning. Another followed immediately. Commencing the lightning trial. Subaru stopped in front of the massive gate, his gaze steady as he took in the overwhelming presence of the entrance before him. For a brief moment, nothing happened, as if the cavern itself was silently observing him, measuring his resolve. Then, without warning, the enormous doors slowly parted, revealing a narrow path stretching forward, bathed in a faint red glow. The air that flowed out was heavy, far denser than anything outside, carrying a pressure that pressed subtly against his body, as though the cavern was alive and breathing. Without hesitation, Subaru stepped forward and entered. Up until this point, the cave hadn't been much different from any other dungeon he had encountered, and that was the conclusion he had reached after everything so far. However, Schneider's words lingered in his mind, reminding him that this place was different, that this was where things would truly begin to change. The moment his foot touched the ground inside, the system responded immediately, confirming that he had entered the first chamber as the trial began. At first glance, nothing seemed unusual. The walls were covered in strange markings that appeared random, like careless scribbles scattered across the surface without any meaning. Subaru, however, did not look away. His eyes remained fixed on the walls, carefully observing every detail, recognizing something that others failed to see. This was the first chamber of mist, a place that had once taken him years to reach, and now, standing here again, he could clearly recognize it. Those markings were not random. They were moving, subtly but undeniably, shifting beneath the surface as if the walls themselves were alive. The patterns slowly began to connect, forming something far larger, something that stretched across the entire chamber. The system activated once again, beginning the process of judging his qualifications, and with that, the entire space shifted. The red glow faded away, replaced by an overwhelming surge of pale blue light as lightning spread across the chamber, filling the air with energy that twisted and merged into new forms. From within that storm, a massive presence emerged. It was a dragon, not one of flesh and blood, but a being formed entirely of lightning, its enormous body coiling through the space with overwhelming force. Its eyes locked directly onto Subaru, as if it had been waiting for him all along. The mist within this place was not simply fog or illusion, but the very roar that resonated within lightning itself, and that lightning was nothing more than raw power given form. If both were fundamentally the same, then this trial was not about resisting that power, but understanding it. Subaru stood still, looking up at the dragon without fear, his expression unchanged. Even now, he knew he did not yet have a complete answer. Possessing the same attribute did not mean possessing the same strength, nor did it mean having the same level of control. The lightning around him flickered faintly, reacting to his presence as if acknowledging him in its own way. The dragon finally spoke, its voice carrying through the entire chamber as it recognized him and acknowledged what he had already accomplished. It knew that he had defeated Greg, the wolf warrior, yet that fact held no real meaning here. This was not a trial that could be overcome through brute strength alone. Subaru remained unmoving, facing it directly, and when it asked if he was the one challenging the mist, he did not hesitate to accept. For a brief moment, the dragon simply observed him in silence before speaking again, stating that he had already proven his qualifications many times over. This trial was not about entry, nor was it about testing whether he belonged here. Instead, it was something deeper. It instructed him to bring out the item he had carried into this place, the one that would determine the outcome of what was to come. Subaru did not move immediately, but his gaze shifted ever so slightly, and the lightning around him pulsed once in response. In that moment, it became clear that everything up until now had merely been the beginning, and only now was the true trial about to unfold. Subaru lowered his gaze toward his hand, the faint glow of the object resting in his palm reflecting against his mask. The trace of lightning pulsed softly, as if it were alive, releasing thin strands of energy that crawled across his fingers before fatting into the air. He examined it in silence, his thoughts aligning with what the dragon had said, realizing that Schneider had never mentioned anything about this part of the trial. For a moment he questioned it, wondering if there was anyone else who had obtained something like this before entering. Someone like the bearded man with the spear came to mind, but the answer came almost immediately. There was no one else. The dragon's voice confirmed it, stating clearly that they were the only ones who had entered in this way, and that what Subaru held was nothing more than a condensed fragment formed from the nutrients of this place, something that had simply taken shape under specific conditions. Hearing that, Subaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Now that it was explained, it made sense, and at the same time it confirmed something else. There was no way anyone else would have something like this. This was his alone. The realization settled in quietly, and before he could think further, the dragon's voice echoed again, declaring that the trial would now begin. The lightning in the space surged violently as the massive dragon leaned forward, its presence pressing down on everything within the chamber. Subaru remained where he stood, his posture unchanged, as the dragon gave its command without hesitation. He was to swallow it. That was the trial. Subaru looked at the object again, turning it slightly between his fingers as its glow intensified. The system interface appeared briefly, identifying it as the trace of lightning, though its rank and type remained unknown. It was described as a crystal left behind after lightning strikes, something rare, something valuable. For a brief second, a thought crossed his mind that it looked expensive, the kind of item someone would normally preserve or sell rather than consume. The voices of the watchers echoed faintly, mocking the situation, joking about how he had probably planned to sell it for profit only to now be forced into something absurd. Subaru ignored them completely. Their words held no weight here. What mattered was the decision in front of him. He considered it calmly. Even if he passed this trial, there was no guarantee the reward would be better than the value of what he was holding. From a purely logical standpoint, it could very well be a waste. That was the rational conclusion. But that wasn't why he was here. From the beginning, his goal had never been to chase small gains or safe outcomes. His objective was to prepare for what lay ahead, for the next trials that would demand far more than what he currently had. If he stopped here, if he hesitated now, then everything leading up to this point would lose its meaning. If he gave up here, he wouldn't be himself. His grip tightened slightly around the crystal as the lightning around him flickered in response. There was no more hesitation in his eyes now, only a quiet certainty. Without any dramatic movement, Subaru raised his hand and brought the glowing fragment toward his mouth. In one smooth motion, he swallowed it. For a brief instant, nothing happened. Then the system responded. The message appeared clearly, confirming that he had swallowed the trace of lightning, and immediately after another followed. The trial had begun inside his body. Subaru's eyes widened slightly. The next moment, his entire body reacted. Lightning coiled violently around Subaru Narukami's body, wrapping him in a surge of raw energy that pulsed with each movement. The power no longer felt unstable. It responded to him, flowing exactly as he intended. Every motion became sharper, more refined, as if the lightning itself was an extension of his will. There was no hesitation in him now, only control. Far away from the dungeon, in a quiet room lit by soft artificial light, a woman sat at her desk, her expression tightening as she stared at the screen in front of her. Frustration surfaced first, her grip tightening around the device in her hand as she reacted to what she had just seen. To her, Subaru's actions appeared excessive, wasteful even. The way he used resources so freely and pushed himself into danger made it hard to stay calm. She muttered under her breath, criticizing him, questioning if he even understood how valuable what he was using actually was. Yet even as irritation showed on her face, she couldn't deny what she already knew. Subaru Narukami had always been like this. When he focused on something, he would push forward without holding back, ignoring everything else. And that was exactly why worry began to creep in. Letting out a quiet breath, she opened her device and searched for a contact. The name appeared Seijin. After a brief pause, she initiated the call, bringing the device to her ear as she waited. When the call connected, she greeted him and immediately asked if he was about to arrive. Her tone tried to stay casual, but there was a clear hint of concern beneath it. She followed it up by nodding that his location must be close already, as if trying to confirm it indirectly. On the other end, the response came without urgency, short, simple, and lacking the concern she expected. That answer made her pause. Her expression softened slightly, but not in relief. Instead, it carried a quiet unease. The conversation didn't reassure her. If anything, it only confirmed that things were moving forward exactly as they were, without slowing down. She lowered her gaze, falling silent for a moment as she held the device close. Subaru Narukami wasn't stopping. And that was what troubled her the most. A woman held her phone to her ear, her expression tense as she listened to the voice on the other side. She spoke first, asking what was going on, her tone careful but slightly uneasy. As the conversation continued, her expression slowly changed, and she lowered her gaze, apologizing softly. There was a pause before she corrected herself, telling the other person to forget what she had just said. Instead, she reminded them to keep their promise, making it clear that she would not take it back later, no matter what. Her voice grew more serious as she explained that this was exactly why she had called. There was no turning back now, and she emphasized that this was not something she could fix if things went wrong. After a brief silence, she ended the call, wishing them luck with what was ahead. The scene shifted to her sitting alone at her desk. The room was quiet, and she held a small blue card in her hand, staring at it thoughtfully. Her expression was calm, but there was a hint of worry behind her eyes, as if she was thinking deeply about what she had just said. Somewhere else, a man looked at a similar card in his hand. His face showed clear surprise, almost disbelief, as if he couldn't accept what he was seeing. A single thought crossed his mind, and he muttered under his breath that this couldn't be real. The scene then changed again, revealing a large, grand structure standing tall under the light of the setting sun. The place carried a strong presence, filled with history and power. A lone figure walked forward toward it, his steps steady but filled with meaning. As he approached, a thought formed in his mind, realizing that the day he would return to this place had finally come. Subaru Narukami lowered his head slightly as the world around him darkened, the air growing heavy with an unnatural stillness. Then, without warning, the system message appeared before him, declaring that the trial of lightning had begun inside his body. In the very next instant, a violent surge erupted from within, lightning exploding outward as if his entire being had become a conduit for it. The energy did not flow gently, it tore through him. His body convulsed as currents of lightning raced across his veins, spreading into every limb with overwhelming force. His vision flickered, his muscles tightening uncontrollably as the system continued to update, his magic power increasing, but at the cost of rapidly rising fatigue. The strain was immediate and relentless, each second pushing him closer to his limit. Yet even through the pain, Subaru observed. Something was wrong. The sensation wasn't the same as before. Instead of a clean flow, the magic felt obstructed, as though something inside him was interfering with it. The pain wasn't simply from the lightning. It was deeper, more internal, as if his own body was resisting itself. The trace of mist within him began to spread, seeping into every corner of his body, disrupting his control and slowly taking hold. His movements grew heavier. He realized he could no longer control his body the way he wanted. The system confirmed his fears. The trace of mist was beginning to take control. At this rate, it wouldn't just interfere, it would completely overtake him. Even as the lightning fought back, resisting the spread of the mist, the clash between the two forces only intensified the damage. Subaru's eyes widened slightly as understanding began to form. The heart of lightning and the trace of mist weren't simply coexisting, they were interacting. That realization changed everything. The heart of lightning was supposed to be an equipable item, something external, something that could be controlled. But what he was experiencing now was different. The two forces were clashing inside him, similar in nature yet fundamentally opposed. The lightning resisted, but the mist adapted, spreading in ways that disrupted its flow. His body hit the ground under the strain, his breathing uneven as the system continued its cold updates, his magic increasing, but his fatigue rising dangerously alongside it. Still, Subaru didn't panic. Instead, he thought, if the mist could be absorbed, then perhaps the lightning could as well. His hand moved slowly, reaching into his possession as he pulled out the glowing fragment, the heart of lightning. It pulsed faintly in his grip, as if responding to the energy already raging inside him. For a brief moment, he hesitated, considering the risk. Then the thought solidified. This wasn't a mistake. It was a hint. Without further hesitation, Subaru raised the fragment and consumed it, forcing the power into himself rather than treating it as something external. The moment it entered his body, the reaction was immediate. Lightning surged violently once more, but this time it didn't scatter, it converged. The resistance changed. Instead of clashing chaotically, the lightning began to push back with purpose, stabilizing its presence within him. The mist still spread, but it no longer dominated so easily. The balance shifted, the two forces now locked in a controlled opposition rather than a losing battle. Subaru forced himself upright, his body trembling as arcs of blue and gold lightning wrapped around him. The energy no longer felt foreign, it felt claimed. And then, in the midst of the storm raging inside him, something else appeared. A presence, massive, overwhelming, and ancient. Before him, formed from pure lightning, a colossal wolf took shape, its body crackling with energy, its gaze fixed directly on him. It did not attack, it did not move. It simply watched. The storm of lightning no longer raged uncontrollably around Subaru Narukami. It gathered, condensed, and took shape. Above him, a colossal being formed from pure lightning, its body vast and overwhelming, its presence pressing down like the weight of the sky itself. The energy that once tore through him now answered to something greater, something watching him with piercing intent. Below, Subaru stood within the storm, his body glowing with a mix of blue and gold currents, his heart blazing like a contained sun. The power inside him had changed. It was no longer just something he endured, it had become something he possessed. When he pressed his hand against his chest, he could feel it clearly, a concentrated core of energy pulsing steadily. The heart of lightning. The realization settled firmly in his mind, not as a guess but as certainty. What he held within him was no longer just an item or an external force, it had become a part of him. And yet, as that thought formed, a presence responded. The lightning beast above observed him, its gaze sharp and knowing, as if judging his understanding. It conveyed no direct hostility, only a quiet acknowledgement. To misuse such power would have been a waste, but discovering its true nature through one's own will, that was what mattered. Subaru exhaled slowly, his body trembling slightly as the aftereffects of the trial settled in. The pain had not disappeared, but it had changed. It was no longer destructive. It was controlled. Even so, the memory of what he had just endured lingered, the strain still evident in his breathing and the tension in his muscles. The previous owner had failed to handle this power. But Subaru was different. Lightning surged once more, this time not as a chaotic force, but as a pillar of controlled energy rising from him. It spiraled upward, responding to his presence, amplifying his strength as the system acknowledged his growth. His lightning ability evolved rapidly, its level rising again and again until even its rank reached a new threshold. S rank. The transformation was complete. Far away inside the depths of the misty cave, a group of armed men arrived at the place where the trial had once been. The air felt strange, empty, as if something that should have been there was now gone. Their leader narrowed his eyes, immediately sensing that something was wrong. The dragon, the trial, even the lingering presence of power, it had all vanished without a trace. Someone had already cleared it. The realization spread through the group quickly, disbelief turning into tension. The captain stated it plainly. He had not even begun the trial yet, which meant only one thing. Someone else had reached this place before them and completed it entirely. One name surfaced among them. Subaru Narukami. The thought alone unsettled them. It was one thing to clear the trial, but to erase its presence so completely that nothing remained? That was something else entirely. Questions rose, doubt mixed with urgency, but their leader cut through it all. It didn't matter how it had been done. What mattered was what came next. If Subaru had already passed through, then he was ahead of them. And he would reach whatever lay beyond first. The atmosphere shifted. What began as curiosity turned into pressure. Their leader smirked faintly, not discouraged but intrigued. Things were finally becoming interesting. Someone other than him had reached the end of the misty cave first, and that was enough to ignite something deeper. They moved forward without hesitation. Beyond the area they stood in, a massive door loomed, marking the entrance to the next stage. Their leader stepped forward and pushed it open, the group following closely behind as tension filled the air. On the other side, the system responded. They had entered the second chamber of mist. And somewhere ahead, Subaru Narukami was already waiting. The second chamber unfolded before them like a ruined cathedral frozen in time, its towering arches cracked, and its once majestic structure now littered with debris. A long crimson path stretched across the hall, leading directly to a grand throne that stood beneath fractured light, as if waiting for someone worthy to claim it. The air itself carried a silent command, urging any challenger who entered to take their seat and assert dominance over the domain. But as the group stepped inside, that sense of anticipation quickly turned into unease. Their leader slowed, his sharp gaze scanning the throne, the surroundings, the emptiness, and then he understood. Subaru Narukami was not there. The one they had been chasing had already passed through this place as well, leaving nothing behind but the lingering feeling of his presence. The realization tightened his expression, and though the others questioned him, he made it clear that this was no ordinary absence. Subaru had already moved ahead once again. Frustration surfaced among the group. One of them scoffed at the constant mention of Subaru, brushing it off as if he had simply taken the obvious route, sat on the throne, and continued forward. But their leader immediately rejected that idea. It shouldn't have been that simple. This place wasn't designed to be cleared so easily. As they advanced cautiously along the crimson path, suspicion grew heavier with each step. Something about the chamber felt wrong, as though they were intruding upon a space that had already acknowledged another master. And then, without warning, the system responded. They had violated the domain of the throne. In an instant, a violent surge of energy erupted before them, tearing through the silence like a lightning strike. Power gathered at a single point and exploded outward, forcing the group to brace themselves as the air distorted and something began to take shape within the chaos. A figure emerged. Clad in armor and surrounded by raging currents of energy, the being stood tall, its presence overwhelming and suffocating. The system identified it clearly. The Night of Mist had appeared. It was no longer just a trial. It was a confrontation. Shock spread through the group as they tried to comprehend what they were seeing. The being before them was no ordinary monster. There was something unsettlingly human about it, as if it had once been a person who had become something else entirely. And yet, there was no doubt. It was the obstacle that stood between them and progress. They could not move forward without overcoming it. Their leader stared at the armored figure, recognition slowly dawning in his eyes. This wasn't unfamiliar. This was something he had encountered before, a wall he had failed to surpass in the past. The memory surfaced clearly, along with a name he had not forgotten. Peleus, the Knight of Mist, the one who had once stood before him as an insurmountable barrier. He recalled how that being had even spoken its name, something it had never done for others, as if acknowledging him as a worthy challenger. That alone had set it apart from everything else they had faced. But back then, even knowing its name hadn't been enough. He had still failed. Now, standing here again, the weight of that past lingered heavily on him. As his thoughts drifted further, fragments of another memory surfaced, Subaru Narukami. The trials, the lightning, the connection that tied everything together. If both paths were related to lightning, then there was a strong possibility that Subaru and this night were connected in ways they still didn't fully understand. And yet something didn't add up. The name Peleus was not unknown. Many people knew of it. So why had this connection never been revealed before? Why had no one realized the link between the Night of Mist and the lightning trials? The answer remained unclear. But one thing became certain. There was a deeper connection between Subaru Narukami and the Night of Mist. And as the realization settled, the leader let out a quiet breath, his expression hardening. He had once hoped to face this opponent again under better circumstances, perhaps even after Subaru had reached this point first. But now, that moment had arrived sooner than expected. The trial was no longer something distant. It stood directly before them. As the Knight of Mist stepped forward, lightning crackling along its armor, the atmosphere in the chamber shifted completely. Its presence alone was enough to suppress everyone, and when it spoke, it did so with calm familiarity, as if this encounter was something it had already experienced before. The leader immediately sensed that something was off. This was not just a guardian reacting to intruders. It was a being that recognized the situation. From the brief exchange, it became clear that the knight had been waiting for someone else. The leader quickly connected the dots and realized that the one it expected was Subaru Narukami. The fact that the knight acknowledged this so naturally confirmed that Subaru was not merely ahead of them, but somehow tied to the trial itself in a deeper way. However, before he could fully process this realization, the situation escalated. Without understanding the difference in strength, one of the members ordered an attack, believing that overwhelming the knight with numbers would create an opening. The group rushed forward all at once, attempting to surround it and block any movement. But the moment they closed in, the gap between them and their opponent became painfully obvious. The Knight of Mist did not panic or retreat. It responded with absolute precision. Every movement it made was efficient, and every strike carried overwhelming force. The attackers were cut down almost instantly, their coordination meaningless in the face of such refined power. What they believed to be an aggressive push turned into a one-sided collapse within seconds. Watching this unfold, the leader immediately understood the flaw in their approach. This opponent was not something that could be defeated through reckless offense. It punished mistakes the moment they were made, leaving no room for recovery. He tried to warn them, realizing that continuing like this would only lead to more casualties, but his understanding came too late. Another member, driven by frustration and pride, charged forward on his own, convinced that a direct attack might succeed where others had failed. For a brief moment, it seemed like he might connect, but the knight did not even attempt to evade. Instead, it met the attack head-on and overpowered it completely. The clash ended instantly, the difference in strength made undeniable as the attacker was struck down without resistance. At that moment, the truth became clear to everyone present. This was not a battle they were prepared for. The Knight of Mist was not simply strong, it was overwhelmingly skilled, experienced, and far beyond anything they had faced so far. More importantly, it was still not taking them seriously. Its attention was elsewhere, as if the fight in front of it did not truly matter. And that only reinforced one conclusion in the leader's mind. The knight was still waiting for Subaru Narukami. After some time, Narukami Subaru slowly opened his eyes, regaining consciousness. His vision was still slightly hazy as he tried to gather his thoughts, quietly wondering how long he had been unconscious. Before he could process it fully, a system notification suddenly appeared in front of him, informing him that he wouldn't be allowed to sleep until he cleared the task, along with a reward of 100 credits. Another message followed immediately after, bluntly expressing frustration at seeing him pass out so often and suggesting that the next time it happened, he should collaborate with Narukami Subaru. Reading the message, Subaru paused for a moment, thinking it over carefully. He recalled how his previous collaboration with Hawkeye had brought him significant publicity, and considering Narukami Subaru's massive audience, the potential benefits seemed even greater. After a brief moment of contemplation, he looked at his hands, nodded slightly, and accepted the idea, deciding that it was worth taking the opportunity. Right after that, a status window appeared before him, displaying his current level, which had reached 37. As he scanned through his stats, his expression gradually turned serious. The numbers didn't sit well with him, and he quietly muttered that the situation was more concerning than expected. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and resolved to push forward, determined not to dwell on it any longer. At the same time, the scene shifted back to Pellis, who was preparing to deliver the final blow and end the fight once and for all. Just as he was about to strike, Schneider suddenly intervened, stepping in at the last moment and blocking the attack. The impact echoed loudly as the two immediately clashed, their battle escalating in intensity within seconds. Watching from a distance, the Blue Eyes team captain stared in disbelief, realizing the overwhelming difference that 10 years of experience had created. Hearing this, Doncha scoffed lightly, pointing out that the guild had never truly trusted him with this mission, and had only sent him as bait to provoke the captain's pride. Meanwhile, the fight between Schneider and Pellis continued to intensify, with each exchange shaking the surroundings. Their movements were so fast and powerful that most people couldn't even follow them properly. The captain watched in shock, recalling that Narukami Subaru had once defeated Schneider, and began to understand just how monstrous Subaru's strength truly was. On the battlefield, Pellis suddenly unleashed a devastating attack toward Schneider. Although Schneider managed to block it, the sheer force behind it pushed him to his limits, making it clear that he was struggling to keep up. In the middle of the clash, disaster struck as one of Schneider's arms was severed. Despite the immense pain, he refused to fall, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to stay standing. However, deep down, he knew the truth. He couldn't do anything against Pellis. He calculated that at best, he could only hold on for another 2 minutes. Just then, several fighters rushed in to support him, attacking Pellis from different directions in an attempt to overwhelm him. But their efforts were meaningless. With a single effortless strike, Pellis defeated all of them at once, brushing them aside as if they were nothing. Without slowing down, Pellis continued advancing toward Schneider, fully intent on ending the fight. Realizing there was no more time left, Schneider sharpened his focus and decided to put everything into one final attack. Gathering all his remaining strength, he rushed forward and struck Pellis directly. However, to his shock, the attack didn't even leave a scratch, as if it had never connected at all. Seeing this, Pellis calmly stepped forward, acknowledging that Schneider had improved before raising his weapon to deliver the final blow. But just as he was about to strike, an overwhelming surge of energy suddenly erupted across the battlefield. A massive explosion burst outward, forcing both of them to be thrown back as the entire area shook violently. For a moment, everything was consumed by blinding light and chaos. Then, from within the explosion, a figure slowly emerged. Narukami Subaru stepped forward. His presence alone had completely changed. Compared to before, his power had risen to an entirely new level. The air around him crackled with intense energy, far stronger than anything seen earlier. Even Pellis reacted to his appearance, narrowing his eyes as he recognized him. Subaru calmly signaled Schneider to stay back, then summoned his demonic blade, releasing a surge of thunder energy that spread outward violently. Both warriors unleashed their full power, and terrifying waves of energy collided, shaking the entire battlefield. In an instant, Pellis disappeared from his position and reappeared right in front of Subaru, launching a sudden attack. Subaru reacted just in time, blocking it, but the impact still pushed him back slightly as their powers clashed head-on. Thunder energy crackled violently between them as the battle truly began, and as their attacks collided, Pellis spoke again, his voice carrying an unusual sense of familiarity. After the brief clash, a strange silence settled between them as Pellis spoke first, his voice carrying a faint sense of familiarity, remarking that it had been a long time. Narukami Subaru maintained his stance, his grip steady as he calmly replied that he had already heard the story. Watching from the side, Don Shao could not make sense of what was happening, his confusion growing as he questioned the situation. At that moment, Pellis slowly removed his helmet, revealing his face for the first time as he looked directly at Narukami. With calm certainty, he introduced himself properly, saying that Narukami might not remember his face, but he was indeed Pellis. He admitted that he had not known where Narukami had gone after that day, but he had always believed that if he came here they would meet again. Narukami stared at him in silence, trying to process everything, before quietly asking how much time had passed since then. Pellis answered without hesitation, explaining that Narukami truly was an otherworlder, because for him, time had long lost meaning. He admitted that he had stopped counting after 100 years had passed. Hearing that, Narukami was momentarily stunned, his mind racing as he tried to understand the situation. The Thunder trial was supposed to be a repeatable virtual test, something that could be experienced again and again. Yet somehow Pellis still remembered him. The contradiction made no sense. As Narukami continued to process this, Pellis spoke again, his voice steady but carrying a quiet weight. After learning about otherworlders, he had begun to suspect that Narukami himself was not from this world either. Narukami narrowed his eyes and asked directly what had happened to the villagers, and why Pellis had become what he was now. For a moment, silence lingered between them before Pellis finally answered, his tone heavy with the burden of his past. After Narukami had left, the giant's invasion had continued without mercy, and in the end the entire village had been destroyed. He alone had survived. After a brief pause, his voice grew firmer as he revealed the path he had taken since then. He had sworn to become strong, just like Narukami, the one he called his benefactor. In pursuit of that strength, he searched endlessly for the power Narukami once wielded, until eventually he discovered the cave before them. There, he believed he had finally found what he had been searching for. But for someone like him, who lacked the qualifications to obtain such power, the price had been far greater than he had ever imagined. As he spoke, his tone darkened. He had lost both of his eyes, leaving him unable to see anything at all, and had been cursed so that he could never take a single step outside the cave. All he could do was wait endlessly for the day Narukami might return. As those words left his mouth, a terrifying aura erupted from Pellis, his power surging violently and filling the entire space with overwhelming pressure. The air itself trembled under the weight of his presence. Then, in a deep and solemn voice, he made his final request. He begged Narukami, his benefactor, to grant him eternal rest. Hearing that, Narukami lowered his gaze slightly, silently assessing his own condition. His fatigue had already reached its limit, and he knew that if he allowed the fight to drag on, it would only work against him. If he wanted to end this, he would have to go all out. At that moment, an immense surge of energy began gathering within his body as a system window appeared, indicating that the power of the Thunder's heart was charging. Another warning followed immediately, stating that his fatigue had already reached 78. Despite that, Narukami showed no hesitation. Lightning burst outward from his body as his aura intensified with every passing second. Then, lifting his head, he looked straight at Pellis and calmly accepted his request, declaring that he would grant him the rest he sought. In the very next instant, both of them released their full power. Their thunder energies collided violently, creating a terrifying clash that shook the entire domain. The sheer force of their battle was overwhelming, far beyond anything seen before, as destructive energy erupted outward in all directions. The scene shifted as Riina slowly walked back toward her base, her steps slightly hesitant as thoughts filled her mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was going to be angry. It wasn't that she couldn't retrieve it, it was that she had chosen not to. That realization made her expression uneasy, a mix of anxiety and guilt weighing on her. But the moment she lifted her gaze forward, her entire body froze in shock. The base standing before her was completely engulfed in ice, every surface frozen solid, as if consumed by overwhelming cold. Seeing this, she could only mutter under her breath that he was definitely furious now. Carefully, she stepped inside and looked upward, noticing countless sharp ice shards hanging dangerously from above. As she moved forward, the shards suddenly began to fall, crashing down rapidly toward her. Startled, she panicked and shouted in frustration, feeling as if the situation had gone way too far, almost as if she was being attacked rather than welcomed. Just then, she looked ahead and saw a figure stepping forward from the cold mist, his presence alone radiating anger. The sight terrified her instantly, and in her panic, she blurted out an apology in the most chaotic way possible, even going as far as saying she should pay with her life before immediately correcting herself and sincerely apologizing. The white-haired man looked at her coldly and accused her of intentionally letting him have it. Riina quickly denied it, but under his continued pressure, she hesitated for a moment before finally admitting the truth. Nervously stumbling over her words, she explained that although she hadn't seen his face, everything about him felt exactly like Subaru, and because of that, she believed it might be fine to let him take it. She trusted that he wasn't someone who would misuse it. Hearing this, the man fell silent for a moment, clearly thinking it over. Then, without making a scene, he turned away and began walking off, calmly stating that she had been through enough, and that since she returned safely, they would consider things even. Riina looked at him with slight disbelief, asking if he was really forgiving her. Without turning back, he replied calmly but added one final condition, that she should restore the house to its original state. Hearing that, her frustration instantly returned, and she snapped back, pointing out that he was the one who had destroyed it in the first place. The scene shifted again, returning to the cold, tense battlefield. The members of the Blue Zone team looked around in confusion, unable to believe what they were seeing as they questioned whether this was truly the third floor. Don Shah responded with equal disbelief, nodding that there didn't seem to be any exit at all. Ahead of them, however, the focus shifted to the intense and overwhelming battle between Narukami Subaru and Pellis. The atmosphere around them was suffocating, filled with pressure that made it difficult to even breathe. From the sidelines, Schneider observed carefully and pointed out that Pellis's greatest weakness was his inability to see. On the battlefield, Subaru launched a relentless assault, switching seamlessly between sword strikes and powerful kicks. Even while fighting, his mind remained sharp, analyzing every movement and searching for an opening. He realized that if he could hide his presence even for a moment, he might be able to land a decisive strike. Just then, a system notification appeared, warning him that his fatigue had already reached 81. Meanwhile, Pellis remained confident, dismissing the attacks as insignificant. But in the next instant, another strike came flying toward him with force. He deflected it easily, only for Subaru to glance back and realize that it was Schneider who had launched that attack at the perfect moment. A slight smile crossed Subaru's face as he acknowledged the timing. The impact of that coordinated strike had completely blown away one of Pellis's arms. Yet even then, Pellis remained unfazed, calmly stating that he still had one arm left. However, as he prepared to continue the fight, he suddenly realized that Subaru had vanished from his sight. For a brief moment, there was nothing in front of him. Then Subaru's voice echoed from above, calmly declaring his presence. At the same time, a system window appeared, activating a skill that allowed him to move through the air for a brief period. Using this ability, Subaru positioned himself midair and unleashed a devastating attack infused with both lightning and ice energy. The strike was overwhelming. In a single moment, it tore through Pellis completely, splitting his body apart. As his body collapsed, Pellis remained calm, his voice carrying no regret, only quiet acceptance. He apologized for troubling his benefactor until the very end and expressed his gratitude toward Narukami Subaru. Soon after, his true soul emerged from his shattered body, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking that very spot as if bringing everything to its conclusion. Then silence fell. The battle was over. The monster had finally been defeated. As the dust settled, a throne slowly appeared before them. Narukami Subaru and the others turned their attention toward it, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Subaru's gaze remained fixed on the throne, but before he could take a step forward, a sudden attack came crashing down from above. A blade descended toward him without warning, forcing him to react instantly. For a split second, confusion crossed his mind. And then he realized who it was. The one attacking him was none other than the current leader of the Blue Zone team. The sudden attack from above shocked everyone as the Blue Zone captain shouted in frustration, questioning what made this fight any different from Schneider's earlier one. From behind, Doncha called him out in disgust, accusing him of being nothing more than a coward relying on cheap tricks. Ignoring the insult completely, the captain turned toward the others and began shouting loudly, trying to rally them. He declared that this was their only chance, insisting that Narukami Subaru was already exhausted and that if they attacked together, they could bring him down. Some of the fighters hesitated, clearly unsure whether to follow his command. Sensing their doubt, the captain grew more desperate, yelling even louder as he tried to convince them. He reminded them that Subaru was the very person their so-called great captain had been chasing all this time, and that killing him now would settle everything. Yet despite his efforts, no one moved to support him. The group he had hoped to command stood still, unwilling to follow his lead. On the other side, Narukami Subaru watched the entire scene silently, his expression calm and unreadable. The captain's anxiety only grew worse as he noticed that Subaru wasn't using his thunder power anymore. Convinced that Subaru was nearing his limit, he quickly turned toward Schneider and shouted at him, demanding that he take this opportunity for revenge. But Schneider didn't move. He stood there quietly, showing no intention of getting involved. The captain continued yelling, but Schneider finally snapped back, angrily questioning what he was even supposed to do in his current state. With one arm gone, he refused to be dragged into such a meaningless situation. Hearing that, the captain was visibly shaken. He tried to argue, bringing up rewards and the guild's expectations, but Schneider remained calm and dismissive. He stated clearly that the reward belonged to Subaru and that he had only joined the Blue Zone to conquer the Cave of Thunder, not to involve himself in the guild's politics. At that moment, the captain realized the truth. Schneider was not going to help him. With no other options left, he immediately turned toward Narukami Subaru and attempted to change tactics. Calling out to him, he offered a deal, claiming it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He promised that if Subaru joined the Blue Zone, he would hand over all the rewards from the Cave of Thunder and even guarantee him treatment equal to a semi-anchor rank. On the surface, it sounded like an official and generous guild offer, but deep down, the captain was simply trying to secure Subaru for himself, even if it meant giving up everything else. He stepped forward, pushing the offer further, insisting that there was no reason for them to remain enemies anymore. But Narukami Subaru looked at him coldly, completely unimpressed. In a calm voice, he questioned what made the captain think he would ever accept such an offer. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Subaru moved. His blade flashed once, and in a single clean strike, the captain's neck was cut through. The man collapsed instantly. Silence fell across the battlefield as everyone stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. The tension in the air became suffocating as Subaru calmly called out Schneider's name. Instantly, Schneider's teammates prepared themselves for a fight, but Schneider stopped them. Instead of reacting aggressively, he expressed interest in what lay ahead, clearly more focused on what was beyond than on the fight itself. Subaru then asked him directly if he was coming along. Schneider responded with a faint smirk, teasing him slightly before turning to his team and ordering them to withdraw. His teammates were shocked by the command, but Schneider made it clear that this was both his final order as their captain and his last request as their comrade. Hearing those words, emotion spread across the group. One of them stepped forward and handed him a knife. Schneider accepted it and, without hesitation, marked his own leg, as if preparing himself for what was to come. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru had already begun walking toward the throne. From behind, Schneider called out once more, confirming that everything had been decided. Subaru continued forward alone while everyone else watched in complete silence. The atmosphere was heavy, almost unreal, as if they were witnessing something far beyond a normal battle. Finally, Subaru reached the throne. Without hesitation, he sat down. But the moment he did, something felt wrong. A strange and overwhelming pressure immediately surrounded him, an unfamiliar energy coiling tightly around his body. A system window appeared before his eyes, informing him that he had taken a seat upon the unused Thunder throne. Instantly, a powerful force began to surge through him, far different from anything he had felt before. His condition worsened rapidly, both physically and mentally, as the pressure intensified. It felt as though he wanted to stand up to escape from the throne, but he couldn't move at all. The invisible force pinned him in place, growing heavier with every passing second. And just then, the door ahead slowly creaked open. From the darkness beyond, a shadowy figure stepped inside. Its identity still unknown. Despite the crushing pressure filling the entire space, the mysterious figure continued walking forward as if nothing was affecting him at all. His movements were calm and steady, completely unfazed by the overwhelming force surrounding the throne. From his red hair and the armor he wore, it was immediately clear that he was no ordinary person. His presence alone carried a level of power far beyond anyone else there. Stopping in front of the throne, he looked directly at Narukami Subaru and spoke in a calm, almost detached tone, explaining that in his current state, he could not withstand the power of thunder and therefore could not take that seat. He added that one day he would return as a vessel worthy of it, revealing that he had only come here to deliver that message to his father. The words felt heavy and mysterious, yet before anyone could question him further, the man simply turned around and walked away without another explanation. As he left, the pressure surrounding the throne began to intensify even more. Subaru was pushed to his absolute limit, struggling to endure the overwhelming force pressing down on him. The strain grew unbearable as cracks began forming beneath the throne itself, the structure unable to withstand the immense power any longer. In the next instant, everything shattered. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the entire area in chaos as debris and energy scattered in every direction. And then, just as suddenly as it began, everything changed. Narukami Subaru found himself standing in a completely different place, as if he had been transported somewhere else entirely. Looking around in confusion, he tried to process what had just happened, muttering to himself in disbelief. At the same time, the livestream continued without interruption, filled with countless viewers reacting in real time. Without wasting a moment, Subaru reached forward and grabbed the item floating before him. As soon as he did, a system window appeared, confirming that he had cleared the Cave of Thunder and obtained an item known as the Hollow Heart of Thunder. Immediately after, multiple notifications followed one after another. He had leveled up 3 times, his strength, stamina, and agility each increasing, while his concentration rose even higher. Another message informed him that he could now receive AP from the Central Guild. However, the item he had just obtained remained a mystery. Its rank and properties were completely hidden, revealing nothing about its true nature. Subaru stared at it thoughtfully, muttering that the rewards felt underwhelming for such a difficult trial, before wondering if it might be something similar to the Thunder's Heart. From behind him, Schneider spoke up, clearly confused by everything that had just happened. Subaru casually replied that the item had simply appeared from the aftermath. When Schneider asked what it actually was, Subaru admitted honestly that he had no idea. Hearing that, Schneider seemed slightly surprised before letting out a small laugh, commenting that even Subaru didn't know everything. He then added that if he wanted to see the results of his 10 years of effort, he would have to keep watching Subaru's stream. Subaru responded seriously, saying that this was only the beginning, and that Schneider himself would soon be leaving this floor as well. As he began walking away, Subaru casually added that if Schneider was going to keep watching, he should at least send some donations. Hearing that, Schneider called out in disbelief, wondering how that was the first thing Subaru thought about after clearing such a dangerous trial. At that moment, several system windows suddenly appeared in front of Subaru, one after another displaying mission completions. Large amounts of credits were rewarded to him, with tens of thousands being added to his total. Seeing this, Subaru's expression softened slightly with satisfaction. Turning his attention to the live stream audience, he thanked everyone who had stayed and watched until the end. Then, without dragging it out any further, he calmly ended the stream. The scene shifted once again to a different location, where a screen displayed the message that Narukami Subaru had ended his live stream. Nearby stood the white-haired man along with Riina. The man commented casually that Subaru was always like this, while Riina responded with a tired expression, admitting that dealing with him was exhausting. After a brief pause, the man asked her what she thought. Riina looked confused at first, asking what he meant, but he clarified that he was referring to seeing Narukami Subaru in person. Thinking carefully, she admitted that he did resemble him, but she didn't believe it was actually him. As she began to walk away, she suddenly stopped and turned back, adding that it was probably what he wanted to hear. Since Subaru always hid his face behind a mask, she had initially thought it might really be him hiding his identity. The white-haired man quietly admitted that he had considered the same possibility, but Riina continued, explaining her reasoning. At first, she had been hopeful too, but after thinking about it properly, it didn't make sense. Subaru hated being the center of attention, and someone like him wouldn't behave the way this person did. Riina continued explaining her reasoning calmly, pointing out that there was no way the real Narukami Subaru would behave like that. Someone like him would never do live streams where he practically sold himself for attention, let alone wear his own signature mask so openly. On top of that, the tower system itself made such a situation impossible. Unless someone had literally reincarnated, there was no way to restart the trials from the first floor. So for that streamer to actually be the real Narukami Subaru, he would have to fulfill two completely impossible conditions at the same time. Hearing her conclusion, the white-haired man simply responded calmly that such a thing would never happen. Riina nodded in agreement, accepting that conclusion. The scene then shifted once again, this time revealing the fifth floor, known as the domain of the burning god forging. The main area came into view, an overwhelming place filled with immense power. Within the world of Burn, it was recognized as one of the most dominant forces among martial artists, second only to the martial alliance itself. It stood not only as a symbol of martial strength, but also as a place deeply connected to the past of the narrator, where everything had once begun. At that moment, a group of soldiers was seen escorting a man forward. He was the same blue-haired individual who had previously been mentioned. As he walked between them, he showed slight irritation, remarking that they were making him look like a criminal. One of the guards responded formally, but the man brushed it off, telling them to forget it. Still, the guards remained strict, instructing him to save any unnecessary remarks and speak directly to their lord instead. Hearing this, the blue-haired man muttered in mild disbelief, reflecting internally that someone who never asked for favors must have had a serious reason for calling him here. That was why he had come. Soon, a massive door appeared before him. As he approached it, his thoughts grew heavier. He wondered whether he could truly stand his ground in front of the person waiting inside. Taking a breath, he stepped forward alone. The moment he entered the room, a single thought echoed in his mind: the Lord of God Forging, one of the tower's top-ranked high rankers and the second strongest figure in the entire martial world. Untengoku. The blue-haired man bowed slightly in respect and greeted him, asking if he had been well. The man before him responded in a calm yet familiar tone, telling him not to be so stiff and to simply call him uncle as he used to. It was then revealed that this overwhelming figure was none other than rank 6, the Lord of God Forging himself. The blue-haired man nodded and addressed him as uncle, answering politely when asked how he had been. Untengoku then brought up Azure Sky Entertainment, remarking that it had grown into an impressive company. After a brief pause, he casually mentioned a young warrior who had recently been gaining attention, Narukami Subaru. Hearing that name come up so suddenly, the blue-haired man was visibly surprised and questioned how Untengoku even knew about his connection to Azure Sky. However, Untengoku dismissed the question entirely, making it clear that it was irrelevant. Instead, he shifted the conversation with quiet authority, stating that the man must have had a reason for coming back on his own. He asked directly whether he had come to deliver Yua's answer. The blue-haired man nodded and confirmed that he had heard it directly from her. But the moment he revealed that her answer was a refusal, the entire atmosphere in the room changed instantly. A suffocating pressure filled the space. The air grew heavy, and an overwhelming energy radiated from Untenkoku's body. His presence alone became terrifying as he slowly repeated the word refusal, his tone carrying a dangerous curiosity. He questioned whether the man even understood what that answer truly meant. The blue-haired man admitted honestly that he did not. Hearing that, Untenkoku's gaze sharpened, questioning why he had come without even knowing the full context. Quickly, the blue-haired man explained everything. He said that Yua had only asked him to deliver one message, that she refused. He added that she was an irreplaceable friend, which was why he had come personally. At those words, Untenkoku's overwhelming aura receded slightly, his expression returning to a controlled calm. He remarked that the man was merely acting as her messenger. But the blue-haired man shook his head and added honestly that it wasn't entirely like that. In truth, he had simply lost a bet and ended up coming here. Before he could even finish his sentence, a crushing pressure suddenly slammed down on him. The force was so intense that his body trembled uncontrollably, making it difficult for him to even speak. Untenkoku's energy surged again, far more terrifying than before. With a cold and commanding voice, he declared that if the man was here, then he should listen carefully and deliver his message properly. The pressure continued to increase, crushing the blue-haired man to the point that blood began spilling from his mouth. Yet Untenkoku showed no restraint. His voice grew even colder as he delivered his warning. If she continued to act on her own, she would have to pay the price that includes the place she's at and every single person connected to her. With that, the scene shifted once again, this time back to Earth. Rain fell steadily from the sky, soaking the streets below as two figures stood beneath a building, engaged in a quiet conversation. Hatsuka stared at the data displayed before her, carefully reviewing all the stats, and let out a small sigh of relief. Looking up, she asked whether he had been the one behind everything and how he had managed to pull it off. The yellow-haired man responded casually, explaining that he had investigated everything himself. He had stayed up all night, going through each detail one by one. At first, public opinion hadn't been favorable. Many believed that the players involved might have genuinely been trying their best rather than simply following trends. So he deliberately shifted the narrative, spreading the idea that they were nothing more than trolls and not skilled players at all. According to him, there was no need to blame Narukami Subaru. This had been the correct decision. Hearing that, Hatsuka replied calmly that she wasn't blaming him in the first place. Before anything else, she considered herself a fan. The man looked at her and told her to remain that way, explaining that a manager should always be their talent's biggest supporter. His tone softened slightly as he continued, pointing out how much she had changed since being assigned to Narukami. When she had first joined, she always looked gloomy and distant, but now she had become more proactive, more engaged, and even smiled more often. He added that while streamers were important, his subordinates mattered just as much to him, and he hoped they could continue working together like this for a long time. His words, though kind, left Hatsuka feeling slightly awkward. The way he spoke to her made her feel like she was being treated like a child, which only made her more uncomfortable. Noticing her expression, the man asked what was wrong, but Hatsuka quickly brushed it off. Saying it was time for her to leave, she turned and headed outside, where the rain had grown heavier. The man called out to her, telling her to take an umbrella, but she was already too embarrassed to respond properly. Without even turning back, she told him to forget it, complaining that bringing only one umbrella was exactly the kind of thing that made him disappointing. Meanwhile, in another place, Narukami Subaru stood alone, staring at the blue orb in his hand. His gaze was deep and thoughtful as he tried to understand its purpose. He muttered quietly to himself that he still had no idea how to use it. It wasn't something he could simply swallow or activate blindly. The situation reminded him of the second floor, when he had encountered the giant and found his answer through experience. He wondered if meeting that same presence again might help him uncover the truth behind this mysterious item. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. A voice called from outside, announcing Hatsuka's arrival. Subaru calmly told her to come in. Standing outside, Hatsuka's face was flushed bright red, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. When she finally stepped inside, the atmosphere immediately became awkward. Feeling out of place, she tried to speak casually, mentioning that they didn't necessarily have to meet in a place like this. Subaru, however, responded without much thought, saying that going outside in the rain would have been more troublesome. Hearing that, Hatsuka's thoughts began to spiral. Being alone with him in his private space made her imagination run wild, causing her to grow even more nervous. Struggling to compose herself, she forced a professional smile and shifted the conversation back to work. She began explaining that once he cleared the 4th floor trial, he would officially reach rank 2, and she decided to give him a quick overview of how the ranking system worked. As she spoke, Subaru listened quietly, though in his mind he already knew most of it. Back when he had been part of a guild, he had thoroughly researched ranking mechanics, understanding them better than most people. According to the system, the moment a player reached the 5th floor, a ranking process would automatically begin. Although the exact formula had never been fully revealed, several key factors were known. A player's performance during trials played the most important role, but other aspects were also considered, such as their influence on the world, their reputation among other players, and their results in battles against already ranked individuals. In the end, it was a complex and somewhat unclear combination of multiple factors that determined a player's final standing. After finishing her explanation, Hatsuka closed her laptop and looked at Subaru with curiosity. She admitted that she was genuinely interested in what rank he would receive, especially considering how quickly his reputation had been rising. Viewer reactions also played a role in the ranking, and his popularity had been growing at an incredible pace. Thinking about it honestly, she remarked that among streamers who had grown this quickly, even within their agency, only Narukami Subaru came to mind. As she said that, she hesitated slightly, then brought up another topic, the collaboration he had previously promised his viewers with Narukami Subaru. Hatsuka hesitated for a moment before asking if he could reconsider the collaboration. Narukami Subaru looked at her calmly and asked why. Taking a breath, she explained that the other Narukami Subaru had a rather infamous nickname, the Destroyer King. Hearing that, Subaru showed slight disbelief, remarking that the person didn't exactly look like someone who would carry such a heavy title. Hatsuka nodded and continued, explaining that the individual had collaborated with over 20 streamers so far, and every single one of them had mysteriously disappeared afterward. The collaborations themselves were successful, with no obvious issues, yet the result was always the same. Subaru listened carefully before asking what the actual problem was. Hatsuka admitted that it felt less like coincidence and more like some kind of curse or jinx, where anyone who collaborated with Narukami Subaru inevitably fell into ruin. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Subaru questioned whether the other Narukami Subaru was truly the cause. Hatsuka hesitated, but replied that it was unlikely, considering he had been part of their company for a long time. After hearing everything, Subaru didn't overthink it. With a calm and decisive tone, he simply said they would go through with the collaboration. The scene then shifted to the 3rd floor, inside the Central Guild. Narukami Subaru had already started his live stream, with more than 11,000 viewers watching as he walked forward. Speaking casually, he mentioned that he was heading to sell his items. At the counter, a staff member asked him to present his mercenary license and proof of quest completion. Subaru handed it over without hesitation. The moment the staff member saw it, his expression changed completely. Shock spread across his face as he struggled to believe what he was seeing. After verifying the details, he announced in disbelief that someone had actually cleared the Cave of Thunder. Without wasting time, he stamped the document, and immediately a system window appeared before Subaru, confirming that the quest had been completed and rewarding him with 300,000 AP. Another notification followed, stating that he had cleared the Conrad Kingdom's trial and met the conditions to end it. With that, Subaru moved forward to the next stage, the 4th floor. The moment he arrived, the entire scenery changed. The 4th floor was breathtaking, almost unreal in its beauty. It was a place known as a ligum, a world that looked like it had come straight out of a fairy tale. Everything about it was enchanting, filled with an overwhelming charm that captivated anyone who entered. In fact, it was said that many players became so mesmerized by this place that they forgot their original goals and chose to stay there forever. That was precisely why it had earned its reputation. Walking through its elegant streets, Subaru calmly ended his stream for the day while comments from viewers continued flooding in, reacting to the beauty of the surroundings. Eventually, he stopped in front of a grand palace, observing it briefly and commenting that it looked extravagant. Just then, Hatsuko approached him and asked why he wasn't going inside. Subaru hesitated slightly, admitting that it felt out of his league. Hatsuko immediately dismissed that idea, confidently telling him that he was already a solid mid-tier streamer and had every right to be there. She then reminded him to get proper rest. Subaru shifted the topic to something more practical, asking about the future streaming schedule, including the trial's start dates and upcoming content plans. Hatsuko, slightly flustered, told him that she would organize everything and inform him soon. At that moment, another voice called out to her. Someone was waiting and pointed out that she was late. She quickly apologized, explaining that work had been piling up. The scene shifted to reveal the blue-haired man, who responded in a teasing yet familiar tone, telling her to stop acting that way since it didn't suit her. He reminisced about the past, bringing up memories of when they used to play together in the forest behind God Forging. Back then, they would get so absorbed in playing that time would pass without them noticing, until it was already dusk and her bodyguard would suddenly appear to take her home. Hatsuko listened silently, unable to respond as he continued. He remarked that he thought they had both grown up long ago, yet in some ways nothing had really changed. Then, in a more serious tone, he revealed that her father had known everything all along, where she was and what she had been doing. Hearing that, Hatsuko was completely shocked. After a brief silence, she quietly suggested that maybe she should quit her job altogether. The scene shifted once again, this time to the 8th floor, inside the Blue Zone Guild house. A man sat alone, staring at a screen filled with streaming messages, his expression troubled. As more notifications appeared, he muttered to himself that things were becoming increasingly problematic. Another rejection message appeared, and he noted it with frustration. It was then revealed that this man was Akari Genji, the sub-guild leader of Blue Zone. Speaking over a call, he informed the guild leader that they were moving to the next phase regarding Narukami Subaru's recruitment. A system window suddenly appeared in front of Narukami Subaru, informing him that the mission had been cleared, and he had received a reward of 100 credits. He remained silent for a moment, his sharp observation skills fully active as he carefully thought through his next move. After a brief pause, he calmly spoke, explaining that progress in this place depended entirely on physical stats. Because of that, his plan was simple: climb as fast as possible. Meanwhile, the viewers watching him began reacting. Some commented that the path ahead was incredibly long, while others questioned how he already understood so much despite it being his first time here. As these discussions continued, another system window appeared before Subaru. This time, it displayed a cost of 3,000 credits. The moment it activated, his body began to change, gradually growing stronger. Soon after, the announcement for the next stage appeared. The 4th floor trial had begun. The environment shifted, welcoming all participants to a place known as the Forest of War. The rules were explained clearly. 8 players would be divided into 2 teams of 4 and placed into a battlefield structured like a strategic arena. There were 3 main lanes, top, mid, and bottom, along with a jungle area in between. Each player had to defend their assigned lane while strengthening themselves by defeating enemies and clearing waves of soldiers. The objective was straightforward: destroy the enemy base to win. At the same time, it was revealed that clearing this floor was far from easy. Players had to repeatedly win matches and climb the ranking system until they reached challenger rank, making it a long and demanding process. Another system window appeared, assigning ranks to all participants. Subaru was placed at Bronze 3, and all stats were adjusted to 50% to match that rank. As more details were revealed, it became clear that players would earn points through victories, gradually climbing from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and finally challenger. After hearing everything, Subaru calmly concluded that it would likely take at least 6 months to clear this stage. To many, this floor was a barrier they would never overcome. Soon, the final announcement appeared. The trial would end only after reaching challenger rank. Victory meant destroying the enemy base and continuing to rise through the rankings. With that, the scene shifted. Subaru's 3 teammates for his first match appeared in front of him, marking the true beginning of his battle on the 4th floor. The moment they saw his Bronze 3 rank, their reactions were immediate. All 3 of them were platinum rank. The difference was obvious. And just like in any competitive environment, low-ranked players were instantly judged and looked down upon. Frustration filled their expressions. One of them even thought that having someone like him on the team meant the match was already lost before it began. However, one of the girls suddenly hesitated. She recognized his name and wondered if he was that well-known figure. Before she could explain, the muscular man on the team dismissed the idea, insisting that the person she was thinking of had died long ago. She quickly corrected him, clarifying that she meant the streamer. The man scoffed, clearly irritated. To him, being a streamer meant nothing. If anything, it only made things worse. In his eyes, Subaru was just a burden. Despite all the criticism directed at him, Subaru remained completely calm. He didn't argue or raise his voice. Instead, he looked at the man and responded in a steady tone, telling him that if all he planned to do was complain, then he might as well quit now. She quickly assigned roles, deciding that each of them would take a lane. Then she turned to Subaru and told him to handle the jungle and provide support, assuming he understood how it worked. The jungle role was explained as the most strategic position on the battlefield, one that influenced every lane. However, it was obvious why they gave it to him. They didn't trust him enough to manage a lane on his own. The bodybuilder mocked him again, questioning whether someone at his level even knew how to properly time a gank. Before things could go any further, a system announcement echoed across the battlefield, informing everyone that soldiers would spawn in 30 seconds. The match had begun. Without wasting time, the bodybuilder headed down his assigned path, still muttering in irritation. He couldn't stand the confidence of a bronze player and scoffed at the idea that being a streamer made Subaru special. As he moved forward, he soon spotted an enemy ahead. Narrowing his eyes, he recognized the opponent as an archer and immediately assumed he had the advantage. Convinced he could handle the situation alone, he prepared to engage. On the other side, the archer simply watched him with a faint smile. Something felt wrong. The bodybuilder had unknowingly pushed too far forward, leaving himself completely exposed. Then it clicked. He had been baited. Before he could react properly, the enemy charged at him with incredible speed, aiming to finish him in a single decisive strike. But at that exact moment, a bolt of lightning crashed down from above. A spear of crackling energy struck the battlefield, instantly interrupting the attack and eliminating the enemy who had rushed in so confidently. The archer froze in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. He looked around in confusion, trying to locate the source. He didn't get the chance. Another strike followed immediately, cutting him down before he could even react. The entire exchange was over in seconds. Watching this sudden turn of events, the bodybuilder felt a brief sense of relief, thinking that at least someone on the team knew what they were doing. But the moment he turned around to see who it was, he froze. Standing right behind him was Narukami Subaru, holding a cold, crackling lightning spear. Unlike before, when he struggled to control his abilities, he was now using them with precision and efficiency. Elsewhere on the battlefield, another player attempted to retreat, shouting for help as he ran towards safety. Before he could escape, a hidden thunder trap activated beneath him. Lightning erupted instantly, overwhelming him with destructive force and eliminating him on the spot. A system notification appeared, confirming the results. Subaru had defeated multiple enemies in quick succession. Throughout all of this, Subaru remained completely calm, simply observing the battlefield as everything unfolded. At the same time, viewers watching the match reacted in real time, flooding the chat with comments as they tried to process what they were witnessing. Nearby, the bodybuilder tried to steady himself, still struggling to understand what had just happened. He stood there in shock, quietly muttering to himself, unable to make sense of the sudden shift in the battle. Meanwhile, the entire focus of the match began to shift toward one person. Narukami Subaru. Subaru remained completely calm, glancing at the bodybuilder and casually telling him to hurry up and clear the minions so they could push the turret, adding that he was moving slower than a bronze player. Hearing that, the bodybuilder snapped back to his senses and immediately got to work without arguing. Just then, a new system window appeared in front of Subaru. A viewer had registered a mission, offering 20,000 credits if he could clear the 4th floor within a month. The battle quickly intensified again. Both teams clashed repeatedly across the battlefield, fights breaking out one after another. Amid the chaos, more viewers began sending credits, placing bets on Subaru and registering missions tied to his performance. The amounts kept increasing. 10,000, 20,000, even 50,000 credits were sent in rapid succession as people watched him dominate the match. Subaru moved through the battlefield like a storm, eliminating enemies one after another with overwhelming efficiency. Eventually, after a relentless series of clashes, his team completely crushed the opposing side. A large screen appeared, announcing the result. The enemy base had been destroyed. The match was over. Right after that, Subaru received his rewards. He earned points and was promoted from Bronze 3 to Bronze 2. But before things could settle, another message appeared. A viewer angrily commented, telling him not to mess around, then immediately donated credits and issued a new challenge. If Subaru lost even once, he would have to refund every credit ever donated. But if he reached challenger rank without a single loss, he would receive 50,000 credits. The chat exploded instantly. Everyone reacted to the high-risk challenge, debating whether it was even possible. Subaru took a brief moment, then calmly accepted. He simply said yes. Another donation followed immediately, and the scene shifted. In a different place, a girl began her stream introduction. She introduced herself as Mizumega, explaining in a somewhat awkward tone that she couldn't cry or laugh properly, describing herself as what people would call a dead channel streamer. Despite saying that, she suddenly started crying anyway, revealing the contradiction in her own words. Only around 50 viewers were watching her stream, but she still tried to act confident, insisting she could win and declaring she would keep streaming until she reached diamond rank. However, her inner thoughts told a different story. She believed she could have already reached challenger if she weren't streaming and only played like this because she needed the money. Forcing a smile, she quickly composed herself and told everyone to focus on the match. Soon her team lineup appeared. Among them was Narukami Subaru. The moment she noticed him, her eyes immediately focused on his mask, recognizing him as the new Subaru. But Subaru didn't respond at all. Seeing his rank, she felt annoyed, thinking she had been matched with someone lower than expected. At that moment, the same viewer who had given Subaru a mission appeared again and offered her one as well. The condition was simple. If she lost, she would receive 30,000 credits. Her attitude changed instantly. With a bright smile, she accepted the mission and thanked the viewer, then turned to her team and told them to stay calm. Right then, a system message flashed across the screen, announcing another defeat. Subaru silently observed everything, carefully analyzing the situation. As he watched, he realized something. It was about time he encountered them again. The scene shifted once more, showing the girl repeatedly losing to the same opponent and being forced to respawn over and over again. Seeing this pattern, Subaru narrowed his eyes and pointed out that this wasn't normal gameplay. It was deliberate. He began to understand what was happening. Slowly gripping his sword, his expression sharpened as the situation became clear to him. Then with calm confidence, he drew his blade. The moment it left its sheath, a chilling light radiated from it, carrying a heavy, oppressive presence. Without hesitation, he declared that the credits placed on the other side would not be lost. He would make sure of it. Now the scene shifts as Gormarmak stands directly in front of Narukami Subaru, his sharp gaze locked onto him with clear hostility. With a mocking tone, he questions whether Subaru is the streamer everyone has been talking about, asking if he had been given a mission to fight him one-on-one. Subaru simply smirks faintly and replies without hesitation that it would have been interesting if such a mission existed, but unfortunately, it doesn't. Gormarmak scoffs at the response, clearly amused, but his voice quickly turns heavy as he asserts his superiority. He reminds Subaru that this is the Forest of War, a place where a diamond rank would never lose to someone at silver rank, especially when silvers suffer from a 75% stat penalty. Despite the pressure, Subaru remains completely calm. He listens without reacting, then calmly points out that if stats were everything, there would be no need for exams in the first place. Those words instantly irritate Gormarmak. Without wasting another moment, he activates his ability. The ground begins to tremble violently as enormous stone arms emerge behind him, assembling with overwhelming force. The entire area shakes as if the forest itself is responding to his power. Massive rock limbs rise into the air, radiating crushing strength, while his aura expands, turning the surrounding atmosphere suffocating. With anger in his voice, he accuses Subaru of getting carried away due to support from his viewers, then declares that he will properly welcome him to the fourth floor. Seeing such overwhelming power, Subaru pauses briefly, analyzing the situation. He recognizes it as a body transformation ability, something rarely seen on this floor. At the same time, golden lightning begins to crackle around his body, dancing violently as if responding to his will. His expression turns cold and focused as he quietly states that he has something he wants to test. There is a clear certainty in his voice, as though the outcome of the battle has already been decided in his mind. He makes it clear that what comes next will be driven by his new power, and calmly tells Gormarmak to prepare himself. Then, with a faint but intense look, he admits that he has been waiting for this moment. The instant those words leave his mouth, Subaru raises his hand toward the sky. A massive bolt of lightning crashes down with terrifying force, shaking the air itself. On the other side, Gormarmak braces himself, gathering all of his stone arms and reinforcing his transformed body to withstand the attack. But even with all his defenses, the sheer intensity of the lightning proves devastating. His body trembles under the pressure as he struggles to understand what kind of power he is facing. Meanwhile, Subaru calmly begins walking forward. At that moment, a system window appears before him, announcing that the Lord of Thunder's trial has begun. Seeing this, Gormarmak clenches his weapon and launches an all-out attack. Every stone around him responds, surging forward as countless rock projectiles rush towards Subaru from all directions. Yet despite the overwhelming assault, Subaru does not move from his position. System messages appear, showing that his abilities are resisting the recoil of the Lord of Thunder. Another message follows, reducing the penalty by 30%. Without hesitation, Subaru bursts forward at incredible speed. He weaves through the storm of stone projectiles with perfect precision, not a single attack touching him. Then, in the blink of an eye, he closes the distance and appears directly in front of Gormarmak. The real fight was about to begin. As Subaru closed the distance so effortlessly, Gormak couldn't hide the fear creeping onto his face. Seizing that moment, Subaru swung his demonic blade, unleashing a devastating attack. Gormak was forced to pour all his strength into blocking it, and the collision between them shook the entire battlefield. Even then, the sheer force behind Subaru's strike overwhelmed him, sending him flying backward as his condition visibly worsened. Struggling to regain control, Gormak used his golem arms to stabilize himself. Despite the damage, he gritted his teeth and muttered that it wasn't as impressive as he had expected. But he didn't stop there. In the next instant, he gathered his strength and charged forward again, pushing himself to the limit. A system window appeared, showing his power rising dramatically as his confidence returned. He declared that with the Forest of War enhancing him, his strength now rivaled that of a diamond rank. At the same time, new messages appeared before Subaru. The Lord of Thunder had acknowledged him. Subaru remained calm, his expression steady as he quietly stated that his preparation was complete. The next moment, both of them charged at each other at incredible speed. Their energy erupted violently, colliding with such force that it felt like the entire battle would be decided in a single clash. Then in a flash, they crossed paths. Lightning spread across the battlefield, filling the air with a cold and overwhelming presence. When the clash ended, Gormak stood frozen in place. His voice trembled as he tried to comprehend what had just happened, unable to believe that he had taken such damage from someone at silver rank. At that moment, the stone arms he had been so confident in began to crack. Slowly at first, then rapidly, until they shattered piece by piece. On the other side, Subaru stood calmly, glowing with energy. Looking at Gormak, he reminded him that stats alone didn't determine everything in an exam. Then another massive bolt of lightning struck down, completely overwhelming Gormak and destroying what remained of his defenses. A system notification appeared, confirming that Subaru had ended his kill streak. Elsewhere, a girl watching through her system window was left in complete shock. She couldn't understand what she was seeing, especially after believing she had been the one carrying him. Before she could process it, more notifications appeared. Subaru continued eliminating opponents one after another, each message appearing faster than the last. Her disbelief quickly turned into anger. She snapped at her viewers, blaming them for pushing things this far and shouting at them in frustration as they continued mocking her. Then a single comment caught her attention. It was posted under the name Narukami. The message stated that if Subaru struggled against someone like her, he would never have accepted the mission in the first place. She froze for a moment, unable to respond. Right then, another system message appeared. The enemy team had surrendered. Her expression went blank as realization hit her. In a quiet voice, she admitted that it was over. A final window followed, confirming the end of the match. Meanwhile, Subaru addressed his viewers calmly, as if nothing extraordinary had just happened. He announced that the stream was over for the day and that he would be streaming again tomorrow. With that, another notification appeared. Narukami Subaru had ended the stream. The scene shifted once more. Now Subaru walked alone down a quiet street. The chaos of battle had completely faded, replaced by a calm and almost peaceful silence. Just as Subaru walked through the quiet street, a voice suddenly called out to him from ahead, welcoming him back. Standing there was Hatsuka. Subaru looked slightly surprised and asked if she had really been waiting there this late. Hatsuka simply smiled gently and reminded him that she had promised to give him a summary of the schedule. He nodded, acknowledging it, but before he could continue, she interrupted him, her tone more earnest than before. She admitted that she had wanted to give it to him today and that there was also something she wanted to talk about. Subaru tilted his head slightly, curious about what she meant. Hatsuka's expression slowly changed. She began to look uneasy, as if she had been holding something back for a long time. She mentioned how well his streams had been doing lately, pointing out that he had reached 13,000 concurrent viewers not long ago. Everything seemed to be going perfectly, yet despite that, she couldn't shake off a strange feeling of anxiety whenever she watched him. Her composure gradually broke as her emotions surfaced. Subaru, slightly confused, asked if she was drunk. She immediately denied it, brushing the comment aside and continuing more seriously. She said that watching him felt like he was being chased by something, or perhaps that he himself was chasing something instead. After saying that, she looked directly into his eyes, as if searching for something hidden beneath his calm exterior. She admitted that she had been wondering about this for a long time, and asked if he was dealing with something she didn't know about. Subaru paused for a moment before replying calmly that he couldn't answer that, at least not for now. Hatsuka listened and then smiled faintly, as if she had expected that answer all along. She placed a hand over her chest, her voice trailing off as she tried to express something deeper, almost as if she was comparing him to someone else. Then suddenly, she reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder. At that exact moment, something slipped from her grasp. A letter fell to the ground. Her expression changed instantly, a flicker of unease crossing her face as she hurried to pick it up. In her mind, she questioned what she had just said, as if she herself didn't fully understand it. Subaru stepped forward, intending to help, asking gently if she was okay. But she quickly stopped him, her voice tense and urgent, telling him not to come closer and instead just pick up the letter and go home. Before he could react further, her condition worsened. She sank to the ground and began vomiting, unable to hold herself together any longer. The scene abruptly shifted. In another place, a cold voice spoke in a calm, matter-of-fact tone, responding to instructions from a higher authority. If persuasion didn't work, the target would be dragged back by force. After a brief pause, the same voice casually added that it might as well be treated like a vacation. The speaker was then revealed. Yuji, ranked 50,845th in the blue zone. He walked forward with clear irritation, muttering to himself that he had been close to reaching the 8th floor, yet now had to come all the way down to the 4th floor for this task. After some time, he arrived in front of a massive, luxurious hotel. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he complained about everything around him. But the moment he stepped inside, his expression changed. Sitting calmly inside was Hatsuka, her presence quiet yet strangely captivating, as if she had been waiting all along. Seeing her, Yuji paused for a brief moment. Then, almost casually, he corrected himself. Maybe not everything here was so bad after all. Right there, Hatsuka quietly placed her device down, the same one that had been playing Narukami Subaru's livestream from the incident the previous night. Although she seemed to be doing better compared to earlier, faint traces of uneasiness still lingered on her face, as if something continued to trouble her deep inside. Just then, the seat in front of her slowly slid back, and a voice addressed her as Miss Hatsuka. The sudden interruption caught her off guard, and she immediately looked up at the man, asking if they had met somewhere before. The man, Yuji, calmly took a seat across from her and replied that this was their first meeting, before casually asking for her name. Hearing that, Hatsuka studied him carefully, her gaze sharp and observant. Almost instantly, she sensed that something about him felt off. Without wasting any time, Hatsuka stood up from her seat and stated firmly that she had no reason to share her name, adding that she was busy and would be leaving. She had barely taken a step forward when Yuji suddenly appeared right in front of Hatsuka, blocking her path entirely. A subtle wave of energy spread from him, halting her movement mid-step. Hatsuka's mind raced in confusion as she tried to understand how he had moved so quickly, unable to recall even a single moment when he had stood up. With a casual smile, he told Hatsuka not to act that way, softening his tone as he added that he had simply noticed a beautiful flower and couldn't walk past it, insisting that he wasn't some shady individual. He then handed Hatsuka a card. Hatsuka glanced at it briefly, already thinking to herself how unbelievably creepy he was, yet her eyes remained fixed on the card. It read Blue Zone, 7th floor player, Yajo. Noticing her reaction, Yuji smirked slightly and commented that he had seen Hatsuka's eyes light up, claiming it was only natural for an ordinary girl to be drawn to someone talented like him. His tone carried quiet arrogance, as if he had already judged her completely. Hatsuka, clearly unimpressed, looked at him directly and questioned why a Blue Zone sub-ranker would be in a place like this. He simply chuckled, brushing off the question and suggesting she ask something more interesting, something that might help them get closer. The playful tone in his voice only made Hatsuka more uncomfortable. Without hesitation, Hatsuka stepped forward, her expression turning cold as she made it clear there was no need to continue the conversation. Yuji's eyes narrowed slightly as he shifted the topic, bringing up what Hatsuka had been watching earlier and asking if it had anything to do with a certain streamer. Hearing this, Hatsuka froze for a split second, surprise flickering across her face as she wondered if he was referring to Narukami Subaru. He continued, his tone now laced with mockery, pointing out how Hatsuka had been staring at the screen as if she were obsessed, dismissing the streamer as nothing more than a fake stuck on the 4th floor, merely imitating an outdated figure. His words were clearly meant to provoke her. Hatsuka's eyes narrowed immediately, and she responded without holding back, questioning whether someone from Blue Zone really had the right to speak like that. There was a clear challenge in her tone now. Yuji remained unfazed, countering by asking if she thought everyone in Blue Zone worshipped Narukami Subaru. His blunt response only fueled Hatsuka's irritation further. Hatsuka replied firmly that respect wasn't the issue, but speaking that way was simply wrong, emphasizing that Blue Zone was the successor to Blue Eyes. There was clear conviction in her stance. This wasn't just a casual argument for Hatsuka, but something she genuinely believed in. However, Yuji looked completely unimpressed. He let out a faint scoff and questioned how long Hatsuka intended to remain stuck in something from 20 years ago, adding that there were now many players far stronger than Narukami Subaru or Blue Eyes, and that one of them happened to be standing right in front of her. His confidence bordered on arrogance, as if he truly believed himself to be above everyone she had mentioned. That was enough to push Hatsuka over the edge. Hatsuka snapped back, telling him to get over himself, beginning to argue that just because the Blue Eyes members were gone, only for her words to trail off. The anger, however, did not fade. Instead, it became more visible, her emotions surging as a faint red energy began to leak from Hatsuka's body, gradually intensifying the atmosphere around her. Yuji stepped closer, completely unfazed by Hatsuka's reaction, his voice lowering slightly as if he was about to reveal something important. Right then, he looked at Hatsuka with a quiet, almost unsettling expression, as he spoke in a low tone, suggesting that what she believed might not be entirely correct. He mentioned that what he was about to say was classified information, something only a few individuals in Blue Zone were aware of, but added that it would soon become public knowledge anyway. He paused deliberately, watching her reaction closely, as if measuring the exact moment to deliver his next words. Then, without hesitation, he revealed that there was a report claiming one of the Blue Eyes members had allied with demons and was still barely clinging to life. The moment those words reached Hatsuka, she was completely stunned. Her mind went blank for a brief second, unable to process what she had just heard as the weight of it settled in. At that exact moment, the scene shifted. A screen appeared, showing Narukami Subaru's livestream. On it, Subaru casually remarked that it was already getting late and that he would end the stream for the day before the broadcast abruptly cut off. The view transitioned once again, this time to Floor 4, Elegum. Narukami Subaru was seen walking alone along a quiet, empty path, his footsteps echoing faintly in the still surroundings. His expression remained calm, but his thoughts were clearly active. He reflected to himself that the stream had stabilized with over 15,000 viewers, nodding that it wasn't a bad pace at all as he continued moving forward. As he walked deeper into the alley, the quiet environment was suddenly interrupted by the presence of someone standing directly in his path. It was none other than Yuji. However, Subaru didn't even acknowledge him. Without giving him a glance, he simply walked past as if Shiro didn't exist at all. That was when Shiro finally spoke from behind, his tone casual yet intentional, calling out to him as if addressing a junior and asking for a moment of his time. Subaru stopped, slowly turning around, his expression sharpening with clear annoyance as he questioned who Shiro even was. Shiro smiled slightly, completely unfazed by the hostility, and instead of answering directly, he moved straight to his purpose. Speaking as if he were offering a valuable opportunity, he suggested that Subaru join Blue Zone, emphasizing that they could provide benefits unmatched by anyone else. Hearing this, Subaru's expression immediately turned cold and uninterested. The thought that crossed his mind was simple: another recruiter. His tone reflected that boredom clearly. Shiro let out a small laugh, mentioning that he had heard Subaru had already turned down similar offers multiple times. He spoke with a mix of amusement and condescension, suggesting that it was normal for someone to try to raise their value at the beginning. Then, shifting slightly closer, he offered what he called advice from a senior, implying that everything should be done in moderation. He continued, explaining that Subaru didn't have to accept the offer immediately, but at least showing up once would be enough. After that, everything could be handled by the Vice Guild Master, and he assured him that he wouldn't regret it. Subaru looked at him for a brief moment, clearly unimpressed, before asking who this Vice Guild Master even was. Shiro's smile widened slightly, as if he had been waiting for that exact question, and he confidently introduced the name: Ikari Genji, a high-rank player from Floor 9. Then, with slight surprise, he questioned whether Subaru really didn't know him. Hearing the name, Subaru paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly as a thought crossed his mind. He recognized the name, recalling that Ikari Genji had once been nothing more than someone who followed Kyojo around. The fact that he had now reached Floor 9 and become a Vice Guild Master didn't impress Subaru. Instead, it sounded almost ridiculous to him. Meanwhile, Shiro extended his hand forward, clearly expecting Subaru to accept the offer, his tone becoming more assertive as he implied that Subaru might not fully understand how valuable this opportunity was. In an instant, his expression darkened, and the shift in atmosphere became sharp and dangerous. Subaru, however, didn't react at all. Instead, he calmly pointed out that this behavior didn't match someone who had just been trying to recruit him. Shiro tilted his head slightly, his tone now completely devoid of friendliness, stating that he didn't recall ever recruiting anyone in the first place. His grip tightened around his sword as killing intent became obvious. He made it clear that if Subaru refused to come with him, then death was the only outcome. The moment those words were spoken, he swung his blade, sending a powerful slash through the air. But by the time the attack reached its target, Subaru had already disappeared. Moving at incredible speed, Subaru reappeared at a distance, completely unharmed. Standing there calmly, he remarked that Blue Zone seemed to care more about its public image than anything else, questioning whether Shiro truly intended to cause such a scene in the middle of the city. In response, Shiro's energy began to surge violently, growing heavier and more oppressive with each passing second. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he acknowledged the question, then asked why Subaru thought he had come here personally in the first place. Then lowering his voice, he spoke a single word, Cyrus. Instantly, a red-colored window materialized in front of them. The moment the word Cyrus was spoken, a system notification immediately appeared, informing Narukami Subaru that he was being pulled into the space of Cyrus. One after another, multiple system windows began flashing before his eyes, each carrying ominous warnings. His sense of balance dropped by 40%, his reaction speed was reduced by 30%, and the environment around him began to distort as the ability fully activated, isolating the space from the outside world entirely. Within seconds, the surroundings had completely changed. Now standing face to face in this altered domain, Narukami Subaru and Yuji locked their gazes onto each other. The atmosphere grew heavy and suffocating, making it clear that this was no longer going to be a simple clash. As the battle began to unfold inside the isolated space, Subaru immediately started analyzing the situation, his thoughts remaining sharp despite the overwhelming pressure. He quickly identified it as a field-type silent skill that blocked both sound and vision, and at the same time, he recognized that Shiro had already cleared trials 3 floors above him. Combined with the fact that Subaru himself was already exhausted from continuous tests, his condition was far from ideal. Even so, he knew hesitation wasn't an option. At that moment, another system window appeared in front of him, showing his power rising rapidly. His thunder abilities intensified, his demon blade reinforced his stamina, and all his stats steadily climbed. Feeling the surge of strength coursing through his body, Subaru narrowed his eyes, understanding that he needed to finish this quickly. A new status ailment, fear, was applied, doubling all incoming pain while dulling his senses by 50%. As Subaru pushed forward, the world around him twisted even further. What had once been a single opponent now split into many. Illusions surrounded him from every direction, making it impossible to distinguish what was real and what wasn't. From all sides at once, Shiro's voice echoed throughout the domain, making it clear that once someone entered this space, there was no escape. Subaru clenched his teeth, focusing all his strength as he tried to break through the deception. But even when he concentrated all his power into a single point, it still wasn't enough. His frustration grew as the illusions refused to shatter, no matter how hard he pushed. Shiro's voice returned once again, cold and absolute, explaining that within this space, everyone was him and he was everyone. At that moment, the scene shifted back outside. Hatsuka sat alone, waiting, glancing around occasionally as concern began to show on her face. The stream had already ended, so Subaru should have returned by now. She found herself thinking about how she had wanted to apologize for what had happened earlier. Her thoughts drifted uneasily as she recalled the arrogant words that Shiro had said earlier that day. She couldn't stop thinking about them, especially the way he had spoken about Blue Zone moving aggressively. She remembered that Guild Master Kyojo had once worked alongside Narukami Subaru in his prime, and part of her couldn't deny that if Subaru joined them, he might actually learn a lot. At the same time, she felt conflicted, unsure of what would happen to her or what the right choice was. If she thought purely about Subaru's future, maybe letting him go would be the better decision. But in that very moment, a deafening flash erupted nearby, drawing everyone's attention toward its source. Hatsuka's heart skipped a beat as she stared at the overwhelming surge of power, immediately realizing who it belonged to. As the tension reached its peak, inside that domain, Narukami Subaru continued fighting alone, surrounded by countless clones of Shiro. The true terror of the space became clear as Shiro explained that within this domain, physical abilities were suppressed, while pain was amplified to its maximum. Even the thunder ability Subaru relied on so heavily became useless here, leaving him with no reliable way to defeat his opponent. Understanding that Blue Zone had already analyzed him thoroughly, Subaru came to a decisive conclusion. If he used his thunder abilities in this state, he would collapse immediately afterward. That meant he had no choice but to suppress his strongest power and rely instead on his instincts and available items. With that decision made, he steadied himself and prepared for his next move. Gathering what little strength he had left, Narukami Subaru activated Cloud Stride, forcing his exhausted body to move once more. His figure blurred as he surged forward, cutting down the illusionary clones surrounding him one after another. Even within the distorted space, his movements remained relentless, as if he refused to slow down no matter how much pressure was placed on him. Watching this unfold, Yuji quietly observed, acknowledging internally that Subaru had managed to endure far longer than expected inside Cyrus, though to him it still seemed like nothing more than a desperate attempt to buy time. Even as that thought lingered, Subaru continued advancing without hesitation, tearing through clone after clone. Yuji noticed it immediately and was caught slightly off guard. Subaru was doing all of this without even relying on his thunder abilities. Meanwhile, Subaru pressed forward directly toward him, his eyes now completely red, as if he had entered an entirely different mental state. Despite being surrounded by countless enemies, there was a strange certainty in his actions, as though he had already identified the real target among the illusions. Seeing this, Yuji's expression shifted subtly as the realization hit him that he might have misjudged something. At that very moment, a thunder spear began forming in Subaru's hand, crackling with condensed energy. His focus did not waver, and with absolute clarity in his intent, he pushed forward with the belief that he had already found the real one. The attack surged ahead at incredible speed, tearing through every clone in its path as Subaru closed the distance in an instant. But just before the strike could land, Yuji reacted, his voice carrying disbelief as he pointed out that Subaru shouldn't even be capable of moving properly in his current condition. Subaru, however, didn't stop. Instead, he continued forward, calmly acknowledging that he was already used to fighting under pressure due to the burden his thunder abilities placed on him. At that moment, it became clear that he had activated the Mark of Thunder. Steadying himself despite the strain, Subaru launched another attack, this time with far greater force. Without hesitation, he struck directly, and the blow connected with Yuji. The impact stunned him briefly as he struggled to comprehend how it had happened. Almost immediately, a system notification appeared before him, informing him that the Mark of Thunder had been carved onto him and that his movements were now being read. Yuji narrowed his gaze, staring at Subaru with a faint smile that carried mockery, noting how quickly Subaru had begun acting confidently despite having only recently learned thunder. Yet, he dismissed it just as quickly, reminding himself that Subaru was already under the effects of the hallucination curse. In the next instant, the entire space shifted again. The countless clones and illusions began merging, twisting together unnaturally. The battlefield itself felt unstable, as though reality was bending under Yuji's control. Watching this transformation, he felt a quiet excitement, amplifying the power of his hallucination ability even further. What had once been many illusions condensed into something far more terrifying. A single massive, fused entity formed from all those distortions. It towered unnaturally, its presence overwhelming everything around it. As it took shape, Yuji's voice echoed again, explaining that the dulling of senses was only the beginning, and that the true horror of the hallucination curse lay beyond that. The explanation unfolded coldly and precisely. The ability forced its target to believe they were facing the one opponent they feared most. No matter what stood before them, their mind would turn it into an enemy they were certain they could never defeat. And then, as if to prove it, the figure standing before Subaru began to take shape, Kyojo. The presence alone carried immense weight, embodying sorrow, hatred, and fear all at once. The moment Subaru saw him, a surge of emotions crashed through him, shaking his thoughts as recognition set in. From the side, Yuji watched with clear amusement, treating the entire situation like a game that had turned out more entertaining than expected. Meanwhile, the illusion slowly extended its hand towards Subaru, its movement steady and unavoidable. It offered him submission, implying that if he gave in now, he wouldn't be held responsible. In the next instant, it grabbed him. The grip tightened mercilessly, crushing him as if trying to erase his existence entirely. Subaru struggled under the immense pressure, his body pushed to its limits, yet even then, something in him refused to break. Through the strain, he lifted his head slightly, his voice weak but steady as he realized something important. The presence before him had reminded him of what truly mattered. No matter what happened, he would never join Blue Zone, because doing so would mean betraying the people he stood for. With everything he had left, Subaru forced himself to hold on, his will sharpening into a single thought. He had a reason to survive, no matter the cost. At that moment, another system warning appeared, showing that his fatigue had reached 90%. His condition continued to worsen, yet his mind became even clearer. He realized that if he pushed his body to its absolute limit, he could endure the power of the Lord of Thunder for a few seconds. Almost instantly, an immense surge of cold lightning crashed down onto his body. The force was violent enough to tear him apart from within, yet he stood firm, forcing himself to endure it. He understood it was a gamble, but there was no other choice left. A system window appeared, confirming that the Lord of Thunder had manifested within him, and time began to count down. With only seconds remaining, Subaru focused entirely, pushing through the unbearable strain as lightning burst from his body uncontrollably, crackling across him and even streaming from his eyes. In that moment, his entire presence changed, becoming unstable, fierce, and overwhelmingly powerful. But just as quickly, the time ran out. Another notification appeared, stating that the Lord of Thunder had cut off its output. The lightning vanished instantly, leaving Subaru standing there, breathing heavily, his body completely drained. Still, he raised his head, looking directly toward the massive illusion of Kyojo. From within it, but before he could finish, something changed. A figure began moving forward. Yuji's expression shifted instantly, confusion and alarm appearing at the same time as he realized something impossible had just occurred. Someone had entered his space. The figure was Hatsuka. Her presence alone disrupted the flow of the battle, her expression calm yet filled with clear anger. She stepped forward without hesitation, her intent focused entirely on breaking the situation apart. Seeing her, Yuji immediately recognized her from earlier, his confusion deepening as he realized that Cyrus was not something a normal player could even perceive, let alone enter. At that exact moment, system notifications began appearing rapidly. The target of the hallucination curse shifted instantly, followed by another warning stating that the skill effect could no longer be applied due to insufficient conditions. Frustration took over Yuji completely as the situation slipped out of his control for the first time. What had once been a perfectly controlled battle was now beginning to collapse. Before he could even react properly, another system notification appeared. The hallucination curse had ended. In that instant, the entire illusion shattered. The battlefield returned to normal, revealing Narukami Subaru lying on the ground, his condition extremely critical, his body completely drained and barely holding on after everything he had endured. Meanwhile, Yuji was still trying to process what had just happened. His mind struggled to keep up with the sudden shift in events as he turned his attention toward Hatsuka, demanding to know how she had found this place, and more importantly, why she was even here. For a brief moment, Yuji merely smiled, spreading his arms slightly as if brushing the matter aside. He dismissed it casually, claiming that it no longer mattered, since anyone who stepped into his domain was already trapped. However, before he could continue, Hatsuka cut him off with a small but firm gesture, her voice sharp and unwavering as she pointed out that his so-called trap had already been broken. That statement visibly shook him. His expression shifted, and a sense of unease crept into his thoughts. He remembered clearly that he had been strictly instructed by the Vice Guild Master not to let anything about today's incident leak out. Realizing that the situation was slipping out of control, his composure began to crack. Trying to regain control, he forced himself to speak again, this time adopting a calmer and more calculated tone. He suggested that there had been a misunderstanding and attempted to de-escalate the situation, offering anything in exchange, credits, items, or whatever they might want. Hatsuka ignored him completely. Instead, she moved straight toward Narukami Subaru, kneeling beside him and helping him up without hesitation, supporting his weakened body as if nothing else mattered. Without even glancing back at Yuji, she made it clear that she wanted nothing from him and told him to leave immediately. She continued firmly, leaving no room for argument, stating that Blue Zone should stay away from Subaru for good. Hearing this, Yuji's thoughts began to spiral rapidly. A deep sense of dread settled within him as he realized how serious the situation had become. If Subaru walked away now, he would undoubtedly expose everything that had happened. And if that happened, the responsibility would fall entirely on him. The fear tightened around him as another thought struck. If things escalated that far, he would most likely be expelled from the guild. That possibility alone pushed him to his limit. Clenching his fists tightly, Yuji felt his desperation rise. He reminded himself of how hard he had struggled to reach his current position, how much he had sacrificed to climb this far. There was no way he would allow everything to be destroyed by someone from the fourth floor. In the next instant, he lunged forward in a sudden and aggressive attack, aiming directly at them. But before he could even close the distance, everything changed. Hatsuka moved. Her response was so fast and precise that it was nearly impossible to follow. In a single, clean motion, she countered his attack, and in the very next moment his body was split cleanly into two. The sheer speed and finality of the strike left Yuji completely shocked. Even in his final moment, he couldn't comprehend what had just happened, how she had done it, or when she had even moved. Narukami Subaru, who had witnessed everything, slowly pushed himself up, equally stunned by what had just unfolded before his eyes. A heavy silence settled over the area after the sudden end of the fight. After some time, both Subaru and Hatsuka moved quietly to a nearby bench and sat down, as if trying to process everything that had just occurred. Breaking the silence, Subaru spoke with a calm yet curious tone, piecing together what he had learned. He concluded that Hatsuka must have been a former ranker who had dropped out during the exam on floor 8. Hatsuka gave a simple confirmation, and Subaru nodded slightly, acknowledging it with understanding. Glancing back toward where the fight had taken place, he reflected that it made sense now why a seventh-floor player had stood no chance against her. Hatsuka, however, looked visibly unsettled. Her usual composure was shaken, and a faint sheen of sweat had formed on her face, revealing her unease. She quickly tried to explain herself, almost defensively, saying that she had only stepped in because she thought he was in danger and had no other choice. There was a hint of worry in her voice, as if she was concerned about how Subaru might perceive her after witnessing that overwhelming display of strength. Subaru, however, responded immediately, his tone calm but filled with genuine amazement. He made it clear that he didn't see her as a monster at all, but rather felt overwhelmed by how far her strength exceeded anything he had imagined. He even questioned where she had learned such a precise draw technique, initially assuming she had used thunder. Hearing that, Hatsuka couldn't help but smile slightly, her tension easing just a bit at his reaction. Subaru then shifted the conversation, his curiosity still unsatisfied, bringing up the fact that she seemed to know Yuji. Hatsuka responded quickly, explaining that he had approached her earlier that morning and behaved overly familiar, to the point where she had nearly struck him, but held back to avoid causing trouble. Subaru picked up on that word, trouble, and questioned it. Hatsuka's expression turned serious again as she explained that Blue Zone was once again attempting to recruit him. She admitted that if they offered something significant enough, there was a chance he might be swayed, and she didn't want to be the one holding him back. Her voice softened slightly, revealing genuine concern, but at the same time she admitted that she had been careless. Even so, she made it clear that if he ever chose to join a group like that, she would oppose it without hesitation. Subaru responded with a dry remark, pointing out that at this rate, it didn't seem like he would be able to join even if he wanted to. Hatsuka took a deep breath, clearly stressed, running a hand through her hair as she tried to think through the situation. Frustration crept into her voice as she wondered what they should do next, concluding that for now, they needed to report everything to the agency. Before she could continue, Subaru suddenly interrupted her train of thought, saying that he had an idea. A system window suddenly appeared before everyone watching. Across the screen, a shocking message was displayed. I was attacked without any reason. The person broadcasting the message was none other than Narukami Subaru. Looking directly at the viewers, he calmly explained that he had already been targeted by assassins during the exam, and now it seemed impossible for him to lower his guard anywhere. The moment he said that, the chat exploded. Countless viewers began throwing out theories while others tried to guess who could possibly be behind the incidents. Subaru's expression gradually became colder as he admitted that he did not know the identity of the mastermind yet. Although he had a few suspicions, there was still not enough evidence for him to point fingers, so he preferred to remain silent for the time being. As the broadcast continued, the scene shifted to a luxurious office inside Blue Zone's headquarters. The Vice Guild leader was sitting behind his desk with a dark expression. Slamming his palm against the table, he demanded to know what was happening. He could not understand how a semi-ranker had failed to deal with a mere player from the fourth floor. Before his anger could settle, a young woman entered the room and respectfully informed him that a visitor had arrived requesting a meeting. The scene changed once again. This time, Hatsuko was standing beside Subaru. Looking worried, she asked whether he had seen the emergency broadcast. Subaru nodded and explained that someone from Blue Zone had undoubtedly seen it already. As one of the guilds representing an entire world, Blue Zone valued its reputation above almost everything else. If people discovered that they had attempted to recruit a fourth-floor player by attacking him first, the damage to their image would be severe. Hatsuko frowned and pointed out that exposing them publicly might not have been the best choice. Subaru calmly shook his head and explained that if he had gone any further than that, the conflict would have escalated into a direct confrontation between Sutin and Blue Zone. That was why he treated the broadcast as nothing more than a warning and made it clear that such actions should never happen again. Listening to his explanation, Hatsuko quietly stared at him. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she realized how seriously he was considering not only himself, but the future of the company as well. After stepping a little closer, she told him that as his manager she could not simply watch him push himself like this. She wanted him to take the following day off and promised that she would handle any complaints from viewers herself. However, Subaru immediately rejected the idea. He insisted that he would continue streaming the next day because he was still in good condition. Thanks to Hatsuko's support, he had not suffered any major injuries. Even as he said that, another thought crossed his mind. Earlier, Lightning Lord had deactivated automatically before his body reached its limit. He could not help wondering whether the issue was related to him still being unfamiliar with his transformed body. While he was thinking about that, Hatsuko looked him over from head to toe before sighing helplessly. She admitted that it was difficult to take him seriously while he was still wearing such a battered outfit. Subaru glanced down at his torn clothes and awkwardly scratched his head. Having come directly from the exam, he had not even had time to change and now desperately needed new clothes. Hatsuko was about to continue the conversation when her expression suddenly became serious. According to Joe Yuhai, there might be a survivor from Blue Eyes. The moment those words reached him, Subaru's entire expression changed. The calmness disappeared from his eyes, replaced by shock and urgency. A survivor? Hatsuko quietly nodded. Before she could say anything else, Subaru stepped forward and immediately asked where the survivor had been seen. Startled by his reaction, Hatsuko admitted that she did not know the exact location. The only information available was that the survivor might have joined forces with the demons, the mysterious race living within the demon realm of the tower. Their origins remained completely unknown. Like players, they constantly grew stronger through battle and by moving through the tower. Sometimes they cooperated with players, while other times they became enemies. However, there was one fact that never changed. Demons represented the purest form of evil within the tower. Just as players hunted monsters, demons hunted players. The only difference was that demons needed no reason at all. Not long afterward, notifications began flooding across the screen one after another. Headline after headline continued appearing before Narukami Subaru's eyes. As he silently read through them, his expression gradually became darker. Information related to Blue Eyes is suddenly surfacing everywhere. Someone is definitely pushing these stories. A cold light flashed through his eyes. If Blue Eyes continued losing credibility, it would become much easier for Blue Zone to erase every remaining trace of the guild's existence. Subaru continued scrolling through the endless stream of reports and articles. Among the countless headlines, one statement immediately caught his attention. Kyujo Itsuki, we will refrain from making any public statements until the facts have been properly verified. After reading it, Subaru simply shook his head. That doesn't matter right now. Whoever that survivor is, I just hope they can stay alive until I reach them. The scene then shifted elsewhere. The rumors had already spread far beyond a single floor, and discussions about Blue Eyes could be heard almost everywhere. People were openly talking about a survivor from Blue Eyes supposedly working alongside demons. Others claimed evidence of their presence had been discovered within the forest of death on the 6th floor. At that moment, the focus landed on two familiar figures, the white-haired man and Riina. Looking toward him, Riina mentioned the rumors that were spreading throughout the tower. The white-haired man simply nodded and replied that everyone seemed to be talking about the same story lately. According to him, even Blue Zone players had begun showing up near the hut to investigate. The entire situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. Information about supposed survivors was suddenly being revealed one after another. In his eyes, the entire thing was far too obvious. It was bait. After thinking for a moment, he quietly remarked that whoever was behind it was probably wondering why nobody had appeared yet. The real question was what they were actually trying to accomplish. Riina looked at him for a few seconds before asking what he planned to do. The answer came without hesitation. He intended to see everything for himself. With that, the two of them began walking forward. As they crossed the corpse-strewn battlefield, the white-haired man suddenly smiled. It was not a friendly smile. Sometimes the fish ends up pulling the fisherman into the water instead. The scene shifted once again. This time it moved to the 8th floor. Inside Blue Zone's office, a tense atmosphere filled the room. The Vice Guild leader stood silently, while his secretary completed the preparations for an important meeting. Once everything was ready, she respectfully informed him. The Vice Guild leader let out an annoyed sigh. Of all times, this had to happen when he was already overwhelmed with work. After a brief pause, he ordered the meeting to begin. The space in front of him flickered. Moments later, a figure appeared through the communication screen. It was the yellow-haired man who served as Hatsuka's superior. John Tail. As soon as he appeared, John Tail politely apologized for being unable to travel to the 8th floor personally. Given his current circumstances, a remote meeting was the best he could do. Even so, he considered it an honor to speak with the Vice Guild leader. Maintaining formal courtesy, the Vice Guild leader replied that the honor was his. He had heard many stories about John Tail and knew that he was the individual responsible for turning Sutin into what it had become today. While looking at the yellow-haired man, several thoughts crossed his mind. So this is John Tail. 15 years ago, the man had served as an architect for the Magic Way Guild, one of Blue Zone's biggest competitors. John Tail simply laughed and waved away the compliment, claiming that he was nothing more than a hired employee. The Vice Guild leader, however, remained cautious. Someone who once held a significant position inside a guild capable of rivaling Blue Zone was now working as a department chief at an entertainment company. There was no way he could afford to lower his guard around someone like that. Meanwhile, John Tail smiled calmly and mentioned that he had heard plenty of stories about the Vice Guild leader as well. According to those rumors, he was the person who had contributed the most to Blue Zone's growth, second only to guild leader Kyojo. The moment those words were spoken, a trace of irritation flashed through the Vice Guild leader's eyes. Second only to Kyojo. Although his expression remained composed, the dissatisfaction hidden beneath the surface was impossible to miss. Meanwhile, John Tail acted as though he had noticed nothing. With a small laugh, he apologized for letting the introduction drag on for too long. Then his smile faded slightly. The atmosphere immediately became more serious as he prepared to discuss the real reason for the meeting. With the formalities out of the way, John Tail finally steered the conversation toward the real reason for the meeting. Maintaining a calm expression despite the pressure in the room, he explained that, as the Vice Guild leader already knew, Sutin had yet to release any official statement regarding the recent incident. The truth was that they could not afford to act carelessly because of who was involved. The Vice Guild leader immediately responded in a composed and authoritative manner, saying that there appeared to be some misunderstanding. John Tail's smile remained unchanged, but the atmosphere subtly shifted as he pointed out that there was one undeniable fact. A Blue Zone player had attacked one of their streamers. The Vice Guild leader did not seem troubled by the accusation at all. Looking completely relaxed, he replied that it sounded like nothing more than a dispute between individuals. John Tail did not back down. Calmly meeting the Vice Guild leader's gaze through the communication screen, he explained that intentions did not matter. The communication channel immediately disconnected. The meeting was over. Back at Sutton's office, the pressure that had been weighing on John Tail disappeared instantly. Letting out a long breath, he slumped slightly in his chair and admitted that he was genuinely relieved he had not been forced to meet the Vice Guild leader in person. If he had been standing face to face with that man, he felt he would have stopped breathing before the conversation even started. The female manager beside him burst into a smile and praised him for handling the situation so well. In her eyes, he was probably the only person in the company capable of speaking to Akari Genji without collapsing from fear. The moment he heard the name, John Tail's expression immediately twisted in irritation. He complained that there was no way he could have remained quiet. To him, Akari Genji was practically a gangster wearing a suit. The fact that someone like that had targeted one of their streamers made his blood boil. Still annoyed, he quickly asked whether Subaru was taking the day off after everything that had happened. The manager assumed he probably was. However, John Tail immediately shook his head and instructed her to tell Subaru not to worry about the situation. What he needed right now was proper rest. Once he overcame this obstacle, he would emerge as an even stronger streamer than before. Just then, the manager suddenly looked toward a nearby monitor. Her eyes widened. Narukami Subaru's stream just started. John Tail nearly jumped out of his seat. It started. At the same moment, Subaru's familiar voice echoed through the broadcast. After apologizing for being late, he immediately dropped a statement that stunned everyone watching. Today, I'm clearing the 4th floor. The chat instantly exploded. Thousands of messages flooded the screen as viewers cheered him on. The scene soon shifted away from the stream and toward the 6th floor. Known as the Desolate Lands, the area was barren and empty, with little more than rocky terrain stretching toward the horizon. A group of Blue Zone members moved through the area while discussing the ongoing investigation. One man let out a tired sigh and complained that after being sent to the 3rd floor, he was now being dispatched to the 6th. Lately, it felt as though the guild had him running all over the tower. Walking beside him, a young woman calmly replied that the investigation was probably finished, and that was why they had been called here. The man looked skeptical. Do you actually believe that? The woman immediately answered that she was simply repeating what the guild had told them. The moment she mentioned the guild, several nearby members glanced in her direction. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, the man asked whether she ever formed opinions of her own instead of blindly repeating guild statements. His expression became increasingly frustrated as he continued speaking. Even if there truly was a survivor from Blue Eyes, he found it hard to believe that they would willingly side with demons. That was the part that made no sense. Blue Eyes wasn't some ordinary guild. Every member of that team had possessed strength comparable to Blue Zone's highest-ranking figures. Some were even said to rival guild leader Kyojo and vice guild leader Akari Genji themselves. People like that had no reason to seek power from demons. The woman immediately panicked and covered his mouth, urging him to lower his voice before someone important overheard. Unfortunately, it was already too late. A heavy pressure suddenly descended upon the area. The group instinctively fell silent. Several members straightened their backs as a figure slowly approached from the front. Someone swallowed nervously and wondered why a person of that status would personally come all the way down to the 6th floor, who was none other than Akari Genji. As the scene shifted once again, 3 days had already passed. A bright system window suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. You have reached the challenger rank. At that exact moment, a powerful explosion burst out around Narukami Subaru. The shockwaves spread through the entire arena, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. The pressure released from his body alone was enough to make ordinary players feel suffocated. Subaru calmly looked ahead and quietly muttered that this was the amount of time it had taken him to reach Challenger. Another status window immediately appeared before him. Strength +2, Stamina +2, Agility +2, Focus +2, Mana +1, Looking at the results, Subaru explained the reason behind his rapid growth. There were two major reasons he had been able to progress so quickly. First, he had continuously fought opponents ranked above him while remaining in lower tiers, allowing him to receive bonus points. Second, most players who encountered him completely lost the will to fight, causing the majority of his matches to end almost immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, another notification appeared. Fourth floor cleared successfully. As a reward, every one of his attributes received an additional increase of 2 points. Subaru quietly watched as one reward after another continued appearing before him. Finally, the last notification disappeared, and a new system window slowly emerged. Proceeding to the 5th floor, the atmosphere instantly changed. The narration explained that the 5th floor was known as the world of Murim. Murim was a realm powerful enough to compete for the highest position during the Interworld Tournament almost every year. Long ago, during the earliest days of the tower, Murim's martial factions had established their foundation on the 5th floor and became the first force to completely stabilize their influence there. Because of that, most regions throughout the floor naturally reflected Murim culture. Martial arts, warriors, clans, sects, and ancient traditions dominated every corner of the land. Strength stood above everything else, and only the strong possessed the right to continue climbing higher. As the explanation ended, Subaru could be seen steadily walking forward without slowing down. His expression remained calm as he stated that before ending today's stream, he wanted to check the rankings one final time. A large system window immediately appeared before him. The rankings rapidly recalculated. Numbers continuously shifted across the screen before finally stopping. Narukami Subaru. Current rank, 122,082. At the same time, his live stream was performing better than ever. The viewer count continued rising non-stop, while the chat was overflowing with excitement and support. A familiar blue-haired man suddenly appeared in front of him. The man greeted him with a bright smile and introduced himself as Sean Hyan, explaining that he had been assigned as Subaru's temporary manager. Subaru looked slightly surprised and asked what he meant by temporary manager. Sean nodded and explained that Hatsuka would need a little more time before she could climb up to the 5th floor. After that, he casually asked whether Subaru was hungry and suggested they talk inside while eating. Subaru agreed, and the two of them entered a nearby restaurant. Inside, the tables were covered with dishes from one end to the other. The amount of food was honestly overwhelming. While continuously eating without showing any signs of stopping, Sean casually mentioned that he was actually a huge fan of Subaru's streams. Subaru silently watched him for a moment and couldn't help noticing that the man's appetite was extraordinary. After observing him for a while, Subaru directly asked whether Sean and Hatsuka were friends. The blue-haired man immediately smiled after hearing Hatsuka's name. He explained that they were childhood friends and had spent most of their time together while growing up. Laughing to himself, he gestured with his hand and said that back then Hatsuka had only been about that tall. He continued reminiscing with amusement, adding that she had actually been bigger than him when they were children, which made the memory even funnier to him. After listening to Sean Hyan's story, Subaru quietly fell into thought. There might be a way to learn more about Hatsuka Mirim after all. Not long afterward, he suddenly stood up from his seat, preparing to leave. Sean looked at him in confusion and asked where he was going. Subaru calmly replied that there was someone he needed to meet, so he would be returning a little late. He then asked Sean to pass along his regards to Hatsuka before leaving the restaurant. The scene shifted to a completely different location on the 5th floor. Cold winds swept across a mountain range as the narration revealed the name of the area, Mango Peak. The atmosphere here was completely different from the rest of Murim. Narukami Subaru steadily walked along a lonely mountain path without hesitation. As he ventured deeper into the area, he suddenly noticed a small black cat sitting nearby. The moment he saw it, his expression softened slightly. Subaru crouched down and gently patted the cat's head, quietly muttering that it had been a long time, Tama. At that exact moment, a voice echoed from somewhere ahead. The speaker asked what he was doing there and assumed he had not come without a reason. Subaru calmly raised his head toward the source of the voice and replied that if he had tried opening the door without permission, he probably would never have been able to return from this place. Silence filled the mountain for a brief moment. Then the mysterious voice spoke again, saying that Subaru did not seem like an ordinary youngster and inviting him to enter, adding that he would at least allow him to see his face. As those words echoed through the mountains, a massive door slowly opened by itself. The small cat casually walked inside first, and Subaru quietly followed behind. The moment he stepped beyond the entrance, he felt an enormous amount of energy pressing down on him from every direction. The pressure was so overwhelming that even breathing felt difficult. However, the instant he completely crossed the threshold, the atmosphere changed entirely. The suffocating pressure vanished. The surroundings became calm, clear, and peaceful, as though he had entered a completely different world hidden within the mountain. This place was known as Mirror Clear Plain. From the distance, an old man slowly stepped forward while carefully observing Subaru. The old man asked how he had managed to find his way there. Subaru stood with his back facing him. Under the brilliant light surrounding the area, his shadow looked strangely large and imposing. Without turning around, Subaru calmly answered that he had heard a rumor. The old man narrowed his eyes and asked what kind of rumor it was. Subaru finally turned slightly and replied that there was said to be a formation master living there. He continued by explaining that this person could draw out a player's hidden potential and amplify it explosively. The story then revealed the identity of the mysterious old man. He was rank 15 Zenyan. As soon as his name was revealed, the scene shifted once again. This time it moved into the past. The surroundings became dark and chaotic as the narration revealed a completely different location. 7th floor dungeon, Black Wyvern habitat. The area looked like a nightmare. The ground was shattered. In the middle of the devastation lay the real Narukami Subaru. His body was covered in wounds from head to toe, and even breathing seemed painful. He looked as though he was barely clinging to life. At that moment, the same small black cat slowly approached him once again. Then a familiar voice echoed from behind. The speaker remarked that it was a miracle Subaru was still alive. It was Zenyan. The old man carefully examined Subaru's condition before commenting that the wounds themselves did not seem particularly deep. However, as he looked closer, his expression changed slightly. He pointed out the countless lightning scars covering Subaru's body and wondered whether the boy had been trying to kill himself. While speaking, Zenyan slowly walked toward him. Meanwhile, Subaru, who could barely remain conscious, forced himself to speak. He told the old man that if he had time to stand there talking, he should help instead. The moment he heard that, Zenyan immediately smacked Subaru on the head with the brush in his hand and shouted that the brat had quite the nerve speaking to him like that despite meeting him for the first time. Although his words sounded angry, there was a trace of amusement in his eyes. After a moment, the old man's expression became more serious. He explained that there were no meaningless encounters in Murim. The fact that they had met at this moment could only mean one thing. It was destiny. A powerful pressure began radiating from his body as he proudly declared that, when it came to formations, there was no one better than him. Since that was the case, Zenyan declared that he would help Subaru. The moment those words left his mouth, he immediately began constructing a massive formation around him. It was the Heaven and Earth Key Formation. Ancient symbols spread rapidly across the ground as countless streams of energy surged throughout the area. The amount of power gathering there was so overwhelming that even the surrounding air began to distort. The entire formation activated at full strength, causing the earth itself to tremble. With a serious expression, Zenyan warned Subaru that he would not be holding back, so Subaru would need to endure and lend his own strength as well. It was through that very formation that Subaru had managed to survive back then. The scene slowly returned to the present. Now, in the current timeline, Subaru quietly walked behind Zenyan through the peaceful lands of Mirror Clear Plain. His eyes moved across the familiar scenery as memories resurfaced one after another. After observing the surroundings for a while, Subaru quietly remarked that nothing had changed despite more than 20 years having passed. The two continued walking through the silent landscape until Zenyan suddenly glanced toward him and casually asked whether they had met somewhere before. Subaru briefly looked at him before turning his gaze forward again and calmly answered that this was their first meeting. Zenyan narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing the response. For someone he had supposedly just met, Subaru seemed to know quite a lot about him. His gaze swept across the surroundings before returning to Subaru once more. It was not just that. At the same moment, the small black cat Tama quietly walked alongside Subaru, acting as though she had known him for years. Watching the scene unfold, Zenyan's expression became more serious. He explained that Tama rarely approached strangers on her own. His eyes remained fixed on Subaru as he added that, above all else, Subaru himself felt strangely familiar. The atmosphere between them gradually grew heavier. Since Subaru had arrived already knowing exactly who Zenyan was, the old formation master naturally understood there had to be a reason behind it. Eventually, Zenyan stopped walking and turned toward him. Since Subaru had come all the way there while already knowing his identity, Zenyan assumed he was seeking treatment of some kind. However, his expression hardened slightly as he stated that he had no intention of helping someone who refused to even show his face. His gaze settled on the mask covering Subaru's features. According to him, it was far too suspicious. After hearing those words, Subaru quietly fell into thought. Countless memories surfaced within his mind. Zenyan was one of the very few people who knew what he truly looked like. As he considered the situation further, Subaru slowly arrived at an important realization. If even someone as skilled as Zenyan could not see through his disguise, then it should be more than enough to deceive both Blue Eyes and Kyojo as well. A faint sense of confidence rose within him. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to test it. With that thought in mind, Subaru slowly raised his hand toward the mask covering his face. Then, under Zenyan's watchful gaze, he began removing it. The moment Narukami, Subaru, saw Zenyan's reaction after looking at his face, he immediately knew that the old man had been completely shocked. Zenyan stared at him in silence for a brief moment. His eyes widened as though he had just seen a ghost from the distant past. Then, with a stunned expression, he quietly muttered a single word. "Goodness." A moment later, Narukami Subaru's face was finally revealed without the mask. For a brief second, the atmosphere became strangely tense. Zenyan genuinely looked as if he were staring at someone he had once known. But the very next moment, the old man suddenly swung his fist and smacked Subaru hard on the head. Pointing at him, he loudly shouted that Subaru did not look anything like him at all, and that only the name was similar. Rubbing his head from the unexpected blow, Narukami Subaru calmly replied that he had not even told Zenyan his name yet. Zenyan immediately scoffed and asked whether Subaru really thought an old man could not use the internet. He explained that Subaru had been acting so much like that person that he could not help watching all of his streams. Those words immediately caught Subaru's attention. Looking directly at the old man, he quietly asked whether Zenyan remembered the real Narukami Subaru. For the first time since the conversation had begun, Zenyan's expression softened. His voice became calmer, carrying both nostalgia and irritation as he admitted that they had known each other. Then he complained that the fool had suddenly gone and died on him despite promising that he would visit again someday. Calling him a heartless bastard, Zenyan added that saying any of this to the current Subaru would not change anything. After hearing those words, Narukami Subaru slowly smiled. It was not a mocking smile, but one filled with understanding. At that moment, he finally realized why Zenyan had been treating him differently ever since he arrived. Subaru calmly pointed out that Zenyan had been watching his streams and projecting the old Narukami Subaru onto him. The moment those words were spoken, Zenyan fell silent. For a brief second, an embarrassed look appeared on his face, as though Subaru had perfectly exposed a truth he had been trying to hide. After a long sigh, the old man admitted that perhaps old age had made him clingy, even when he knew how foolish it was. However, the emotional atmosphere lasted only a moment. Almost immediately afterward, Zenyan smacked Subaru on the head again with his brush and snapped that the brat had been running his mouth awfully freely. Just like that, the heavy tension disappeared, and the two returned to their usual rough interaction. After calming down, Zenyan crossed his arms and grumbled that Subaru should be thanking Tama for everything. If the cat had not taken a liking to him, he would have been thrown out the moment he arrived. Subaru glanced toward Tama before smiling lightly and replying that he was honored. The moment those polite words left his mouth, Zenyan clicked his tongue in annoyance and barked at him, asking why he was suddenly acting bashful. Then the old man reminded him that the treatment cost 1,000,000 credits, while Subaru had only brought 200,000. As the harsh reality of the situation sank in, Narukami Subaru quietly removed his shirt and helplessly asked whether there was any chance of a discount. Zenyan rejected the idea immediately. Calling the suggestion nonsense, he declared that Subaru would receive exactly what he paid for and not a single bit more. Even after hearing such blunt words, Subaru respectfully thanked him for taking his circumstances into consideration. Zenyan then began carefully examining his condition. As he inspected Subaru's physique, his expression gradually became more serious. After a moment, the old man muttered that Subaru's foundation was not bad at all. Then, after looking closer, he corrected himself and admitted that for someone who had only just reached the 5th floor, Subaru was actually quite impressive. Receiving praise from someone as strict as Zenyan, Subaru immediately asked the question that mattered most to him. He wanted to know how far Zenyan could take him. The old formation master calmly explained that there were many different kinds of treatments. The direction and intensity depended entirely on what kind of person Subaru wanted to become. At that moment, Subaru's expression became completely serious. There was no hesitation left in his eyes. Looking directly at Zenyan, he finally revealed the goal he had carried within himself for so long. He stated that he needed an absurd amount of stamina. Enough stamina to withstand tens of thousands of lightning strikes. The instant those words left his mouth, the atmosphere changed. Even Zenyan's expression hardened slightly after hearing such a ridiculous and dangerous ambition. After a brief silence, the old man replied in a heavy voice that even the original Narukami Subaru had ultimately been killed by lightning. Narukami Subaru calmly declared that if lightning was destined to kill him, then lightning would also be the thing that saved him. The moment those words reached Zenyan's ears, the old man fell silent once again. A familiar feeling resurfaced deep within his heart, one he had been trying to ignore ever since meeting this young man. Without wasting any more time, Zenyan finally began the treatment. Holding his special brush in hand, he carefully started drawing strange symbols and formations across Subaru's body. Every movement carried the experience and mastery he had accumulated over countless years. While continuing his work, he explained the situation in a serious tone. The biggest problem was that Subaru did not have enough credits. Because of that, the treatment would have to be divided into multiple sessions. Zenyan instructed him not to give up and to keep returning. He added that he would leave the door open for him. Although the words sounded casual, they carried far more kindness than Zenyan himself probably intended to reveal. Soon afterward, the scene shifted completely. The story moved to the 6th floor. The atmosphere there was entirely different. Countless corpses could be seen scattered across the ground. Most of them belonged to members of Blue Eyes. Blood stained the battlefield, while the dark forest surrounding the area radiated an overwhelming sense of danger. Numerous demons continued advancing through the forest. Their monstrous appearances and violent auras made it clear that this was a battlefield where death could arrive at any moment. Among all the fallen members of Blue Eyes, only 2 people remained standing. One was a spearman. The other was an archer supporting him from behind. Every floor was divided into 3 separate territories: the human realm, the middle realm, and the demon realm. Since ancient times, humans and demons had followed an unwritten rule. Neither side crossed into the other's territory. Between them existed the middle realm, a domain ruled by the Dragon Lord that served as the boundary separating both worlds. However, the situation on the sixth floor was different. The forest of death existed in a dangerous gray zone, where the borders between territories had become unstable and unclear. Over time, it gradually turned into a habitat for low-ranking and mid-ranking demons that had been driven away from their original packs. As a result, the region became one of the most dangerous places on the floor, filled with wandering demons and endless bloodshed. Amid the suffocating silence of the forest of death, the surviving archer from Blue Eyes nervously scanned the darkness around her. Her voice carried exhaustion and fear as she quietly asked whether the others were still alive. The spearman immediately answered in a cold and serious tone. He told her that she was in no position to worry about anyone else. However, the archer suddenly widened her eyes. Hurriedly, she replied that she could see it too. The moment those words were spoken, the scene shifted toward the top of a massive tree hidden deep within the darkness. A lone figure sat calmly on one of the thick branches. Its presence felt completely unnatural in a place like this. Lowering her voice, the archer carefully observed the figure. She whispered that there was no way an ordinary person would be standing somewhere like that. The target was well within the range of her bow. She decided that she would fire a single arrow first. That way, she could test how the mysterious figure reacted. Just as the archer prepared to release her arrow, the spearman immediately grabbed her wrist and stopped her. Fear had suddenly appeared on his face, and his voice trembled slightly as he stared toward the figure perched on the distant tree branch. He demanded to know who the stranger was. At that moment, the mysterious man's face finally became visible. Bright red hair framed a face carrying a sinister smile, one that instantly sent chills through both survivors. Before either of them could react, the man disappeared from the branch. In the next instant, he was already standing behind them. Neither of them had seen him move. The speed was so overwhelming that it felt as though he had simply vanished from one place and appeared in another. Standing calmly behind the two Blue Eyes survivors, the red-haired man spoke in a quiet but terrifying tone, asking whether they truly wanted to know who he was. Only then did they notice the unconscious man dangling from his grip. The captive's body was covered in injuries, his face swollen and bruised beyond recognition. He looked as though he had already endured a fate worse than death. The red-haired man's expression darkened as anger flashed through his eyes. He coldly stated that people who barged into someone else's territory had no right to question the owner. The moment the spearman heard those words and got a clear look at the man's face, a memory surfaced in his mind. He remembered hearing rumors from another squad member. There had been whispers that one of the former Blue Eyes members had joined forces with demons. Shock instantly overtook him. His aura was completely different from before, but there was no mistaking that face. It couldn't be. At the same time, the spiritual pressure pouring from the red-haired man began crushing the surroundings. The air itself seemed heavier. Even breathing became difficult. The archer's legs gave out immediately, and she collapsed to her knees, trembling uncontrollably. Without even attacking, the pressure alone was enough to dominate them completely. The spearman's body became stiff. No matter how hard he tried, he could barely move. Sweat streamed down his face as fear swallowed him whole. Staring at the terrifying man before him, he muttered that victory was impossible. The figure standing before them felt less like a human and more like a feral beast. Looking into his eyes was like staring into a bottomless abyss. The gap between them was simply too large. It wasn't merely strength. It was as though a wild predator had wrapped itself in human skin. The spearman glanced toward his injured companion and realized there was no hope. Forcing himself to remain calm, he gave one final order. He told her to run. Run in the opposite direction and never look back. The archer wanted to protest, unwilling to abandon him, but the pressure suppressing her body prevented her from speaking properly. Before either of them could act, Arashiro Kai suddenly shifted his attention elsewhere. It was as though he had sensed someone approaching. Moments later, another figure stepped into the clearing. The newcomer immediately apologized and asked forgiveness for the rudeness of his subordinates. The instant he appeared, the suffocating pressure weighing down the two survivors vanished. Both of them gasped desperately for air, as if they had just escaped drowning. The newcomer then respectfully addressed Arashiro Kai as a member of Blue Eyes. Only then was the identity of the terrifying red-haired man officially revealed. Former Blue Eyes member Arashiro Kai. Rank unknown. Upon hearing the newcomer's voice, Arashiro Kai narrowed his eyes. He remarked that he had been wondering where the unpleasant stench was coming from and mocked the newcomer for finally crawling over himself. He called him Kyojo's dog without any attempt to hide his hostility. The next moment, Arashiro Kai attacked. His palm shot forward as he unleashed explosive palm. An enormous surge of destructive energy erupted outward. The surrounding air distorted as the attack tore through the battlefield. Facing the attack was none other than Akari Genji. Using both of his weapons simultaneously, he struggled to block the incoming force. Even for someone of his level, stopping the attack was no easy task. His entire body shook from the impact as he fought to withstand the overwhelming power. While resisting the assault, Akari Genji gritted his teeth and explained that he had not come there to fight. Meanwhile, the two surviving Blue Eyes members immediately took advantage of the opportunity and fled from the battlefield. As they escaped, the spearman's thoughts remained in complete chaos. Was that really Arashiro Kai? And if it was, then why had the Vice Guild leader personally entered the battlefield to meet him? Back at the confrontation, Akari Genji suddenly dropped to one knee in front of Arashiro Kai and asked him to hear him out. The unexpected action caused Arashiro Kai to frown. He demanded to know what kind of game Genji was playing. Raising his head calmly, Akari Genji explained that the two of them shared the same objective. That was precisely why he had come despite knowing the danger. Arashiro Kai casually brushed a hand through his red hair and told him to stop wasting time with unnecessary explanations and get to the point. Finally, Akari Genji revealed the true purpose behind his visit to the demon realm. Looking directly at Arashiro Kai, he stated that if Arashiro would lend them his strength, then killing Kyojo would become a certainty. The moment those words left his mouth, a dangerous smile slowly spread across Arashiro Kai's face. The scene opened with the blue-haired man stuffing dumplings into his mouth one after another at an astonishing pace, completely focused on eating as though nothing else in the world mattered. Suddenly, a fist landed squarely on his head. Hatsuka stood beside him with an irritated expression and demanded to know how he could still be eating at a time like this. She reminded him that Narukami Subaru had been missing for several days already and that nobody had been able to contact him. According to her, something was clearly wrong. Subaru was the type of person who could never sit still and had even cleared his previous trial in only 3 days. There was no way someone like him would disappear without a reason. Without showing the slightest concern, he suggested that Subaru was probably meeting an old friend somewhere. That answer only made Hatsuka even angrier. She immediately shot back that Narukami Subaru didn't have any friends to begin with. Then she questioned why he was still hanging around there instead of helping. The blue-haired man simply grinned and asked whether she was actually a fan of Subaru. Surely even someone like him had at least one friend somewhere. The color of his eyes shifted slightly, and the lazy smile on his face faded. The atmosphere around him became noticeably sharper, as though he had suddenly sensed something approaching. Clicking his tongue, he muttered that just when he thought his luck had finally turned around, trouble had to show up. A moment later, a group of Murim soldiers entered the area. Leading them was a mysterious woman whose presence immediately drew everyone's attention. The instant she arrived, the mood of the entire location changed. The cheerful atmosphere vanished. Tension spread through the surroundings as people instinctively realized that something serious was about to happen. The woman calmly walked toward Hatsuka and the blue-haired man. Watching her approach, the blue-haired man casually asked what they were supposed to do now. Without even looking at him, Hatsuka coldly told him to remain seated. The woman eventually stopped in front of them and respectfully lowered her head. She greeted Hatsuka as her senior sister. Only then was her identity revealed. She was Divine Refinement Miyuki. The moment Hatsuka heard the greeting, her expression immediately darkened. She replied that she didn't remember ever having a junior sister like her. The hostility between them was obvious. Whatever relationship they once had, it clearly wasn't a pleasant one. Ignoring the hostility, Miyuki calmly explained that if Hatsuka came with them quietly, everything could be settled peacefully. Although her tone remained polite, there was unmistakable pressure hidden behind those words. This wasn't really a request. It was a warning. Hatsuka narrowed her eyes and glanced at everyone standing nearby before issuing a chilling threat. She declared that if any of them took another step forward, none of the 5 would be leaving alive. The instant those words left her mouth, a terrifying aura exploded outward. An overwhelming killing intent swept through the area. The Muram soldiers immediately felt danger and instinctively drew their swords. Every one of them prepared for battle. Before anyone could act, however, Miyuki raised a hand and stopped them. Determination filled her eyes as she stared back at Miyuki and firmly stated that she had absolutely no intention of returning there. Silence briefly hung between them. Then Miyuki responded that the decision was not Hatsuka's to make. Lowering her head slightly, she calmly stated that she had delivered the message. Having completed her task, she chose not to push the confrontation any further. Continuing would only increase the chances of a fight breaking out. Without another word, Miyuki turned around and left alongside the Muram soldiers. For now, the standoff had ended. Soon afterward, the scene shifted elsewhere. Another streamer was currently watching someone else's broadcast while browsing through various reports and announcements. As he scrolled through them, he read one particular message aloud. The notice stated that a substantial reward was being offered. Anyone with information regarding a player named Isaac was encouraged to contact the Golden Lion Guild. The message also mentioned that Reinhardt intended to suspend his streams temporarily after releasing the video. The streamer looked exhausted as he continued reading. After staring at the screen for a while, drowsiness gradually overtook him. The device slipped from his hands and fell directly onto his face. Startled awake by the impact, he grabbed his head and groaned. Rubbing the sore spot, he muttered that he must have fallen asleep for a second. Then he looked back toward the screen with confusion written all over his face. He couldn't help but wonder who exactly Reinhardt was searching for that required going to such lengths. Still rubbing the spot where the device had hit him, the streamer muttered to himself that Reinhardt was really going all out. Not only had he put up a bounty, but he had even suspended his streams. Putting that aside, he realized it had already been 3 whole days. Narukami Subaru, who was supposed to challenge the 5th floor, had completely disappeared. At this rate, there would be nothing interesting left for him to stream. If only Subaru would go live right now. Almost as if fate had answered his wish, a notification suddenly appeared in front of him. The moment he read it, his eyes widened. Narukami Subaru has started streaming. The streamer immediately sat upright. At the same time, viewers from countless worlds began flooding into the broadcast. This time, Subaru had announced an entirely different challenge. He intended to continue streaming without interruption until he either cleared a floor or completed his objective. As soon as the stream started, Subaru greeted everyone with a relaxed smile and casually remarked that it had been a while. However, before answering any of those questions, the story shifted back to the events of the previous days. After the formation treatment had finally ended, Narukami Subaru stood in place, while Zenyan observed him with visible approval. The old master admitted that enduring 2 entire days without moving a single step was impressive. Subaru confidently replied that he had no choice but to endure it. Opportunities like this only came once in a lifetime, and no amount of pain could compare to what he would gain from it. After opening his status window and checking the improvements himself, Subaru couldn't hide his satisfaction. For only 200,000 credits, the amount of growth was unbelievable. 5th floor trial initiated. The narration then explained that the 5th floor functioned differently from all previous floors. Every challenge on this floor was personally created according to the player's growth, experiences, abilities, and choices made up until that point. No 2 players would ever receive the same trial. Every path was unique. Because of that, the fifth floor was considered one of the most unpredictable and dangerous stages in the entire tower. Soon, the scene revealed a cave entrance. As Narukami Subaru approached, a soldier suddenly emerged from within and immediately pointed a spear at him. The man shouted that outsiders were forbidden from entering and charged without hesitation. However, the difference between them was overwhelming. The moment the spear reached him, Subaru casually grabbed it with one hand. At the same instant, lightning erupted from his body and traveled directly through the weapon. The soldier's expression immediately changed. Electricity surged through his body, causing him to convulse violently as his strength rapidly disappeared. Moments later, a system window appeared. Warrior qualification confirmed. Stage 1 cleared. Having passed the first stage effortlessly, Subaru continued deeper into the trial. Before he could get far, however, the defeated soldier desperately called out for him to stop. He warned that beyond this point, Subaru would absolutely not be allowed to proceed. Subaru paused and curiously asked what exactly was ahead. Before the soldier could answer, another figure appeared from the distance. A calm female voice reassured the soldier that everything was fine. The woman slowly walked forward. The atmosphere shifted the moment she arrived. Looking at Subaru, she calmly stated that he wasn't an enemy. The soldier immediately approached her and respectfully bowed, addressing her as Lady Valkyrie. The moment Subaru heard that title, he was visibly surprised. A Valkyrie? Then this must be Valhalla. The woman smiled faintly before admitting that she had already guessed he wasn't from around there. Judging by his reaction, he clearly had no idea where he was. She then introduced herself as Viola Valkyrie. Explaining further, she revealed that she was indeed a Valkyrie and that they were currently near the border of the Connor kingdom. As those words were spoken, the story suddenly transitioned into a flashback. In the past, a man could be seen speaking sincerely to 3 Valkyries standing before him. He apologized to them. Viola immediately shook her head and told him there was no need for apologies. Protecting the kingdom was their duty as Valkyries. The man thanked them nonetheless. Most importantly, he instructed them to protect the Heart of Lightning at all costs. As the flashback continued, the identity of the mysterious red-haired man was finally revealed. He was none other than Thor himself, the legendary god of thunder of Asgard. As the story continued, the scene shifted to the 8th floor, specifically the headquarters of the Blue Eyes Guild. The area was bustling with activity as countless carts moved back and forth along the roads, transporting supplies and resources throughout the guild territory. Everywhere one looked, people were hard at work, making it obvious that the guild was operating at full capacity. Soon afterward, the focus moved to the Blue Eyes Central Tower, a colossal structure that dominated the surrounding landscape. Its sheer size and grandeur reflected the immense influence and power held by the Blue Eyes Guild. At the base of the tower, a luxurious supercar smoothly rolled to a stop. The door opened, and stepping out from inside was none other than Vice Guild leader Akari Genji. As soon as he emerged from the vehicle, he raised his head and looked toward the giant screen attached to the tower. A recorded message from the guild master was currently playing for everyone to see. Staring at the screen for a moment, Genji let out a sigh and muttered that no matter how many times he saw it, he still couldn't get used to it. The scene then shifted inside the tower. A woman quickly approached him and informed him in a serious tone that he was already 10 minutes late. According to her, all the executives had arrived except for the guild master himself. Genji didn't seem concerned in the slightest. Without even slowing his pace, he casually replied that he didn't have time to care about such things. They could wait. According to him, the first person to become impatient was always the one who lost control of the room. The two continued walking until they arrived in front of a massive set of doors. Stopping there, the woman glanced toward his neck and suggested that perhaps he should cover it a little better. Genji simply acknowledged her words. The comment briefly reminded him of a certain encounter from not long ago. A memory flashed through his mind for an instant before he pushed it aside and focused on the present. A moment later, the enormous doors slowly opened. Genji stepped inside. Waiting for him were the members of the newly established Blue Zone team. The atmosphere inside the room was heavy with authority and influence. These weren't ordinary guild members. Seated around the table were the 7 executives, the highest-ranking figures within the organization. Today, every one of them had gathered for an important event. The executive regular meeting. The guild's most powerful decision-makers were finally assembled in one place, and judging by the tension hanging in the air, the topics being discussed would undoubtedly be significant. After entering the room, Ikari Genji calmly walked toward his assigned seat and sat down among the other executives. The moment he did, one of the men at the table turned toward him with a mocking smile. The executive remarked that Genji seemed to have plenty of free time these days. He even pointed out that Genji had skipped the previous Guardian raid. The man speaking was Executive Adolf. The comment was clearly meant as an insult. Everyone in the room could feel the tension beginning to rise. Genji remained completely composed and simply replied that the decision had come directly from the guild master. However, Adolf had no intention of dropping the subject. Leaning back in his chair, he smirked and asked if that meant Genji had been removed because he was useless. The room instantly became colder. Several executives reacted to the remark, while Genji slowly rose from his seat. The calm expression he had maintained until now completely vanished. Looking directly at Adolf, he asked in a cold voice whether he was prepared to take responsibility for those words. Before things escalated further, a woman seated nearby finally intervened. She calmly told Adolf to remember his place and warned him not to say anything he wouldn't want reaching the guild master's ears. The woman was Executive Peer. Although her tone remained calm, the authority in her voice was enough to briefly halt the confrontation. Adolf clicked his tongue in annoyance. He replied that his entire team had been wiped out. In his opinion, someone wasting time on the 6th floor had no idea what they were actually dealing with. The moment those words left his mouth, Genji's expression darkened even further. Realizing that things might spiral out of control, Peer immediately reached out and grabbed Genji's arm, trying to prevent the situation from escalating any further. Just as the confrontation between the two executives seemed ready to explode, another voice suddenly interrupted them. An executive ranked 38th let out a long sigh before telling everyone to calm down. He suggested that they cut Adolf some slack for once. After all, the man had been suffering from severe sleep deprivation lately. His attempt to ease the tension caused the room to fall silent for a brief moment. However, despite his efforts, the hostility lingering between Ikari Genji and Adolf remained obvious to everyone present. The executive regular meeting had only just begun, yet the gathering of the 7 executives was already threatening to spiral into complete chaos. The atmosphere inside the conference room continued growing heavier. The massive doors slowly began to open. Every executive immediately turned toward the entrance. A moment later, the person they had all been waiting for finally entered. The guild master himself. The atmosphere changed completely. Without raising his voice or releasing any aura, his mere presence was enough to suppress the room. The arguments vanished. The tension disappeared. Even Adolf and Genji stopped speaking. As the guild master calmly walked toward the head of the table, he began addressing everyone present. He reminded them that 20 years had passed since they defeated the Guardian Hydra of Floor 8. During that time, Blue Zone had expanded at an astonishing rate. Their influence had grown enormously, and their membership had increased dozens of times over. Yet no matter where they went, people still talked about Hydra. As he spoke, he calmly took his seat at the head of the table. Off to the side, Ikari Genji quietly observed him. Judging from his expression, he clearly wasn't impressed by the guild master's opening remarks. Even so, he remained silent. The guild master continued speaking. In his opinion, the tower's history was still frozen on Floor 8. His words carried considerable weight. Despite everything Blue Zone had achieved over the last 2 decades, the world still remembered them primarily for a single accomplishment: the defeat of Hydra. To him, that meant their progress had effectively stopped there. At that moment, the story finally revealed the identity of the guild master. Rank 4, Blue Zone Guild Master, Kyojo Itsuki. As soon as Kyojo finished speaking, both Akari Genji and Executive Peer attempted to address him regarding the upcoming Floor 9 raid. However, before the discussion could proceed, Genji immediately took the initiative and presented his report. He announced that the investigation of the Forest of Death on Floor 6 had been completed. Kyojo studied him for a moment before signaling him to continue. Without hesitation, Genji explained that they had discovered traces indicating humans had temporarily stayed within the forest. However, a significant amount of time had already passed since then. If the target had truly joined forces with the demons, escaping into the demon realm would have been relatively simple. Kyojo leaned back slightly in his chair and fell into thought. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. Knowing that individual, he had already assumed the possibility that they had crossed into the demon realm by now. Even so, he ordered the investigation to continue. There was no telling when that person might appear again. Genji immediately nodded and acknowledged the order. With that matter temporarily concluded, Executive Peer began her report. She explained that she had followed instructions and attempted to meet Tenma regarding cooperation for the Floor 9 operation. However, despite waiting on Floor 5 for over half a month, not a single representative from Tenma had shown themselves. The statement immediately drew reactions from around the table. The executive ranked 42nd clicked her tongue in irritation. According to her, just because Tenma held the rank 1 position didn't mean they were above everyone else. After all, this operation concerned the future of the entire tower. Her frustration was obvious. Many of those present viewed Tenma's refusal to even appear as a direct insult. At that moment, another executive joined the conversation. He suggested that he understood the real reason. In his opinion, Tenma simply didn't want anyone witnessing them fail. If the raid ended in disaster, they would rather retreat quietly than lose face in front of the rest of the tower. A few executives smirked at the remark, but Kyojo quickly redirected everyone's attention back to the actual issue. The discussion regarding Floor 9 was far too important to be derailed by old stories and personal grievances. Looking around the table at the gathered executives, Kyojo spoke with complete confidence. According to him, Tenma had always challenged Guardians alone and had never relied on forming groups. Because of that, it did not matter whether Blue Zone received Tenma's cooperation or not. However, one thing was absolutely certain. They could not allow Tenma to steal the Guardian from them. The room instantly fell silent. Every executive understood the meaning behind those words. The Floor 9 raid was not just another expedition. It was an opportunity capable of reshaping the future of Blue Zone, and perhaps even the entire tower itself. Kyojo's eyes narrowed slightly as his expression hardened. No matter what it takes, they would secure the Guardian. The determination in his voice left no room for disagreement. Whether through cooperation, competition, or direct confrontation, Blue Zone intended to claim Floor 9's Guardian for themselves. And judging from the seriousness in Kyojo's eyes, he was prepared to use any means necessary to make that happen. Soon afterward, the scene shifted to a completely different location. Kyojo Itsuki could be seen walking through a quiet and isolated area. After some time, he arrived before a large chamber. The atmosphere here was entirely different from the meeting room. It felt cold, silent, and strangely oppressive. Staring at the chamber before him, Kyojo calmly remarked that it had already been around 5 years since his last visit. He apologized for not coming sooner, explaining that he had been occupied with countless responsibilities. Inside the chamber rested a woman. She was introduced as Hanori, a former member of Blue Eyes. A mysterious liquid completely surrounded her body inside a large containment capsule. Kyojo casually approached a nearby control panel and pressed a button. Immediately, the liquid inside the chamber began draining away. Little by little, Hanori's figure became visible. As the liquid level dropped, she slowly opened her eyes and weakly muttered that she was somehow still alive. Rather than answering seriously, Kyojo simply smiled and asked her not to sound so pessimistic. He then asked whether she wanted to see Kai. The moment she heard that name, her expression instantly changed. She asked in disbelief whether Kai wasn't already dead. For the first time, Kyojo's tone became slightly more serious. He admitted that he had thought the same thing at first. However, Kai was truly alive. The revelation completely stunned her. Then Kyojo continued, saying that perhaps the other two were still alive as well. The moment those words reached her ears, tears immediately began streaming down her face. Years of pain, despair, and uncertainty seemed to collapse all at once. Through trembling tears, she expressed her relief, saying that as long as they were alive, nothing else mattered. She asked if that was the real reason he had kept her alive all these years. Kyojo simply smiled. That smile alone was enough to answer her question. Despite her anger and screams, Kyojo showed no reaction. Without looking back, he turned around and began walking away. The scene shifts to Narukami Subaru standing before the Valkyrie. Looking at her, he found it difficult to understand why a Valkyrie who should have been in Asgard was currently in the human world. The woman lowered her gaze and explained that although the mission had ultimately ended in failure, she had originally been sent here with an important task. Before she could continue, the armored knight beside her, Bigo, quickly interrupted and warned her not to reveal unnecessary information. However, the Valkyrie calmly stopped him. She pointed out that Subaru already knew who she was, yet despite having every opportunity, he had never attacked them. To her, that alone proved he was not an enemy. More importantly, she had sensed something else from him, the power of thunder itself. As golden lightning crackled around Subaru's body, the Valkyrie became even more certain of her judgment. Inside their temporary shelter, illuminated only by a torch mounted on the wall, Bigo lowered his head and admitted that he had been too suspicious. He apologized for misunderstanding Subaru's intentions. Subaru accepted the apology without making a fuss, while the Valkyrie explained that Bigo had merely been trying to protect her. After the atmosphere settled down, Subaru looked directly at the Valkyrie and asked the question that had been bothering him since they met. He wanted to know why someone like her was stranded in such a place. However, the Valkyrie immediately countered with a question of her own. She wanted to know where he had obtained the power of thunder. Subaru seemed slightly surprised by the question. To him, thunder was simply thunder. Whether it appeared blue or yellow was merely a difference in output and appearance. He casually explained that he had obtained his power as a reward for defeating a giant. Hearing that answer caused the Valkyrie's expression to change immediately. She seemed to recognize something significant behind those words. When Subaru noticed her reaction, he asked if something was wrong. The Valkyrie hesitated before apologizing. She explained that she had made a promise to a god from another world, and because of that oath, there were certain things she could neither reveal nor properly explain. Subaru quickly understood the situation. It sounded as if some kind of restriction or filter prevented her from freely speaking about those matters. Rather than dwelling on it, he immediately shifted the conversation and asked about the failed mission she had mentioned earlier. After remaining silent for several moments, the Valkyrie finally revealed the truth. Their mission had been to protect the Throne of Thunder. As those words were spoken, the scene shifted to an image of a magnificent throne surrounded by crackling blue lightning. The Valkyrie explained that she and her companions had been sent there with a single purpose. The mention of the Heart of Thunder immediately caught Subaru's attention. He wondered if the throne had some connection to the strange item he possessed. Opening his inventory, he summoned a glowing blue orb which was the empty Heart of Thunder. Looking at the orb floating in his hand, Subaru finally understood that the reward he had received earlier was far more important than he originally believed. It was not just some random treasure obtained during a trial. The Valkyrie confirmed his suspicions. The reason they had been protecting the throne was because the true Heart of Thunder was hidden within it. Subaru immediately asked who exactly they had been protecting it from. The Valkyrie's eyes narrowed. The giants who had allied themselves with the demons. The narration then shifted toward Muspelheim, the blazing realm known as one of Asgard's greatest enemies. It was a world ruled by Surtur, king of the giants, whose people had forged an alliance with demonic forces. After hearing all of this, Subaru could not help but think about the nature of the fifth-floor trial. The system claimed that every trial was designed according to the individuality of the player, but this situation seemed far too large in scale for an ordinary fifth-floor challenge. The Valkyrie explained that despite all their efforts, the enemy had eventually discovered where the Heart of Thunder was hidden. The young lord entrusted with protecting it had been exposed. Subaru then asked how many Valkyries had descended into the human realm. The answer surprised him. Only 3, including herself. For a mission involving something as important as the Heart of Thunder, that number felt incredibly small. The Valkyrie explained that they were heavily restricted. As long as the system remained active, gods could not use their full power within the human realm. Even descending into the world while maintaining their current forms required tremendous effort. When Subaru asked what exactly the system was, the Valkyrie explained that it functioned as a restriction designed to prevent gods, demons, and giants from interfering directly with humanity. In simple terms, it was a protective mechanism that safeguarded the human realm from the higher powers of other worlds. She remained silent for several moments before finally saying that there was something else she wanted to request from him, something completely unrelated to recovering the throne itself. Before she could elaborate further, the scene suddenly shifted to the 8th floor. Inside the Golden Lion Guild headquarters, a massive disturbance had erupted. Purple energy surged through the guild hall as numerous members gathered around in confusion. At the center of it all stood Reinhardt. The usually composed guildmaster looked different this time. His expression was grim, and tears could be seen running down his face. Several guild members approached him cautiously and asked if he was all right. One of them addressed him directly, but Reinhardt barely seemed to hear them. His thoughts were focused elsewhere. Only one name escaped his lips. Isaac. The atmosphere became heavy as Reinhardt demanded to know whether they had found the person responsible. The subordinate lowered his head and apologized. Despite all their investigations, they had not yet discovered the culprit. When Reinhardt demanded an explanation, the man nervously reported their findings. There were no traces left behind by whoever had committed the act. However, the victim's body appeared to have burst from the inside. Based on the evidence, there was a high probability that lightning-type magic had been involved. The moment Reinhardt heard the words lightning-type magic, his eyes widened. As Reinhardt's fury erupted throughout the Golden Lion Guild headquarters, the pressure released from his body became so overwhelming that everyone nearby instinctively stepped back. Purple energy surged wildly through the room while cracks spread across the floor beneath him. His expression was filled with rage as he clenched his fist and cursed the unknown culprit. Isaac had only recently reached the 2nd floor, and Reinhardt could not understand who could possibly hold such a grudge against someone so weak. To him, the entire situation made no sense. Then a thought suddenly crossed his mind. His eyes widened slightly as a certain conversation resurfaced from his memory. Earlier, his son had contacted him and complained about a streamer named Narukami Subaru. The boy had spoken with obvious irritation, saying that he hated how popular Subaru was becoming simply because he could use a little lightning. He had even joked that if they ever crossed paths, he would teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, far away on the 5th floor, the Valkyrie finally revealed the reason she had wanted to speak with Subaru. Looking directly at him, she asked if he would be willing to use the power of thunder to help save her comrades. Subaru answered immediately. Of course. The response caught the Valkyrie completely off guard. Her eyes widened as she stared at him in disbelief. She had expected hesitation, negotiation, or at least a few questions. Instead, he had agreed almost instantly. Unable to understand his reasoning, she asked why he had accepted so easily. Subaru calmly explained that his thunder seemed to be connected to her people somehow. Since he also wanted to learn more about the true nature of his power, helping them was naturally in his own interest as well. Beside them, Big-O remained confused. He admitted that he still did not fully understand Subaru's motives. From his perspective, risking one's life without any reward made little sense. Surely nobody would willingly throw themselves into danger without expecting something in return. Subaru listened quietly before turning his gaze toward the cave wall. A faint smile appeared beneath his mask. If that was the case, then perhaps he should ask for something after all. Big-O immediately became alert. What exactly did he want? Without saying another word, Subaru pointed toward the beautifully crafted sword resting against the wall. The Valkyrie's holy sword. If everything worked out successfully, he wanted that weapon. The moment those words left his mouth, Big O nearly exploded. He could not believe what he had just heard. No matter what happened, asking for a Valkyrie's sacred weapon was absurd. However, before he could continue protesting, the Valkyrie calmly stopped him. Nothing was more important to her than saving her comrades. Without hesitation, she walked over to the sword and grabbed it. Holding the weapon firmly in her hand, she looked directly at Subaru and declared that she would give him anything he wanted. All he had to do was save her companions. The sincerity in her voice left no room for doubt.